Chapter 722. Female Literature. You can leave, Su Yan said directly. The heavenly ghost boss stared at Su Yan. He did not seem to have heard Su Yan's words clearly. What? You don't want to leave? Don't you want to kill me? Then leave. If you don't want to leave, then die here. At this time, Su Yan was really exhausted. At this time, not to mention the powerful heavenly ghost boss, even an ordinary expert in the dragon realm could cause him a lot of trouble. Su Yan, you let me go because you think you can kill me in the future, right? However, this will be the stupidest decision you've ever made, he said angrily. Su Yan smiled and said, whether I'm stupid or not, that's my own business. If you don't want to leave now, that's fine. My demon pet wants to swallow you whole. As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, the sea-splitting demonic snake's huge body began to dance. Ha 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 ha, I never thought that I, Yao Hongwei, would have such a day where I have to rely on the enemy's charity to survive. The Heavenly Ghost 3 heroes no longer have any meaning now. Su Yan, remember my name. I will definitely kill you. Even though he really wanted to make a move, he knew that he didn't have the opportunity to do so. That was because the sea-splitting demonic snake was beside Su Yan. He was no match for the sea-splitting demonic snake. Therefore, for him, the best choice at this time was to leave this place. Su Yan watched him leave and did not chase after him. At this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake said, Great Master, why did you let him go? At least, this guy's a troublesome fellow. After all, he was in existence in the Nine Dragons realm. He was a huge threat to Su Yan at this moment. Now was the best time to kill the other party, but Su Yan didn't do so. Instead, he let the other party leave. The demonic sea snake simply could not figure out the reason behind this. Su Yan shook his head and said, Let him leave. He may be a problem, but what I need the most now is trouble. This time, their plan was to bait the fish. The Heavenly Ghost 3 heroes were indeed top-notch characters, but compared to their goal, they were only small fries. The real big fish were the powerful venerables of the limitless demon sect. If one wanted to catch a big fish, then one naturally had to be willing to cast out the bait. This time, Su Yan had let their leader leave. Only then would the limitless demon sect realize the true strength of Su Yan and the others. After all, the Heavenly Ghost 3 heroes had the combat power of a venerable one. Therefore, the next one to appear should be a venerable one. With Su Yan's current strength, if he joined forces with the sea-splitting demonic snake, he would have the ability to kill a venerable one. Of course, this paragon was definitely not one of the strongest. At most, he was a 2 essences paragon. If they encountered a 6 essences paragon, then both he and the sea-splitting demonic snake would die. After all, although the sea-splitting demonic snake had a huge opportunity, it would not have improved so quickly. However, now that Su Yan's body had become stronger, he had the ability to summon a second demonic beast. In this case, he had a stronger life-saving ability. All right, although I don't understand, I'll listen to you. Master, where are we going now? I feel a powerful aura on the sea over there. The sea-splitting demonic snake pointed in the direction where Mu Tianshang was. It seems to have come faster than I thought. All right, let's go. If the sea-splitting demonic snake said that the aura was powerful, then it should be at least a venerable one. Although Mu Tianshang had told him that she did not have much pressure to face ordinary venerables at this time. However, Su Yan was still not at ease because he knew very well that although Mu Tianshang had obtained something on the Divine Devil Island that could temporarily release her strength, it was only temporary. She was still far from being able to use it freely. And since it was only temporary, it meant that there must be a limit. Therefore, if he could help Mu Tianshang solve his problem, that would be the best thing that could happen. All right, haha, seems like there's another fun prey. The sea-splitting demonic snake was extremely excited at this time. He had no resistance to becoming Su Yan's demonic pet. Before becoming Su Yan's demonic pet, he felt that his life was so monotonous. Other than foraging, he spent most of his time sleeping. But now his hunting activities were so interesting. At this time, he was simply full of enthusiasm. He directly dived into the sea. At this time, he did not need to worry about Su Yan at all because Su Yan's ability to control water had reached a certain level. Just like when he unleashed the water dragon roar, although he could not stir up any waves, he could move freely in the water and would not be affected by the sea at all. Limitless demon sex Lai Hongyang. As a venerable, he had a very high status. A venerable was the peak of combat strength. Even if he was only a one-origin venerable, it was enough to give him a very high status. Of course, status was linked to strength. Every venerable's combat strength was extremely terrifying and powerful, and this strength was reflected at this time. Previously, the three heavenly ghosts had also arrived here. They could only be sure that Mu Tianxing's warship was nearby, but they could not determine the specific location. However, he was different. Under his gaze, the warship had nowhere to hide. What's the point of hiding in front of this old man? Fang Yueshan, you really have guts to betray the sage sect. His tone was cold and contained a strong killing intent. Under the interference of his power, the warship's invisibility formation was directly destroyed, and the huge warship immediately appeared on the sea. At this time, Mu Tianxing stood calmly on the deck. Her beautiful eyes were focused on the boundless sea, but she did not see this powerful venerable in her eyes. For Lai Hongyang, this was the biggest provocation. He was a dignified venerable. This woman from the Huangji sect actually dared to look down on him. At this time, the most trembling person was Fang Yueshan. At this time, he really did not know what to say. He just thought that it was better to live a bad life than to die a good death. Every day, he could muddle along and live a relaxed life. This was what he wanted the most. However, he did not expect that he would encounter such a situation. What else could he say now? He could say that he did not betray her, but that he had no choice. Even if Mu Tianxing didn't do anything to him, he knew very well that Lai Hongyang wouldn't believe him, let alone the fact that Mu Tianxing wouldn't do anything to him. Elder Lai Hongyang was famous in the sect for his fiery temper and killing people without hesitation. As long as it was something that he believed, then no matter what, it was an established fact. After thinking for a while, Fang Yueshan finally swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said directly, Lai Hongyang, I've been unhappy with you for a long time. You stupid thing, isn't it just a little higher cultivation? Other than that, what else do you have to show me? Fang Yueshan immediately opened his mouth and cursed. It had to be said that his verbal skills were indeed impressive. This ability was almost on par with Meng Yang. When Lai Hongyang from the Devil's Sect heard his words, his lips began to tremble. It was obvious that he was truly enraged. At this time, the corners of Mu Tianxing's mouth twitched. She did not know if it was because of Meng Yang, but she did not feel angry at this kind of clown at all. Finally, Lai Hongyang could not take it anymore. He directly waved his palm. Damn it, Fang Yueshan, I'll tear you to pieces first. He really could not take it anymore and immediately attacked with his palm. Such a palm was already unleashed in anger. One could naturally imagine how terrifying the destructive power within it was. How could Fang Yueshan's strength compare to a venerable one's? Under such a blow, he only felt that his soul began to tremble. At this moment, he felt that he was a weak and helpless ant. Perhaps he would die in the next moment. You old man, kill me. I'll take you down with me. Fang Yueshan roared angrily. Then, he ran into the cabin as fast as he could. Oh my God, my beautiful and powerful goddess of war. You must block it. Otherwise, old Fang will be finished this time. Although his words were full of vigor, he was extremely scared. If the sky fell, there would be tall people to hold it up. Fang Yueshan was not tall, so how could he hold up the sky? The strong wind kept blowing against Mu Tianxing. In the wind, her dress fluttered, looking extremely beautiful. Lai Hongyang's angry palm was already in front of Mu Tianxing. Only then did Mu Tianxing raise her hand. I'm ignorant. Who do you think you are? You think you can block my Chui demonic palm so easily? This was one of Lai Hongyang's best moves. He was a ruthless person and would definitely not show any mercy when he made a move. Since he had decided to attack, he must kill. However, in the next moment, his smile suddenly froze. This was because at this moment, his power was directly frozen. His Chui demonic palm wasn't neutralized, but was directly immobilized. That powerful and terrifying palm print was still floating in the air. This was definitely not an illusion. This woman is so powerful. At this moment, a strong sense of danger immediately emerged in his heart. At this moment, terrifying waves suddenly emerged from the sea. The waves roared and swept directly toward him. Chapter 723. Female Literature. The sea-splitting demonic snake attacked. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake attacked without mercy. Giant waves surged into the sky, and the sky above Lai Hongyang's head darkened in an instant. At this moment, he was shocked. Previously, he had been shocked by how easily Mu Tiansheng defeated his power. For a moment, he did not even notice the sea-splitting demonic snake's arrival. The sea-splitting demonic snake's power was too terrifying. This time, Su Yan had no interest in fighting a venerable. From a moment he let Yao Hongwei, the leader of the heavenly ghosts, leave, the real battle had begun. Since he was a hunter, he had to be clear about his position. A qualified hunter would never let his guard down. Lai Hongyang was his enemy, and a venerable at that. Therefore, any opportunity to kill him was very precious. Raging sea wave. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake unleashed his power. Not only did the terrifying waves have a terrifying impact, but they also had their own power limits. The sea-splitting demonic snake's power was not strong enough to set up a domain. This was because it could only be set up by a sacred beast. And now, although he had evolved, he was still not a sacred beast. However, this was not a big deal. This was the sea. He could not set up a real barrier, but with the power of the sea, it was enough to set up a simulated barrier. The simulated barrier's power was not enough to fight against a real sacred venerable. However, it was enough to kill a mere one-origin venerable. Moreover, Lai Hongyang's mind was not stable at this moment. In an instant, he was swallowed by the waves. Then, the sea-splitting demonic snake wrapped around him and dragged him into the sea. This was a surging sea, full of endless dangers. As a venerable, Lai Hongyang was naturally powerful. However, he was directly dragged into the sea by the sea-splitting demonic snake, which was already a death sentence for him. Unless other experts came to his rescue, he would definitely die. The waves of the sea continued to sway. Gradually, the waves became smaller and smaller, as if the previous scene had not happened at all. In the blink of an eye, a venerable one was killed. Of course, Su Yan did not let the sea-rending demonic snake eat Lai Hongyang's body. After all, Su Yan was very disgusted with the sea-rending demonic snake eating humans. Therefore, at this time, Lai Hongyang had become the food of the seabed fish, prawns, and crabs. Su Yan was very clear that this was only the beginning. This was the first supremacy of the devil sect that he had killed with his own hands. However, he believed that Lai Hongyang would definitely not be the last. In the past, he had been too weak, so when faced with the powerful devil sect, he could not do anything. He could only watch as they took Lulan away and forced the princess of Chu to her death. However, he would never forget what had happened in the past. And now, it was time for him to start his revenge. Mu Tiansheng seemed to have expected this result. She raised her head to look at Su Yan and smiled gently. Su Yan, don't worry. I will stand on your side. She did not know the true enmity between Su Yan and the limitless devil sect. However, just as she had said, it did not matter because she would definitely stand on Su Yan's side. Su Yan nodded and said, "Yes, don't worry. I know what to do." When the two of them were talking, Fang Yueshan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what happened in the future, at least until now, he had been right. These two young fellows were really audacious. What they wanted to do now was to scheme against the venerable one. Moreover, they had succeeded. The insufferably arrogant Lai Hongyang was swallowed by the sea-rending demonic snake just like that. In the past, how could he have dared to imagine such a scene? But now, the reality was right in front of him. However, Fang Yueshan wasn't a fool. At this moment, he still hid under the hold of the ship, because he knew that this was only the beginning. Previously, it was only the three heroes of heavenly ghosts. Although they were allies of the limitless devil sect, they were only allies. But now it was different. The one who died was a venerable of the devil sect. This was a challenge to the dignity of the Devil Sect. No matter which branch of the limitless Devil Sect, they would not allow such a thing to happen. At this point, they would definitely do everything possible to kill Su Yin and Mu Tianxing. They would use their strongest strength to show the might and dignity of the Devil Sect. How dare you? Almost at the same time, Fang Yueshan, an incomparably majestic voice sounded. The rolling voice directly drowned out everything. Even the sound of the surging waves was directly covered up. It was as if this person was the will of the heavens. The true powerhouse had arrived. Su Yin and Mu Tianxing knew that now was the time for their true test. Old dog of the limitless Devil Sect, have you finally arrived? Su Yin said directly. Su Yin raised his head. At this time, he could not help but feel a little agitated. After all, this time, he was plotting against venerables, and there was a terrifying sacred venerable among them. Did you kill Lai Hongyang? The tyrannical aura had already reached the top of Su Yin and Mu Tianxing's heads in the blink of an eye. That valiant majesty was so intimidating. Su Yin sneered and said, "That's right. I did kill Lai Hongyang." Humph. At this time, he was standing on the head of the sea-splitting demonic snake. The ferocious aura of the sea-splitting demonic snake directly burst out. Almost at the moment Su Yan's voice fell, the sea-splitting demonic snake had already rushed out. He did not want to give this guy any chance to speak or react. Evil creature, how dare you? This venerable of the Devil Sect was a powerful three essences venerable. His name was Lung Yushan. In the face of the sea-splitting demonic snake's powerful attack, he actually punched down. The sea-splitting demonic snake's attack was extremely powerful. Its powerful majesty was almost like the might of the heavens. Such a terrifying attack was enough to kill the three essences venerable in an instant. However, the venerable one still made a move despite facing such a powerful attack. At this time, his fist suddenly released a dark light, and an extremely powerful force immediately erupted from his fist. The power continued to surge, and immediately began to suppress everything. The terrifying power of the sea-splitting demonic snake was directly dispersed by this punch. Umph! You think you can be so presumptuous with the power of a beast? You really don't know the difference between life and death. I, the sacred venerable, am definitely not some little thing like you can offend. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Su Yin took a closer look and immediately discovered that this guy was actually wearing an inconspicuous boxing glove on his right hand. That terrifying attack from before had been unleashed by that gauntlet. When he did not activate his power, the power of this boxing glove did not seem to be very strong. However, when he activated his power to the extreme, the power of this boxing glove was directly activated. It was as if he had directly awakened a demon. Such a berserk power was simply terrifying. Even the sea-splitting demonic snake's power could be directly defeated by him. This thing must be an extremely powerful sacred weapon. Su Yin, be careful. The thing on his right hand is called the Devil's Tooth. It was an extremely powerful existence of the limitless demon sect who killed a powerful demon god and refined his sharpest teeth into a boxing glove. It has an incredible splitting power. Mu Tianxing's knowledge was indeed extraordinary. She explained the origin of this boxing glove almost instantly. Hearing her words, Su Yan's heart shuddered. There was no doubt about the strength of the demon god. This boxing glove actually had such a terrifying origin. It was no wonder that his power was so terrifying. Don't worry, I know what to do. Although Su Yin was wary, it did not mean that he was afraid at this time. After all, the boxing glove was indeed powerful. However, Lung Yushan might not be able to exert all of its power. The sea-splitting demonic snake's previous attack did not use all of its strength. At this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake directly transmitted its thoughts. Master, let me go and tear this old thing apart. I really want that thing emitting black light. A monster like him was especially sensitive to power. That was refined from the demon god's tooth. If he could directly swallow and refine it, his strength would definitely increase again. He might even directly enter the sacred realm and become a sacred beast. However, Su Yin said, "Don't be impatient. Let's see if this old thing has any other tricks up his sleeve." Su Yin also wanted to directly kill Lung Yushan. However, he was not in a hurry to let the sea-splitting demonic snake attack. This was because this was not just a game between him and Lung Yushan, but a war between them and the demon sect. The boundless demon sect was a terrifying monster. Now that they were fishing, how could the demon sect not do the same? At this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake might be able to defeat Lung Yushan if it used all of its strength. However, was this matter really that simple? No, it was definitely not that simple. At the very least, there must be someone else behind Lung Yushan. If that Saint Venerable did not appear, then he had to be careful. What Su Yin needed now was time. Su Yin had just learned from the Taihang sword faction's secret method that the experts of the Taihang sword faction were about to arrive. However, he still needed some time. If that was the case, then he would delay. When Lung Yushan saw that Su Yin actually suppressed the sea-splitting demonic snake, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, he did not care at all. "Boy, you don't dare to make a move? If that's the case, then let me do it." As he spoke, he once again launched a punch. Chapter 724. Female Literature. When the punch was thrown, a terrifying wave immediately appeared. Under the influence of his power, the sea had almost turned into a living, terrifying existence. The power of the punch had reached such a level. With one punch, the sea trembled. The boundless seawater had turned into a terrifying giant beast under the terrifying power. How terrifying was this power? Su Yin was shocked, and so was Mu Tiansheng. A three essences venerable was naturally terrifying. However, the power of a single punch could not reach such a level. There was only one explanation, and that was that such a violent power was due to the terrifying Saint Weapon gloves. Saint weapons were the most powerful things in the world apart from divine weapons. This saying was indeed true. No matter who it was, they would be shocked by such a terrifying power. Su Yin was silent, and his expression did not change. However, at this moment, his heart was still in turmoil. Su Yin was not ashamed of this at all. Being in awe did not mean cowardice. Moreover, this saint weapon was simply too powerful. In front of such power, he was nothing. After all, his realm was still too low. However, at this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake was infuriated. "Master, let me do it." The sea-splitting demonic snake was furious. This attack had directly provoked him. He was the king of the ocean. However, at this moment, he was being provoked in such a way. Therefore, he couldn't calm down no matter what. Su Yin did not suppress the sea-splitting demonic snake this time. He directly jumped onto the ship and said, "Go, but be careful. After all, the opponent is not alone." After receiving Su Yan's permission, the sea-splitting demonic snake immediately cheered. At this moment, his speed suddenly increased to the extreme. "Haha, great master, you underestimate me too much. What is this thing? It's just a facade." The sea-splitting demonic snake's huge tail swung fiercely, and his terrifying body fell directly. Such power was simply unparalleled, and it was like a terrifying battle axe had come crashing down. Under such power, everything began to tremble. The powerful creature formed by the punch was directly torn apart by such power. There was no luck. The sea-splitter demonic snake roared loudly, its voice causing the sea to vibrate endlessly. Then, his body suddenly left the water. At this moment, he directly boiled to the peak of the sky. Its gaze was so cold as it stared straight at the boundless surface of the water. "Umph, a human old man dares to be impudent." As he roared, he directly fell from the sky. Such power was simply indescribable. This kind of power was shocking to the extreme. Su Yin didn't know how to describe this kind of power. After the last time, the strength of the sea-splitting demonic serpent had indeed increased by a lot. Devouring void beast was too important for the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this moment, Lung Yushan retreated continuously. Because of the god-devil gauntlets, he already had an invincible belief in himself. He felt that under his power, there was nothing in this world that could pose a threat to him. However, at this moment, he immediately knew that he was wrong. The sea-splitter demonic snake was indeed terrifying. Its ability to stir up trouble was too terrifying. In such a torrential sea, the sea-splitter demonic snake was even more violent. Its power was simply the ruler of this world. However, he quickly composed himself. After all, he was a three-origin supremacy. Not to mention other things, his temperament had far surpassed Lai Hongyang's. Although his heart was in a mess, it only took him a short while to stabilize his mind. Lai Hongyang was indeed powerful, but he wasn't afraid. Demon Hunter Gauntlets, kill for me. His gauntlets were personally bestowed by the Vice Sect Master. How terrifying was its power? Its powerful power could tear everything apart. After all, it was refined from the teeth of a demon god. So what if it was the sea-splitter demonic snake? Even if it was a true sacred beast, it could still kill it. He punched out again. This time, the gauntlet's power was even stronger. That terrifying power directly formed an extremely terrifying black storm at this moment. Moreover, the black storm was moving horizontally. As soon as the black storm appeared, it had already occupied the entire sea surface. Its power was so strong that it seemed to be able to split the sea apart. The sea-splitter demonic snake's greatest strength lay in its ability to control the sea. If the sea was directly split apart at this moment, it would lose all its advantages. What kind of powerful and terrifying power was this? However, the sea-splitter demonic snake didn't retreat at all. He had made an agreement with Su Yan to teach this damned old man a lesson. If he was defeated right now, where would his dignity go? Even if it was a demonic beast, it still had dignity. At this moment, he began to stir up trouble even more. That terrifying power was constantly stirring, and countless storms were constantly unfolding at this time. The terrifying power also directly rolled up a storm. However, his storm swept up the boundless sea water. You damn guy. Come on. An old man like you wants to challenge the dignity of the overlord of the sea with your dog fart teeth? Die. At this moment, the sea-splitter demonic snake's strongest power erupted. The two powers clashed again. This time, his power had really reached its peak. Vaguely, there was even something in his body that began to emit light. That was the core origin of the void beasts. Last time, he had devoured that young void beasts, but he hadn't been able to digest the core origin. Although he was unwilling to admit it, it was an established fact. The void beasts were inherently stronger than him. During this period of time, he had been slowly wearing down the power of this source of origin. However, after so many days, he still hadn't digested much of this origin power. Now that he had entered a battle, the consumption of this power accelerated. This made him wild with joy, because he was very clear that if he could absorb and digest this power a day earlier, then he would be able to take a step towards becoming a holy beast earlier. At this moment, he finally understood why Su Yan didn't choose to let him kill the 3 heavenly ghosts, but instead challenged them himself. That was because, under the pressure of battle, his strength could be improved better. It was precisely because of this that Su Yan did this. At this moment, it was the same for him. Ayo, ayo, ayo. He began to roar again and again. The seawater seemed to have heard his call. Suddenly, huge water snakes appeared above the sea. These water snakes were exactly the same as his body, and all of them had extremely powerful strength. Venerable One, Ha Dai. At this moment, these water snakes began to condense and surround Lung Yushan. The black hurricane that Lung Yushan threw out with his fist was colliding with the hurricane of the sea-splitter demonic snake. However, at this moment, there were suddenly so many water snakes. Even if his heart was as hard as steel, a trace of panic appeared in his heart at this moment. Su Yan and Mu Tiansheng were watching the battle. At this moment, Mu Tiansheng said directly, Su Yan, I really don't know where you came from. You can even tame such a monster beast. Her exclamation came from the bottom of her heart, and there was also some envy. To be able to tame such a powerful monster was the dream of every expert. Even in her royal sect, there were no more than 3 people who could tame such a terrifying monster beast at such a young age. Moreover, Their monster beasts were all tamed by their elders. In terms of potential, they couldn't compare to Su Yan's sea-splitter demonic snake. Su Yan smiled faintly and said, "I was just lucky. If I was just a little bit unlucky, I would have become its food." Thinking back, he was indeed scared back then. If it wasn't for the sudden return of the Godslayer sword, he would have really died. After all, the sea-splitter demonic snake was a monster. Back then, it wouldn't have shown any mercy to Su Yan. Not to mention, there were also powerful monsters like the Oriole and the blood-winged wyvern. Mu Tiansheng didn't continue to ask. After all, she knew that in this world, everyone had their own secrets. However, if she knew that Su Yan had 3 more powerful monsters besides the sea-splitter demonic snake, and some of them were even stronger than the sea-splitter demonic snake, her expression would have been even more interesting. The battle between the sea-splitter demonic snake and Lung Yushan was in full swing. At this moment, the sea-splitter demonic snake had already displayed its ability to dominate the sea. Lung Yushan had the help of the Saint weapon, but he was still no match for the sea-splitter demonic snake. At this moment, he started to feel nervous. Damn it, was the information wrong? The strength of this evil beast is much stronger than I imagined. Of course, the vice sect leader's information couldn't be wrong. If it was half a month ago, he could have killed the sea-splitter demonic snake with the help of the Saint weapon gloves. However, even a vice sect leader didn't expect that the mysterious divine demon island would appear all of a sudden. Moreover, a monster beast was brought to the divine demon island. Moreover, his strength had increased greatly on the divine demon island. After devouring the core of the void beast, the sea-splitter demonic snake's strength was far greater than before. While the two of them were watching the battle, Su Yan and Mu Tiansheng frowned almost at the same time. Someone else is coming. The two of them sensed a powerful enemy approaching almost at the same time. Mu Tiansheng had a new understanding of Su Yan's powerful consciousness. Her divine sense was able to detect him because she was a heavenly sovereign. Due to a special reason, she couldn't use her full strength, and her divine sense was suppressed. However, her divine sense was still stronger than an ordinary venerable. Chapter 725. Female Literature. But what about Su Yan? He was only at the Five Dragons realm, but his divine sense was so powerful that he discovered the situation at the same time as she did. Moreover, he discovered the situation of a venerable. Now, she was completely certain that if Su Yan could grow up one day, he would definitely become an earth-shattering existence. At this moment, she was somewhat glad that she had agreed to let Su Yan board the ship and formed a good relationship with him. Otherwise, she would have lost such a powerful friend for nothing. Su Yan, just be careful and protect yourself. Leave it to me this time. Su Yan's demonic sea-ripping snake was already fighting the 3 essences venerable Lung Yushan. Although the demonic sea-ripping snake was extremely powerful and had an incomparable advantage in the sea, its opponent had a powerful sacred weapon after all. It was impossible to win in a short period of time. Therefore, facing a powerful venerable at this time, she could only choose to take action. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly asked, "Sister Mu, how many times can you take action?" Mu Tiansheng was slightly taken aback, but immediately replied, "I obtained some things on Divine Devil Island. They're enough for me to take action 3 times. 3 times. Although it wasn't a lot, and she couldn't use her full strength every time, it was enough. As long as she could kill a few venerables, the experts of the Taihang sword faction and Meng Yang's master will be able to play a role in stabilizing the situation." However, at this moment, Su Yan said, "Sister Mu, if the venerable this time still doesn't surpass the 3 essences venerable, don't act rashly." This sentence caused Mu Tiansheng to be even more stunned. Since Su Yan said so, it meant that he had enough means to deal with a 3 essences venerable. But what did he have now? The demonic sea-ripping snake couldn't escape. Could it be that he wanted to rely on his own strength? She had seen the battle between Su Yan and the 3 heavenly ghosts earlier. Even she couldn't help but admire Su Yan's methods. There was a difference of 4 whole realms between them, but he was still able to fight across realms. There was no doubt about his combat ability. but this time it was a venerable. That was a completely different concept from the dragon realm. Su Yan's battle prowess was nothing in front of the other party. Then, what could he rely on to fight the other party? However, after interacting with Su Yan, he also knew that Su Yan was not a person who spoke without thinking. Now that he had said such words, he must have his own methods. Now, she had complete trust in Su Yan. All right, then I won't do anything. I'll leave it to you, Mu Tiansheng said. Almost at the same time, a cold voice sounded. Miss Mu, are you not going to make a move? Hee, aren't you looking down on me too much? At this moment, an extremely dangerous aura appeared beside Su Yan and Mu Tiansheng. It was as if they were being targeted by a poisonous snake. Assassin, and it was an extremely powerful one at that. When Duamu Longhu had just been revived, the Devil's Doctrine had sent out a powerful Hydralisk. However, although the Hydralisk was powerful, it was only a Dragon Realm Level 3 assassin. But now, the one who made a move was a real venerable. Compared to him, the Hydralisk was not even worth mentioning. At this moment, Su Yan's hair stood on end. The strong sense of danger directly threatened his life. Almost instinctively, the demonic dragon wings appeared directly, and at the same time, the sword and shield were deployed. At this moment, his speed had reached its peak. Su Yan felt that this speed was almost comparable to teleportation. Almost at the same moment his body disappeared, the shadow of a sword appeared directly. A person dressed in black looked at Su Yan and laughed. You're quite powerful. You can actually dodge my sword. Not bad, not bad. Strictly speaking, Su Yan did not completely dodge his sword. This was because there was an extremely weak trace of blood on the tip of his sword. If Su Yan's speed or reaction had been a little slower, Su Yan would have died immediately. At this moment, Su Yan pulled away from him. This was a terrifying person, a person who made Su Yan's hair stand on end. Mu Tiansheng was about to attack directly. This assassin was so powerful that even she was afraid of him. Moreover, this person was not from the Limitless Demon sect, but from a Huangji sect. The number 2 of the Huangji sect was Yin Zhongshan. This guy who did not look like a human or a ghost had actually appeared here. He had actually pledged his allegiance to Fan Yunlin. This was not a good sign. At this moment, she had already begun to think about how to protect Su Yan's safety while defeating Yin Zhongshan. After all, she had already regarded Su Yan as her friend. She did not want any accidents to happen to Su Yan. However, at this moment, Su Yan directly said, Sister Mu, you don't have to do anything. Leave this trash to me. After saying that, Su Yan directly jumped off the ship. Mu Tiansheng was stunned. At this moment, Su Yan still dared to say such words. Was this guy crazy? Why did he have to say that? Did he not know how terrifying the Venerable Realm was at this moment? His actions were indeed correct. He left the warship to broaden his vision and limit the assassin's performance to the greatest extent. However, the problem was that the gap between their strength was too big. Yin Zhongshan's strength was definitely above Lung Yushan of the Limitless Demon sect. However, at this moment, she actually did not make a move. She really believed Su Yan. At this moment, Yin Zhongshan's figure faded again, and only an empty voice was transmitted in the air. What a boastful tone. I'd like to see how you deal with me. As a Venerable Realm assassin, his speed was absolutely fast. It could even be said that his speed could be ranked in the top 10 among all the opponents Su Yan had encountered so far. There is no need to say how terrifying such a person was. At this moment, he launched an assassination, which was almost fatal to Su Yan. However, at this moment, Su Yan was still fearless. Even when the shadow Yin Zhongshan turned and had already descended behind Su Yan did not react. In such a state, he should have died in the next moment. Mu Tiansheng was finally ready to make a move. She only hoped that it was not too late for her to make a move now. At this moment, a loud and clear cry was heard. Then, a yellow shadow flew directly from the horizon. It was so fast that even Yin Zhongshan's speed could not be compared to it. In the next moment, the yellow shadow was already in front of Su Yan. Then, almost like a flash of lightning, Yin Zhongshan's killing move was directly repelled. The powerful force even made Yin Zhongshan's hand hurt. At this moment, his sharp eyes finally saw clearly the opponent who had suddenly appeared. Oriole, it was the Oriole. The legendary powerful demonic beast, the Oriole, had actually appeared at this moment. What shocked him even more was that the Oriole had directly blocked his sword in front of Su Yan. Could it be that the Oriole is also this kid's demonic beast? Where did he come from? How can he be so terrifying? Not only does he have the sea-splitting demonic snake, but even the Oriole is his demonic beast. At this moment, he simply could not believe it, but the truth was right in front of him. While he was still in shock, Su Yan directly stood on the Oriole's head. Previously, it was indeed dangerous, but he had already sensed the Oriole's arrival. He believed in the Oriole, so he calmed down instead. Therefore, even in such a crisis, he did not panic in the slightest. At this moment, he looked at Yin Zhongshan and said, "Let me introduce you. This is my other demonic beast, the Oriole." Although they had already guessed it, when Su Yan directly said this sentence, Mu Tiansheng and Yin Zhongshan were both shocked. This was actually true. The powerful Oriole was actually Su Yan's demonic beast. Where did this kid come from? Why did he have such two terrifying demonic beasts? This was simply not letting people live. At this time, Su Yan was actually not relaxed. Last time, after he had subdued the 4 demonic beasts, a lightning tribulation suddenly fell from the sky. The powerful lightning tribulation directly fused the demonic beast's blood essence together. This allowed Su Yan's body to absorb the demonic beast's blood essence, making his physique even more terrifying. He could even control the demonic beast's divine abilities. But the side effects were also very obvious. That was at this time, if several demonic beasts appeared at the same time, because of the blood essence, his body would bear an extremely huge pressure. In other words, if his strength was not strong enough, then summoning 4 at the same time, no, even if it was only 2 demonic beasts, this was courting death. However, this trip to the divine Devil Island, his strength had increased again and had devoured the demon overlord to strengthen his body further. His body's endurance naturally increased. Under such circumstances, he dared to summon 2 demonic beasts at the same time. Of course, this time, he did not summon the double-winged sky tiger and the blood-winged flying dragon. These 2 demonic beasts were extremely close to the holy beast, and their bloodlines were even more powerful. If these 2 demonic beasts appeared, it would be even more terrifying. And now, the Oriole's appearance had already caused his body to have a huge burden. But fortunately, after his body became stronger, this was still within the range that he could bear. At this time, the one with the ugliest expression was Yin Zhongshan. He was indeed terrifying and powerful, but in front of the Oriole, this was just a joke. The Oriole was naturally restrained at this moment. The Oriole's most terrifying ability was the true sight. No matter how powerful the concealment technique was, it was all a joke in front of it. One had to know that the Oriole could hunt those powerful demonic beasts that were born with invisibility, and even void monsters could do it. Chapter 726. Female Literature. His invisibility ability naturally couldn't be compared to the void monster. In the eyes of the Oriole, there was nowhere to hide. Therefore, he awkwardly realized that no matter what, he couldn't gain any advantage from the Oriole. In terms of speed, he couldn't be compared to the Oriole. In terms of invisibility, it was a joke. In terms of combat power, the aura of the Oriole was very obvious. It was a supremacy-level monster. If there were no special circumstances, a supremacy fighting a supremacy-level monster one-on-one would be courting death. What's more, at this moment, he was completely restrained by the Oriole. If there was a word to describe him now, it would be pitiful. An extremely powerful supremacy of the imperial sect could only be described as pitiful. It was a kind of tragedy. But at this time, Su Yan didn't care about him. Now, in Su Yan's eyes, one thing was very clear, that this guy was his enemy. Since he was an enemy, there was no reason to let him live. Moreover, this was an extremely powerful and dangerous enemy. Su Yan had seen clearly that the Oriole was this guy's nemesis. Therefore, he had to kill him now. After all, the Oriole couldn't always be by his side. Therefore, this guy had to die now. After receiving Su Yan's will, the Oriole's eyes flickered with a cold light. He knew that his hunt was about to begin. The human in front of him was a powerhouse. When it helped Su Yan block the attack just now, it already knew. However, it was because of this that it became more interesting. Although he wasn't by Su Yan's side, he still knew a lot of things. The sea-splitting demonic snake had followed Su Yan and seemed to have made great progress in such a short period of time. At this moment, his strength seemed to be above his own. The Oriole and the sea-splitting demonic snake were originally on the same boundary. However, the sea-splitting demonic snake seemed to be approaching the level of a holy beast earlier than him. This made him realize how powerful his master was. No matter what, this was already a fact. As long as one was an intelligent creature, they would want to become stronger. This was an instinct. Therefore, at this time, he also wanted to perform well and hoped to get a huge improvement. And this guy was his first battle. Zhongshan felt very uncomfortable. At this time, he already knew that he had been targeted by the Oriole. The Oriole's eyes of truth could see through all illusions. No matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. Therefore, he simply gave up on the stealth mode. He raised his head and looked at the sparrow. Finally, he said, "You bastard! How dare you look down on me? Since that's the case, then I'll kill you first." After he finished speaking, he directly attacked. However, his target was not the Oriole, but Mu Tiansheng, who was standing on the deck. This guy was really cunning. He knew in his heart that if he directly attacked the Oriole, he would not be able to get away with it. Moreover, his real target was not the Oriole to begin with, so in that instant, he changed his target. What a great diversion tactic. "Stop him," Su Yan said directly. Without needing Su Yan to say more, the Oriole's huge body had already moved. Standing on the Oriole's body, Su Yan understood what was called the fastest speed in the world. This speed was too terrifying. Even if he used the regal sword flight and the power of the demonic dragon wings, he would not be able to match it. However, Su Yan also knew that there was nothing he could do if his speed was not as fast as the Oriole. After all, his current realm was still too low. If he could become a venerable one, then he had absolute confidence that he could surpass the Oriole's speed. In the sky, a golden light flashed and disappeared. Zhongshan's speed was already very fast, but the Oriole arrived first and directly arrived in front of the warship. The Oriole's huge eyes revealed a trace of ridicule. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in its sharp beak. The Oriole was born with the terrifying power to control wind and thunder. At this moment, Zhongshan directly cursed in his heart. Today was simply a bad start for him. How could such a person summon such a terrifying thing among the Orioles? If it was not for the Oriole, he would have easily completed the task. However, no matter how angry he was, he still did not dare to be presumptuous in the face of this terrifying light. This bolt of lightning could seriously injure him. If things went wrong, he might have to die here today. Therefore, at this moment, he forced himself to calm down. "Damn it, don't be complacent. I'll definitely kill you today." He looked at Su Yan with resentment in his eyes. All of this was because of Su Yan. If it were not for this guy, he would not be in such a sorry state. He had made up his mind. Once he had the chance, he would definitely make Su Yan die a painful death. At this moment, Su Yan stood high in the sky. His gaze was so cold. He had already seen through this guy's thoughts. After all, it was not difficult to guess this kind of person's thoughts. Nevertheless, he did not care. After all, he already had too many enemies. Moreover, he did not expect to be able to defeat this powerful, venerable one assassin today. The power of the thunderbolt kept pressing forward. This was already extremely overbearing. Zhongshan could only keep retreating. Of course, although Su Yan was watching coldly at this moment, he was not doing nothing. At this moment, he was trying hard to adjust his aura. At this moment, he realized that the appearance of the two demonic beasts was indeed a huge pressure on him. However, it did not necessarily mean that there were no benefits. This kind of pressure was painful, but it was also a huge benefit. Su Yan was best at cultivating in adversity. At this moment, under the pressure of this terrifying power, his body had become stronger. He believed that in the near future, he would be able to achieve a huge improvement. At this moment, The essence and blood in his body were so hot. Although the essence and blood of the demonic beasts were attacking his body, it was also a kind of strengthening. Su Yin believed that in the near future, his strength would have a breakthrough. At this moment, the sky had become increasingly gloomy as the two powerhouses fought, especially the Oriole and the sea-splitting demonic snake. They were both terrifying beasts that could change the weather. When they fully unleashed their power, the terrifying power was even more obvious. This kind of powerful and terrifying power simply became more obvious. The weather had begun to change, and the boundless pressure continued to spread. At this moment, the sea had begun to roll. The battleship was like a floating leaf in the sea. Fortunately, no matter how turbulent the sea was, the battleship remained motionless. This was because the battleship had been protected by a mysterious power. On the battleship, Mu Tiansheng was still incomparably calm. The sea was so turbulent, but she was like a calm lake. No matter how the world was raging, she did not care at all. Fan Yueshan thoroughly admired this woman at this moment. One must know that although the current situation was good, this was only the beginning. The powerhouses of the limitless demon sect were on their way. The power of the two demonic beasts was indeed terrifying, but it was impossible for them to stop the advance of the limitless demon sect. Shenwei was a member of the limitless demon sect, so he knew the limitless demon sect very well. In this area, whether it was the fierce flame sect or the Taihang sword faction, they were all suppressed by the limitless demon sect. Even among the top 10 sects of the entire continent, the limitless demon sect was firmly ranked in the top 3. It was even possible that they were stable. This woman did not seem like a lunatic, nor did she seem like a stupid person. Therefore, it was impossible that she did not realize this. Fan Yueshan suddenly became curious. He really wanted to know what these people were relying on. The sea-splitting demonic snake had already suppressed Lung Yushan to the point where he was in great pain. Although he had the extremely destructive demon god fist, the sea-splitting demonic snake was too cunning. He did not fight it head-on at all. After the joint venture of the sea, he was the absolute master. He took advantage of this point and kept tangling with Lung Yushan. To Lung Yushan, the current ocean had already turned into a cage that made him extremely fearful. He could not break out of the cage, nor could he escape. What kind of pain was this? He knew that if this continued, then today would be the day he would be buried. Yin Zhongshan was not much better off. The Oriole's body was huge, and its power was terrifying. But this guy's speed was so fast. He could not gain any advantage when fighting with the Oriole. No, to put another way, he was being suppressed in every way. He could still contend with it for now, but the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Moreover, he realized that Su Yin, who was standing on the Oriole's back, seemed to be reading him. He did not understand why he had such a feeling, but he believed that his judgment was definitely not wrong. This kid really had such an ability. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. This was definitely not a good thing. As for Su Yin, he originally looked down on him. However, he met the only survivor of the outstanding 3 heavenly ghosts, Yao Hongwei. Although he did not think much of the outstanding 3 heavenly ghosts, even he had to admit that these 3 people were unique. They had experienced such a strong wind and rain, but they died in Su Yan's hands. How could such a person be simple? Therefore, he absolutely believed that Su Yin had the ability to read him. He didn't know why, but compared to the Oriole, he was actually more fearful of Su Yin. Chapter 727. Female Literature. As a top-notch expert, he had absolute faith in his intuition. Therefore, what he wanted to do the most now was to kill Su Yin directly. However, killing Su Yin wasn't an easy task. It wasn't that Su Yin was so powerful that he was helpless. Instead, it was because Su Yin was hiding on the back of the Oriole. His invisibility ability naturally couldn't be compared to the Void Monster. In the eyes of the Oriole, there was nowhere to hide. Therefore, he awkwardly realized that no matter what, he couldn't gain any advantage from the Oriole. In terms of speed, he couldn't be compared to the Oriole. In terms of invisibility, it was a joke. In terms of combat power, The aura emitted by the Oriole was very obvious. It was a venerable realm monster. If there were no special circumstances, a venerable realm monster fighting a venerable realm monster one-on-one was almost courting death. Moreover, at this moment, he was completely restrained by the Oriole. If there was a word to describe him now, it would be pitiful. An extremely powerful venerable realm expert of the royal sect could only be described as pitiful at this moment. It was a kind of sorrow. However, Suyin didn't care about him at this moment. Now, Suyin was very clear that this guy was his enemy. Since he was his enemy, there was no reason to let him live. Moreover, he was an extremely powerful and dangerous enemy. Suyin also saw that the Oriole was this guy's nemesis. Therefore, he should kill him now. After all, the Oriole couldn't always be by his side. Therefore, this guy must die at this moment. After receiving Su Yan's will, the Oriole's eyes flickered with a cold light. He knew that his hunt was about to begin. The human in front of him was a powerhouse. When it helped Su Yan block the attack, just now, it already knew. However, it was because of this that it became more interesting. Although it was no longer by Su Yan's side, it still knew a lot of things. After following Su Yan for so long, the sea-splitting demonic serpent seemed to have made great progress. At this point, its strength seemed to have surpassed his own. The Oriole and the sea-rending demonic snake had always been on the same side. But now, the sea-splitting demonic snake seemed to have reached the level of a holy beast before him. This made him realize how powerful his master was. No matter what, this was a fact. As long as one was an intelligent creature, they would want to become stronger. This was an instinct. Therefore, at this time, he also wanted to perform well and hoped to get a huge improvement. And this guy was his first battle. In Zhongshan felt very uncomfortable. At this time, he already knew that he had been targeted by the Oriole. The Oriole's eyes of truth could see through all illusions. No matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. Therefore, he simply gave up on the stealth mode. He raised his head and looked at the sparrow. Finally, he said, "You bastard! How dare you look down on me? If that's the case, I'll kill you first." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately made a move. However, his target was not the sparrow, but Mu Tiansheng, who was standing on the deck. This guy was really cunning. He knew very well that if he directly attacked the sparrow, he would not be able to get away with it. Moreover, his real target was not the Oriole to begin with. Thus, at this moment, he directly changed his target. What a good trick to create a diversion. Su Yan immediately said, "Stop him." Without needing Su Yan to say anything, the sparrow's huge body had already moved. Standing on the sparrow's body, Su Yan finally understood what it meant to be extremely fast. This speed was too terrifying. Even if he used the regal sword flight and the power of the demonic dragon wings, he would not be able to compare. However, Su Yan also knew that there was nothing he could do about the fact that his speed was not as fast as the Oriole. After all, his current state was still too low. If he could become a venerable one, he had absolute confidence that he could surpass the sparrow's speed. In the sky, a golden light flashed and disappeared. In Zhongshan's speed was already very fast, but the sparrow actually arrived in front of the warship first. The sparrow's huge eyes revealed a trace of ridicule. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in its sharp beak. The sparrow was born with the terrifying power to control wind and thunder. At this moment, In Zhongshan directly cursed in his heart. Today was simply a bad start for him. How could such a person summon such a terrifying thing among the sparrows? If it was not for the sparrow, he would have easily completed the task now. However, no matter how angry he was in his heart, in the face of this terrifying light, he still did not dare to be presumptuous. This bolt of lightning could seriously injure him. If something went wrong, he might have to die here today. Therefore, at this time, he forced himself to calm down. Damn it, don't be complacent. I will definitely kill you today. He looked at Su Yan with resentment in his eyes. All of this was because of Su Yan. If it was not for this guy, he would not be in such a sorry state. He had already made up his mind. Once he had the chance, he would definitely make Su Yan die a painful death. At this moment, Su Yan was standing high in the sky. His gaze was so cold. He had already seen through this guy's thoughts. After all, It was not difficult to guess this kind of person's thoughts. However, he did not care. After all, he already had too many enemies. Moreover, he did not expect to be able to kill this powerful, venerable assassin today. The power of the thunderbolt kept pressing forward. It was already extremely overbearing, and Zhongshan could only keep retreating. Of course, although Su Yin was watching coldly at this moment, he was not doing nothing. At this moment, he was trying hard to adjust his aura. At this moment, he realized that the appearance of the two demonic beasts was indeed a huge pressure on him. However, it was not necessarily without any benefits. The pressure was painful, but it was also very beneficial. Su Yin was best at cultivating in adversity. At this moment, under the pressure of this terrifying power, his body had become stronger. He believed that it would not be long before he would be able to obtain a huge improvement. At this moment, the essence and blood in his body were so hot. Although the essence and blood of the demonic beasts were impacting his body, it was also a kind of strengthening. Su Yin believed that it would not be long before his strength would have a breakthrough. At this moment, the sky had become increasingly gloomy with the battle between the two powerhouses. In particular, the Oriole and the sea-splitting demonic snake were terrifying beasts that could change the weather. When they fully unleashed their powers, the terrifying power was even more obvious. This kind of powerful and terrifying power became even more obvious. The weather had begun to change, and the boundless pressure continued to spread. At this moment, the sea had begun to roll. The battleship was like a leaf floating in the sea. Fortunately, no matter how turbulent the sea was, the warship remained unmoved. This was because the warship had been protected by mysterious power. On the warship, Mu Tiansheng was as calm as ever. The sea was so turbulent, but she was like a calm lake. No matter how violent the world was, she did not care at all. At this moment, Fang Yueshan was thoroughly impressed by this woman. One must know that although the situation was good, this was only the beginning. The powerhouses of the limitless demon sect were on their way. The strength of the two demonic beasts was indeed terrifying, but was impossible for them to stop the advance of the limitless demon sect. Shenwei was a member of the limitless demon sect, so he knew the limitless demon sect very well. In this realm, whether it was the fierce flame sect or the Taihang sword faction, they were all suppressed by the limitless demon sect. Even among the 10 great sects of the entire continent, the strength of the limitless demon sect was firmly ranked in the top 3. There was even a possibility of stability. This woman did not look like a lunatic, nor did she look like a stupid person. Therefore, it was impossible that she did not realize this. Fang Yueshan suddenly became curious. He really wanted to know what these people were relying on. The sea-splitting demonic snake had already suppressed Lung Yushan to the point where he was in great pain. Although he had the demon god's fist, which was extremely destructive, the sea-splitting demonic snake was too cunning. He did not fight it head-on at all. In the sea, he was the absolute master. He took advantage of this point and kept tangling with Lung Yushan. To Lung Yushan, the sea had already turned into a cage that made him feel extremely fearful. He could not break out of the prison, nor could he escape. How painful was this? He knew that if this continued, then today would be the day he would be buried. Zhongshan was not much better off. The Oriole's body was huge, and its strength was terrifying. But this guy's speed was so fast. He actually couldn't gain any advantage from fighting with this Oriole. No, to put another way, he was being suppressed in every way. He could still fight it, but the longer this went on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Moreover, he also realized that Su Yin, who was standing on the Oriole's back, seemed to be reading him. He did not understand why he had such a feeling, but he believed that his judgment was definitely not wrong. This kid really had such an ability. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. This was definitely not a good thing. As for Su Yin, he originally looked down on him, but he met the only survivor of the Heavenly Ghost 3, Yao Hongwei. Although he did not think much of the Heavenly Ghost 3, even he had to admit that these 3 people were unique. They had gone through so much, but they died in Su Yan's hands. How could such a person be simple? Therefore, he absolutely believed that Su Yin had the ability to read him. He didn't know why, but compared to the Oriole, he was actually more fearful of Su Yin. Chapter 728. Female Literature. The Oriole's feathers protected Su Yin. At this moment, he couldn't even get close to Su Yin. Therefore, at this moment, the problem had once again returned to its original point. The Oriole. The powerful demonic beast Oriole was his nightmare at this moment. Damn it, those bastards from the Limitless Demon sect still haven't appeared. At this moment, he had already fallen into a deadlock. This was almost a sure death situation. The best way to break out of this situation was the intervention of a third party. Unfortunately, the Limitless Demon sect seemed to have dropped the chain at this moment. He was very anxious, but the people from the Limitless Demon sect still hadn't appeared. Other than Lai Hongyang, who was killed at the beginning, and Lung Yushan, who was also in a bitter battle, no one more powerful than him had appeared. At this moment, he himself couldn't figure out what these guys were thinking. Oriole continued to suppress him. Be more fierce and don't hold back. At this moment, Su Yin directly gave the order. Su Yan's eyes were very sharp. At this moment, he could already see that although Yin Zhongshan was in a difficult situation, he still had some strength left. This guy was very calculative. He was waiting for the moment to break out of this situation. Then he would directly attack and cooperate with the experts who suddenly appeared to give him a fatal blow. However, how could Su Yin let him do as he wished? He wanted to save some strength to give himself a fatal blow. Then, Su Yin would suppress him until he couldn't breathe. He wanted to see how long this guy could last under the Oriole's full attack. The Oriole's eyes flashed with a blood-red color. At this moment, his wings suddenly vibrated. The wind rose. 8 terrifying whirlwinds directly flew up at this moment. The terrifying whirlwinds were like pillars in a cage, directly trapping him inside. At this moment, his expression was very interesting. It turned out that the Oriole hadn't used all his strength before. At this moment, he immediately felt the real danger. It was the threat of death. He clearly knew that if this continued, he could only die here. 8 whirlwinds circled around him and then closed in on him. At this moment, if he couldn't directly retreat from the core of the 8 whirlwinds, then the outcome was self-evident. At this time, Su Yan's expression became more focused. He was observing. He wanted to know what this guy would do under such circumstances. Su Yin would never underestimate anyone, not to mention that this person was a powerful venerable one. He knew how powerful and terrifying venerable ones were. When faced with a desperate situation, the power that these venerable ones could unleash was even more terrifying. Right at this moment, Yin Zhongshan finally made a move, because he was very clear that if he didn't make a move now, then he wouldn't have any chance. At this time, his body suddenly began to become illusory. They didn't disappear immediately. Instead, they became somewhat blurry. Suddenly, his body began to change, and a shadow appeared beside him. During this process, Su Yin watched very seriously. That shadow seemed to be directly pulled out from his body. It was a very strange process. Moreover, Su Yin was sure that it wasn't just a simple illusion because he felt a real aura from the shadow. It was a real person, and it was no different from Yin Zhongshan. In other words, Yin Zhongshan had directly created a brand new version of himself. However, this was far from the end. Time passed again, and Yin Zhongshan's body changed again. Previously, there were 2 people, but at this time it became 4 people, and in the end, it became 8 people. He was divided into 8 people, and each of them was a real person instead of an illusion. Su Yin had never seen such a method before. Nevertheless, at this point, he still couldn't figure out the guy's purpose. What exactly was he trying to do? Could it be that after he divided into 8 people, his power would directly increase, and he could break free from the 8 whirlwinds? No, that couldn't be. Until this moment, Su Yin saw it very clearly. He had indeed turned into 8 people, but the sum of his aura didn't change. In his previous life, Su Yin knew a principle, and that was that energy would never be born for no reason. Therefore, according to this train of thought, it meant that he had divided his power into 8 parts, and each part turned into a version of himself. What was his purpose? At this moment, Su Yin finally knew the answer. After these 8 people appeared, he actually scattered in all directions. Su Yin didn't understand at first, but at this moment, everything became very clear. That guy was trying to escape. However, this was understandable. After all the creatures were hiding in the dark at this moment. At this time, under the gaze of the Oriole, he no longer had any barriers. Even if he was a venerable one, he couldn't be the Oriole's opponent. Therefore, at this time, the only way he could do was to escape. However, was it really that easy to escape? The Oriole had already moved with all its strength at this time, and the power of the overbearing whirlwinds was even more terrifying. The cage formed by the whirlwinds had firmly locked him in place. At this moment, it was impossible for him to escape. Boom, 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 boom. Extremely terrifying sounds were heard one after another. These were the sounds of Zhongshan starting to break through the whirlwind boundary. It was a pity that this world was never so easy. If he condensed all of his power into a point and then chose to break through the boundary at that point, he would still have chance. However, the method he was using now was simply stupid. However, Su Yin was even more curious. One had to know that this guy was a venerable one. No matter what, his realm was above Su Yan's, so he definitely knew these things. However, he still did this, which meant that he must have some special method. When Su Yin was observing this guy, he found that his aura had almost recovered, and his power had also reached an extremely powerful level. If he was given some more time, he would be able to fully adapt to this powerful pressure. This also meant that in his body, the fusion of the demonic beast's blood essence had increased again. If this continued, his power would become stronger and stronger, and he could even learn the innate talents of these powerful demonic beasts from the demonic beast's blood essence. This was the benefit of a demonic pet. At this time, Su Yan's entire body was already boiling like fire. It was just that he was constantly suppressing it. It was at this time that Zhongshan made a new move again. At this time, the 8 Zhongshans all stopped their attacks, and then they all turned around. At this time, the 8 Zhongshans formed an octagon. When the power of this octagon was completely merged, there was immediately an extremely hot flame light. The 8 of them began to connect with each other. In the middle of the connection, an extremely powerful and terrifying power appeared. It seemed to be a terrifying giant beast. This giant beast was a humanoid giant beast, but its height had already reached more than 30 meters. Even compared to the Oriole's body, it was not inferior. The appearance of such a terrifying existence immediately made Su Yin feel the pressure. At this time, the Oriole was even more so. He urged his power to become even stronger. A terrifying whirlwind directly swept in, turning into a bolt of thunder and lightning. The power of the lightning kept roaring, but he could do nothing about it, because the 8 Zhongshan's bodies emitted a scarlet light at the same time, directly blocking the Oriole's lightning power. This was an absolutely terrifying power, and for a moment, even the Oriole could not do anything to him. At this time, Mu Qianqing's voice came directly. Su Yin, stop him. That's my royal sect's supreme divine general. Damn it, he even gave away such a thing. Although Su Yin did not know how powerful this supreme divine general was, Mu Tianqing was anxious. But at this time, Mu Qianqing's anxious tone showed that this thing was very scary. Moreover, the aura he revealed had already explained this point. Unfortunately, for some reason, the Oriole could not break in at all. This made Su Yin feel that this was a thorny problem. At this time, Mu Tianqing said, Su Yin, let me do it. The Supreme Divine General is too terrifying. If he really appears, his battle strength is comparable to a sacred beast. At this time, Mu Tianqing was ready to use the divine item she obtained from Divine Demon Island to temporarily undo the seal in her body. Su Yin did not know how this would affect him, but he did not need to say anything to know that it was definitely not a good thing. Mu Tianqing had already begun to make her move. At this time, she could no longer remain silent. Otherwise, Su Yin would bear too much burden alone. This was undoubtedly very unfair to Su Yin. Mu Tianqing's hand directly released a green light. The appearance of this light immediately caused Mu Tianxing's aura to directly expand. Under her power, the small boat seemed like it was about to explode. This kind of apocalyptic scene was so terrifying that it was frightening. At this time, Fan Yueshan's heart collapsed. This woman was actually so powerful. Fortunately, he had the foresight to directly restrain his subordinates and choose to side with her. Otherwise, it would only take a blink of an eye for her to kill him. At this time, Mu Tianxing's aura was almost completely released. Chapter 729. Female Literature. At this moment, the 8 Yin Zhongshan's expressions changed at the same time. He naturally felt Mu Tianxing's aura. Oh no, how could she still use all of her power? This was the worst news for him. The reason why he directly used this heaven-defying summoning method. He was certain that no one could stop him at this time. As long as he summoned the ultimate Emperor Divine General, he would be able to sweep everything away. However, if Mu Tianxing directly attacked at this time, his plan would only become empty talk. Everything had turned into a dream. At this moment, Mu Tianxing's aura had become very cold. She directly attacked, and a powerful thought rushed into the 8 whirlwinds and headed toward the boundary at the same time. She wanted to tear everything apart. However, it was at this moment that another thought was transmitted to him. Haha, Miss Mu, your opponent is me. Why are you so anxious? This was the voice of the Devil's Sect's Vice Sect Master. The powerful Saint Master, the Devil's Sect's Vice Sect Master, Xian Wuming, made his move at this moment. Mu Tianxing's expression abruptly changed. This was because their plan, the final big fish, wasn't at all for this person in front of him. However, she did not expect him to come so quickly. This was not good news. His strength was too strong, and no one here could suppress him. The Tying Sword faction's people did not seem to have arrived yet. At this moment, Mu Tianxing no longer cared about anything else. She directly attacked and fiercely clashed with the power that suddenly came down. When the two forces collided, the two of them were directly pushed back. Damn, a thought is actually so strong. At this moment, he was shocked. Just a thought had such terrifying power. A Saint Master did not spy on a Saint Master. If the real person came, unless his strength was completely unsealed, he still would not be a match for him. She was still able to deal with this thought. However, she had to worry about another thing now. That was Yin Zhongshan. At this moment, he was summoning the ultimate Emperor Divine General. This time, she had taken action to stop Yin Zhongshan. However, at this time, the Vice Sect Master's consciousness had arrived, making it impossible for her to free up her hands. If that was the case, Su Yin would be in grave danger. At this moment, the will that had suddenly descended seemed to have discovered Mu Tianxing's thoughts. She directly said, Miss Mu, my Wuji sect has no intention of making things difficult for you. We just want to invite you back as a guest. Why don't you come with me? He said it casually, but everyone knew that if Mu Tianxing went back with him, he wouldn't have a good ending. Even a child wouldn't believe such nonsense. But at this time, he just had to say it in such a dignified manner. Mu Tianxing didn't say anything else. Right now, it was meaningless to say anything. The only thing he could do was to directly attack. Her power immediately enveloped the area, and her powerful aura began to surge. That valiant power was so overbearing. It was impossible for the Vice Sect leader of the Devil's Sect to show mercy. If she wanted to save Su Yin, she would have to rely on herself. Only by directly defeating this will she be able to quickly save Su Yin. However, the wolf smiled and said, I have to say, your plan is not bad. Although this is only a will of mine, it is not so weak. As for this Su Yin, he is also an extremely interesting person. I will also bring him back to the sect. Therefore, you can rest assured that he will not die here. As expected of the Devil's Sect's Vice Sect leader, every word and action of his was filled with an indescribable domineering aura. It was as if he could directly control the sky, and everything was under his control. Such a person could turn the clouds and rain with one turn of the hand, and nothing would be put in his eyes. How could Mu Tianxing leave her fate in the hands of such a person? At this moment, Yin Zhongshan suddenly laughed. Kid, From the moment you got together with that bitch Mu Tiansheng, your fate was already decided. Do you think everything will be so easy? Do you know what this divine General Huang Ji likes the most? He likes to devour powerful, demonic beasts the most. Yin Zhongshan had already revealed a sinister smile. So what if you are strong? You will still die in the end, and so will your Oriole. At this moment, the Oriole's aura had already become irritable, as if it had sensed the appearance of its natural enemy. This was extremely abnormal. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes burst out with an extremely strong radiance. At this moment, he had already made a decision. He would infiltrate the terrifying formation and kill the other party. It sounded like an extremely crazy move, but in reality, it wasn't much. At this moment, Su Yan had already calculated that he had enough strength to fight. Now, Mu Tiansheng could no longer make a move. Although the sea-splitting demonic snake had suppressed Lung Yushan to the point that he could not breathe, Lung Yushan had the demon god's gloves. This was what he was relying on, and it was also his foundation. It would not be easy for the sea-splitting demonic snake to kill him. The Oriole was now restrained by the mysterious force that Yin Zhongshan had summoned. It was because of the suppression of the Oriole's power that this mysterious existence could not immediately descend. Therefore, he could only watch helplessly as the ultimate Emperor Divine General descended, or he could only make a move himself. Of course, Su Yan had never acted rashly. The reason why he had chosen to make a move himself was because he had calculated many things. The most important thing was that Yin Zhongshan could not possibly be at full strength right now. At this moment, he had already split into 8. According to his estimation, Yin Zhongshan could only use an eighth of his strength. Of course, even if a 3-origin venerable only had an eighth of his strength, it would still be enough to kill him. But now, Yin Zhongshan was summoning. This also meant that he could not use his full strength right now. In that case, Su Yan had an opportunity. He did not need to directly kill Yin Zhongshan. As long as he could defeat one of the clones, or severely injure him so that he could not continue his summoning, that would be enough. Oriole, you must seal this guy for a long time. I'm relying on you to comfort him, Su Yan said directly. The Oriole directly transmitted an affirmative thought to him. After receiving this thought, Su Yan finally threw away all his worries and directly jumped down. At that moment, Yin Zhongshan immediately discovered Su Yan's actions. A cold light directly exploded from his eyes, and he coldly said, "Good kid, you've got guts. You actually dare to barge in." At that moment, Su Yan's actions had angered him. In his opinion, Su Yan's actions at this time were no less than courting death. He already hated Su Yan to the extreme. If Su Yan had been under the Oriole's protection, it would have been very troublesome for him to deal with Su Yan. Even if an ultimate Emperor Divine General appeared, he would not be able to smoothly kill Su Yan. After all, the Oriole was just too fast. If he had made up his mind to leave, there would have been nothing he could do. However, Su Yan had actually given up on the Oriole's protection and directly barged in. He directly said, "Do you think that you have the strength to fight just because I've split my strength to 80%? Haha, you're too naive. I'll let you know what despair is." At that moment, he directly unleashed his strength, and the valiantly Lang was like a surging river. This terrifying power simply caused one's heart to palpitate. As soon as Su Yan entered the range of his great formation, he already felt this incomparably deep pressure. It felt as if he had been targeted by the entire world. What a terrible feeling. To put it bluntly, it was almost so painful that he wished he was dead. However, at that moment, Su Yan still endured the destruction of this terrifying power. To Su Yan, pain was no longer a big deal. If he could not even endure this pain, he would have died long ago. At that moment, he directly used the regal sword teleportation. In the next moment, his entire body had turned into an illusory stream of light. The 8 Yin Zhongshans gave Su Yan immense pressure. This was also human nature. Anyone who suddenly faced 8 people who looked exactly the same would feel extremely heavy pressure. At that moment, Su Yan was like that. The scorching sun sword directly appeared. At that moment, the scarlet sword light directly flickered with boundless radiance. The extremely dazzling radiance was Su Yan's incomparably firm will. At that moment, Su Yan had made up his mind to stop the ultimate Emperor Divine General from appearing. The ultimate Emperor Divine General was a terrifying existence that could directly compete with a sacred venerable. A deputy sect master of the limitless demon sect was already enough to make Su Yan and the others feel terrified. If this divine general was added, their plan might fail this time. Do you think that you can kill me with your strength? That's simply a pipe dream. His voice was so calm because at that moment, he had absolute confidence that he could kill Su Yan. After all, compared to Su Yan, the difference in strength was too great. Even if he was only 1/8 of his strength, he could still kill Su Yan. At that moment, Su Yan directly drew his sword. Deity Vanquishing Sword. Since he had already made his move, Su Yan would not show any mercy. This powerful force immediately turned into a terrifying scene. It seemed to be an extremely terrifying divine light. The scarlet light immediately slashed towards him. Just this attack alone had already caused Shan to be more wary of Su Yan. He did not expect that Su Yan's strength was actually so powerful. This sword had long exceeded his expectations. At that moment, he understood that he could not treat this guy as an ordinary expert. Chapter 730. Female Literature. Just this sword alone had almost reached the strength of the 9 Dragons realm. He was clearly in the 5 Dragons realm, but his strength was already so strong. This person was simply a super monster. This kind of terrifying monster made him feel incomparably fearful. At this moment, his eyes began to become hollow, and then an aura directly spread out. This aura changed at this moment, and in the next moment, it actually turned into another Shan. This was the 9th Shan. The 8 clones had to maintain this summoning formation, so they could no longer be free. However, he did not care. Since the 8 clones were busy, he would let the 9th clone do it. At this moment, the 9th clone directly appeared, and the powerful aura immediately began to oppress. The 9 Dragons realm. This clone could no longer reach the Venerable realm. After all, most of his power was used to summon the ultimate Emperor Divine General. Moreover, he was summoning under the suppression of the Oriole's violent power. However, this 9 Dragons realm powerhouse was already strong enough. One had to know that this 9 Dragons clone was not weaker than the Heavenly Ghost Boss at all. In fact, it was even stronger. It was enough to deal with Su Yan. Moreover, even though the Oriole's power was suppressed at this moment, his summoning had already reached the end. In a while, he would be able to summon successfully. Once the summoning was successful, everything would be turned to dust under his power. The Ultimate Emperor sect was one of the 10 most powerful sections. Of course, it was extraordinary. A new doppelganger? Su Yan bellowed, and the scarlet sword light directly blasted towards the newly appeared doppelganger. This sword chi was absolutely powerful, and the terrifying sword light flashed, terrifying to a certain extent. At this moment, the 9 Dragons clone actually felt a huge pressure. He even felt that if he faced Su Yan's sword in his current state, he was afraid that the clone would be directly destroyed. However, his power was still strong. Almost at this moment, the clone directly dissipated. Streams of energy flashed past Su Yan's body. Almost at the same time, the energy streams recombined and a powerful force blasted towards Su Yan. He was an extremely powerful assassin. Naturally, he couldn't just fight Su Yan head-on. Making his enemies die in fear was what he liked to do the most. After his figure disappeared, he reappeared, and that terrifying radiance flickered. Su Yan's heart immediately trembled. He was very clear that this guy had attacked him. His strength was terrifying and powerful. There was no doubt about it. How could Su Yan relax in his heart? Almost at the same instant the other party made a move, his body was already covered by densely packed dragon scales. At such a young age, you can actually use the dragon scale to such an extent. You're really a dangerous person. However, after today, you can only die eternally because I will not let you live. The Tao of Assassination was immediately launched. In an instant, Su Yan's vision was completely blocked. At this moment, he seemed to have entered a dark place. That sense of danger was so thick and heavy. He immediately understood that this was the other party's method. When Su Yin fought with Hydralisk, he felt that kind of feeling. It was an indescribable despair. At this time, this person's method was many times stronger than Hydralisk's. Therefore, Su Yan's situation was even more dangerous now. However, he had fought with Su Yin before. At this time, he didn't panic. Since his five senses had lost their intuition, he might as well not rely on them anymore. Su Yin had one thing that was extremely powerful, and that was his fighting instinct. Yin Zhongshan's clone directly attacked. The attack turned into several rays of light that directly pierced Su Yan's body. Whether it was speed, power, or angle, this attack could be said to be perfect. Such a powerful sword simply made people's hearts tremble. However, he didn't expect that Su Yin would actually block his attack. He didn't know how Su Yin did it, and he was sure that just now he had completely blocked all of Su Yan's movements. However, even under such circumstances, Su Yin was still able to block his attack. At this moment, Su Yin suddenly stretched out his hand. His hand was like a dragon's claw, directly grabbing Yin Zhongshan. Then, Su Yin immediately attacked with his scorching sun sword. This sword was really incomparable. Even Yin Zhongshan himself didn't expect that Su Yan's attack would be so ruthless and merciless. This was not only ruthless to the enemy, but also to himself. Poof! A powerful wind blew, and he immediately felt that a wound seemed to have appeared on his chest. Hee, your speed is indeed very fast, and it's indeed very difficult for me to catch you. However, it's impossible that you won't kill me, and this moment is the best time for me to make a move, isn't it? Following this attack, Su Yan's seal on his five senses was also directly removed. At this moment, Su Yin had no intention of stopping at all. He directly took advantage of the situation and launched a new round of attacks. At this moment, he directly entered an extremely terrifying state. In this state, he simply turned into a body of flames. The fire dragon's tooth that he had obtained back then had been completely refined by him at this time. At this moment, he directly activated the powerful power of the fire dragon's tooth, and that terrifying light directly filled the air. Such a berserk power gushed out directly. At this moment, Su Yin was simply like a god of war. Su Yin directly seized the opportunity and directly launched a close-range battle, definitely not giving this guy any chance. The moment the close-range battle began, Su Yin had already directly erupted his full strength, and at this moment, all kinds of battle skills were directly displayed. The powerful and terrifying power seemed to be endlessly swirling around. The terrifying power from the great demon Heavenly Lord, the power from the great demon dragon, and the power from the monster's blood essence constantly alternated at this moment. For a moment, Yin Zhongshan was directly at a disadvantage. This was something that even he himself could not imagine. He was such a powerful and proud person, but at this moment he actually had no chance to resist. He suddenly realized that Su Yin was much more terrifying than he originally thought. This guy actually has such great power. It's no wonder that the three heroes of the Heavenly Ghost are so miserable. At this time, only the boss is still alive. At this moment, his figure began to flicker repeatedly. At this time, his speed was completely displayed. However, Su Yan's strongest point was his speed. Among all the martial arts in the world, only speed was unbeatable. This was something that Su Yin had always believed in. At this moment, the two of them directly began to exchange speed, and extremely powerful power at this time turned into divine brilliance. That boundless and terrifying brilliance immediately began to boil. At this moment, Su Yan's strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. As the two of them continued to exchange blows, Su Yin suddenly realized that his vision was becoming clearer and clearer, as if that strange shadow could no longer hide from his eyes. He was suddenly pleasantly surprised. This was the Eye of Truth. The Eye of Truth, the innate skill of the Oriole, could see through all the falsehoods in this world. At this time, Su Yin actually obtained this ability. This was too much of a pleasant surprise for him. This also meant that his survival ability would be greatly improved. At this time, Su Yan's aura began to surge continuously. With the guarantee of the Eye of Truth, he would be able to grasp Zhongshan's trajectory more clearly. Therefore, he was able to unleash more unscrupulous and directly launched a strong attack on Zhongshan. At this time, Zhongshan also realized that something was wrong, because every time he attacked, Su Yan could almost predict the enemy's move, as if he could directly see through him. He was very clear about this, and that was the Oriole's Eye of Truth. This guy actually also has the Eye of Truth. Although as long as one became the master of a monster and obtained its blood essence, there was a certain probability of obtaining the monster's innate ability, but this probability was still very low. Not to mention that a monster had more than one kind of ability, and the probability of obtaining the Eye of Truth was even lower. However, he never thought that at this time, Su Yan would actually directly obtain the ability of the Eye of Truth. He even began to curse Su Yan's luck in his heart. However, at this time, Su Yan didn't pay attention to him. Now was the beginning of the battle. At this time, the powerful force was constantly attacking, and the extremely terrifying brilliance was constantly trembling. Su Yan's aura was constantly changing. Such power had already allowed him to reach a terrifying level. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes became sharper. The Eye of Truth didn't just see the target, it also had another function, which was to lock on. Even if Su Yan's eyes couldn't touch it, he could still see the other party's information in his eyes. This was the terrifying part of the Eye of Truth. At this moment, Su Yan had almost gained the upper hand. Next, when the uncanny Tao could no longer continue, it would be the time for a fair and square battle. The two began a complete confrontation of power. Although it was only a clone, it was still in the Nine Dragons realm. In such a confrontation, Su Yan was naturally at a disadvantage. However, at this time, Su Yan didn't care at all. Once again, he entered the state of self-destructive resistance. He knew that the other party was so powerful, but he still began to attack desperately. At this time, the power between the two sides was constantly surging at this time, and finally, an infinite energy fluctuation erupted. Unknowingly, Zhongshan suddenly found that the pressure on him was increasing. He shouted sternly, "Boy, what kind of method is this?" He found that Su Yan's every attack was stronger than the previous one, and it was multiplying. Chapter 731. Female Literature. Why would he care about him at a time like this? He deeply understood that in a battle, he absolutely had to focus all of his attention on the battle. What he was using now was the great demon Heaven Lord's heaven-crushing 10 slashes. He had already used the 8th slash by now. The power of the 8th slash was so terrifying that even his body couldn't withstand it. However, he still didn't stop. The sword fell once again. This time, it didn't look like an ordinary sword move. It had clearly transformed into an extremely terrifying battle axe. That kind of terrifying and berserk power that pressed forward with an indomitable will was simply frightening. This was Su Yan's power. This was the terror of the heaven-crushing 10 slashes. When Su Yan used this power, he didn't copy it rigidly. Instead, he added in his own understanding and then mastered it. In the end, he unleashed that terrifying power. The heaven-crushing 10 slashes was already very powerful. When he used it, he integrated the powerful sword aura of the regal sword scripture into it. This made the heaven-crushing 10 slashes even more heaven-defying. At this moment, Zhongshan even felt his hands go numb. The 9th slash. Zhongshan blocked the 8th slash. However, he had already paid a huge price. At this moment, countless wounds appeared on his body. At this moment, Su Yan's 9th slash began to fall. The power of this slash was even more terrifying than before. It was a terrifying power that made one feel despair. It was as if the world was about to be annihilated. Such power was simply like the annihilation of divine radiance. Everything would completely melt away. Su Yan took a step forward. The sword aura on his forehead became even sharper. His will became even more terrifying. At this moment, he had already forgotten everything. The regal sword scripture began to fuse with his mind. Under such a wondrous state, any of his movements would become extremely terrifying. This was the violence of sword moves and scripture. When the ninth slash fell, a blazing flame suddenly appeared. It seemed to be an extremely small star. Such a sword, such an aura. At this moment, Zhongshan crossed his arms. Clearly, he intended to take the attack head-on. He was clearly an extremely powerful assassin, but at this time, he was actually forced to take the attack head-on. For him, this was simply a humiliation. However, he couldn't do anything now because Su Yan's Eye of Truth countered his concealment ability too much. Previously, he was still able to seal off Su Yan's 5 senses. However, at this moment, it would be useless even if he were to seal off Su Yan's 5 senses. That was because Su Yan already possessed the Eyes of Truth. These 4 words were the greatest nemesis of this kind of people. The sharp sword Qi directly touched his body. At this moment, no less than 1,000 terrifying wounds appeared on his hands. Soon, he was swallowed by the light. That kind of strong power made his soul tremble. Su Yan's power was too terrifying. At this time, that boundless power almost drowned out everything. Between heaven and earth, everything was swallowed up. The heaven-breaking 10 slashes was an absolutely powerful technique of the great Devil Heaven Lord. It was a power that defied the heavens. Heaven was everything. It was the foundation of all things. Naturally, it couldn't be broken. However, he dared to use such a name, which meant that he already had such an invincible will at that time. At this time, Su Yan directly used it. Although it couldn't be compared to what the great Devil Heaven Lord had done in the past, there was no need to doubt its terrifying strength. At this time, Su Yan's power began to increase continuously. It was a self-destructive increase. As the saying went, if you hurt the enemy 1,000 times, you would hurt yourself 800 times. At this time, Su Yan was like this. His power was naturally terrifying. There was no doubt about it at all. However, to reach the point where he could hurt this 9 Dragons Realm clone, he had to pay a certain price. At this moment, Su Yan's body was also suppressed by this powerful force. If it weren't for his terrifying body, which was stronger than what ordinary people could imagine, he would have vomited blood and died. However, his madness was not in vain in the end. Zhongshan's hands were directly cut off. At this time, his body also became blurred. When the attack completely landed, he was like a flickering flame that constantly trembled. At this time, he looked at Su Yan with disbelief in his eyes. "You're actually so strong." At this time, his face was full of disbelief and disbelief. This time, he had been defeated. Moreover, he had been defeated so miserably. However, this clone of his was clearly in the 9 Dragons realm. 9 dragons against 5 dragons, and he had actually lost. At this time, he already knew that when Su Yan had killed the 2 heavenly ghosts earlier, there was absolutely no luck. His strength was too strong, and his battle skills were also very terrifying. With all these factors added up, Su Yan was completely invincible in the same realm. The same realm did not refer to a small realm, but a large realm. He was certain that among the younger generation, there were very few people in the dragon realm who could defeat Su Yan. If he were to choose among the young experts in the 5 Dragons realm, there would be no one who could be Su Yan's opponent. You've lost." Su Yan pointed the tip of his sword and said directly. The battle between the two seemed to have just begun, but at this time, the victor had already been decided. From this, it could be seen how strong Su Yan was. At this time, Zhongshan laughed. "Haha, I really didn't expect that I would meet such a terrifying absolute genius here. You're really amazing, really amazing. Someone like you is almost a natural saint. It's a pity that you seem to have forgotten one thing. What you've defeated is only one of my clones." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes immediately flashed with a proud radiance. At this moment, waves of power once again gathered towards his body. It was the power from the other 8 clones. When the power gathered in his body, his hands that had been destroyed by Su Yan's sword aura began to grow again. What a strange scene this was. Of course, Su Yan was not surprised at all. This was not his real self to begin with. Even if he grew 3 heads and 6 arms at this moment, he would not find it strange, let alone grow 2 hands. After a short while, Zhongshan's doppelganger became complete again. At this time, he flew into the sky again. He looked down at Su Yin from the sky. Then he said calmly, "But what's the point of doing this? Look, I'm back to normal, but what about you? You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. How can you fight me like this? In front of me, you can't even withstand a single blow." Su Yin looked at his opponent. In fact, it was just as he said. Su Yin was almost an arrow at the end of its flight. Previously, he had used too much energy to execute the 9th slash of the heaven-crushing 10 slashes. Even though he had the support of 2 hearts, he was unable to operate freely at this moment. In his current state, it was impossible for him to unleash that terrifying attack again. The battle is not over yet. I'm not dead. How can you say that I've lost? Su Yin said directly. If I'm not dead, then the battle is not over. This was Su Yan's persistence. At this moment, when he heard Su Yan's words, he suddenly became furious. This kid really won't shed tears until he sees the coffin. Since that's the case, I'll send him on his way. He did not hide, but directly crashed into Su Yan's body. But at this time, he did not know that Su Yin was holding something in his hand. This was something that Su Yin had obtained not long ago. It was a heart, the heart of a demon god. When Xiao Qian from Divine Demon Island gave this to him, she told him that Su Yin would use this thing sooner or later. At that time, Su Yin was extremely afraid of this thing. He had already told himself that if he could, he would definitely not use it. This was because there were 2 hearts in his body now. One of them was the heart of the demon dragon. That was the heart of the great demon dragon that had been implanted into his body. Su Yin did not know what would happen in the future, but he was helpless against the great demon dragon's heart now. As for the other heart, it was originally his own heart. However, it was contaminated by Buddha's power and became the Buddha's heart in the end. He and the great demon dragon's heart opposed each other and were almost on par with each other. However, at least for now, these 2 hearts had not clashed too much. However, Su Yin had to admit that the problem that the woman named Xiao Qian mentioned did exist. Last time, he had already felt it. This time, the feeling was even more obvious. When he exerted his power to the limit, the power of these 2 hearts would clash. This was because they both wanted to take the initiative. The purpose of Xiao Qian giving this heart to him was to provide him with a balance. The demon god's heart entering his body might be a good thing for Su Yin, but that was only a possibility. No one knew whether the addition of the 3rd heart would balance Su Yan's power. Therefore, Su Yin was very afraid of this heart. However, at this moment, he took it out without hesitation. At this moment, he opened his mouth, and the heart suddenly turned into a light and directly entered Su Yan's body. Almost at the next moment, Su Yin suddenly heard an extremely loud beating sound. Plop! The 3rd heart finally entered Su Yan's body. At this moment, his eyes immediately became extremely violent. Looking at the clone, he directly punched out. Chapter 732. Female Literature. That punch was very ordinary. There was nothing fancy about it at all, and there was no technique like the heaven-crushing 10 slashes. However, such an ordinary punch was so terrifying. At that moment, there was a burst of air in the air. The power of that punch was so strong that it directly broke through the air. At that moment, Zhongshan, who was rushing over, immediately realized that something was wrong. That terrifying feeling directly impacted his soul, and at this moment, he was still trembling uncontrollably. He wanted to escape immediately. However, at that moment, he suddenly realized that Su Yan's fist was already in front of him. No, that was not it. That terrifying punch had already penetrated his body. Until now, he still could not believe that Su Yan's punch would be so terrifying. The power of that punch was simply enough to destroy everything. That powerful force seemed to be able to penetrate everything. At that moment, he even saw the shadow of a venerable one on bare face. However, Su Yin was clearly only in the 5 Dragons realm. At that moment, he was shocked. No, that kid has advanced. That was because he realized that Su Yin had actually begun to advance. At that moment, he was moving towards the sixth dragon's realm. His power was already terrifying, and now that he had reached the sixth dragon's realm, he was even more powerful. He felt an extremely terrifying aura from Su Yan's body. It was an incomparable feeling, as if the entire world was beginning to be defeated by that terrifying power. Everything began to shatter under such power. That was too terrifying. He had never thought that Su Yan would be able to burst out with such power at that moment, and that he would advance at that moment. The aura on Su Yan's body seemed to be that of a terrifying demonic dragon, but it also seemed to be that of an extremely powerful demon. However, there were times when he would emit an extremely powerful aura. All of those auras constantly surrounded his body. That was simply inconceivable. He really couldn't understand how a person could have so many auras on him. At that moment, a circle of clouds suddenly appeared above Su Yan's head. In Zhongshan recognized that lightning. It was the lightning of the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation descended once again. This guy, is he crazy? If it were any other time, he would naturally be overjoyed to see Su Yan encountering a heavenly tribulation. However, this was simply a disaster for him at this moment. One had to know that at this moment, his summoning had already come to an end. The ultimate Huang Divine General's body was about to materialize. The closer they got to this point, the more they couldn't allow any accidents to happen. Unfortunately, what Su Yan was doing now was precisely to bring about an unforeseen event for him. How could he not hate this? At this moment, the boundless thunderbolts began to rampage. That terrifying and frightening lightning appeared directly. The 8 Yin Zhongshan clones began to tremble at the same time. He immediately realized that something was wrong. If he was shaken at this time, then he would really be finished. Once the summoning array was destroyed, everything he relied on would disappear. If that was the case, he might really be killed. Su Yan would not let him go. Under the power of the aureole, he simply had no chance to escape. Damn it, I can't just wait for death like this. In this situation, I can only disregard everything and kill this Su Yan directly. At this moment, he finally made up his mind. Only if Su Yan immediately became one, then all of this would stop. Furthermore, if Su Yan died, the 2 beasts would be finished as well. At this time, he had to take a risk. One of the 8 clones disappeared directly, then turned into power and merged with the 9th clone. At this moment, his power surged and reached the realm of a supremacy in an instant. Supremacy. Even if he was only a one-origin supremacy, this was enough. He believed that he could definitely kill Su Yan directly. At this moment, his body turned into a boundless whirlwind, and the terrifying light suppressed down directly. The boundless power turned into a terrifying thundercloud at this moment. At this moment, everything began to condense and take shape. Boundless time turned into endless wind and thunder, and everything began to shatter completely. Die for me. His power directly rushed down. He wanted to use his own power to forcefully break through everything. However, at that moment, Su Yan abruptly roared. That roar no longer resembled that of a human. Instead, it resembled that of a terrifying demon. An extremely ferocious aura burst out directly. Demon God, how is this possible? At this moment, he was extremely shocked. He had never expected that Su Yan's roar would make him see the shadow of a demon god. He only felt that his brain was about to shatter. It was also at this moment that the boundless lightning was swallowed by Su Yan directly. Is this kid crazy? How dare he swallow lightning? Lightning was the majesty of the heavens and the most domineering power in the world. Even the strongest flame could not compete with the power of lightning. This was something that everyone knew. However, at this moment, Su Yan actually dared to swallow lightning directly into his body. At this moment, Su Yan did not care about it. The Lightning Blitz secret art was directly activated at this moment. When Lei Wanjun first taught Su Yan this set of skills, he definitely did not expect Su Yan to be able to do this. At this moment, endless heavenly lightning was rolling, as if it was about to overturn the entire world. The terrifying lightning seemed to be rippling like waves. Such a violent power directly swallowed up everything. At this moment, Su Yan's power rose to the peak. At this moment, he directly roared and shouted. To think that his strength could be so terrifying and powerful to such an extent, this simply broke In Zhongshan's heart. If he was at full strength, he could easily suppress Su Yan. However, at this moment he could not do so at all. This was because his power was now restrained by the summoning array. He could already feel the aura of the divine General Huangji. Soon, the divine General Huangji would directly appear in front of him and sweep everything away. However, at the most critical juncture, a problem occurred. This made him furious, but at this moment, there was nothing he could do. Damn it, it's all because of this damned Su Yan. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be like this. It's all because of this damned brat. His entire body was filled with anger. If it was allowed, he would have directly killed Su Yan. But now, he had fallen into such a passive state. Terrifying thunderbolts were constantly sweeping through everything. Under the powerful power, everything was annihilated. No. At this moment, he began to wail, because at this moment, he seemed to have seen his future. However, this was definitely not a future he wanted to see. It was a dark and hopeless future. He lost. He did not lose to Mu Tiansheng, but to such a nameless brat. What a painful thing this was. At this moment, this clone of his was actually directly obliterated. This was something that Su Yan did not expect. Such power could be said to be incomparably terrifying. His body was trembling as he quietly sensed the strength of his body. The power of the three hearts was operating at the same time. This was a terrifying power that could not be resisted. Xiao Qian was right. No matter what, the three hearts had brought him extremely terrifying power. At this moment, his body could only be described as abnormal. At this moment, even supremacies did not seem so terrifying. This was because this power was simply too invincible. Once the clone was destroyed, the other clones were naturally affected, and his power began to collapse. At this moment, the divine General Huangji's body became illusory again. Evidently, he had failed this time. Su Yan had really succeeded. If one had to use a word to describe Su Yan at this moment, it would be God. At this moment, he was simply a true god. Such power was truly frightening. Of course, at this moment, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. At this time, his spiritual energy had almost dried up. However, at least he had done it now, and it was enough. Such a battle record was already something to be proud of. This was because he had directly destroyed the formation. Once the formation was destroyed, the power here could no longer stop the Oriole. At this moment, the enormous Oriole suddenly let out an extremely loud roar. Then, the 8 whirlwinds became extremely terrifying. This terrifying power continued to sweep, and in the end, it began to tear apart. Everything that In Zhongshan had painstakingly built was directly shattered. His doppelganger was killed by Su Yan's supreme thunderbolt with the help of the heavenly lightning. The other clones finally began to change, and then began to return to their original bodies. The moment he returned to his original body, the only thing he wanted to do was to directly kill Su Yan. However, it was already too late, because the Oriole would not give him such a chance. His terrifying whirlwinds had already torn everything apart, and a powerful force was directly condensing here. At this moment, the strongest member of the royal sect had nowhere to go. At this moment, Mu Tiansheng finally suppressed the will of the vice sect master with her powerful strength. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and then she said, "Vice sect master, it seems that you have miscalculated this time. My friend has won in the end." At this moment, the vice sect master's expression was naturally very ugly. What a good brat. However, this is only the beginning. Our game has only just begun, isn't it? At this moment, the sea within a radius of a few thousand miles collapsed a little for no reason. After this sentence was spoken, such a change occurred within a radius of 1,000 miles. What kind of terrifying aura was this? It was as if everything in front of this power was beginning to collapse. Mu Tianqing's expression was aghast, because she knew that the Vice Sect Master's original body was about to arrive. Miss Mu Tianqing, I still have the same words. Don't worry about your indifferent persistence. Come with me. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. This sentence was said so calmly. However, the threat in it was very clear. He was telling her the fact that his power was stronger than hers. Even if she could use the power of a holy sovereign, she wouldn't be his opponent. At this moment, Mu Tianqing's mood was very solemn, because she clearly knew that what the other party said was the truth. However, there were many things that one couldn't give up just because they knew they couldn't win. Just like that fool Su Yan. He never chose to give up, and that was how he got to where he was today. Mu Tianqing said, Vice Sect Master, you don't need to say so much nonsense. Do you really want to take me away? Sure, let's see who's the real deal. Her tone was filled with pride. The Vice Sect Master chuckled. His will finally dissipated. However, it didn't matter. Anyway, the original body was already here. In front of the original body, they simply couldn't resist. Yin Zhongshan was finally strangled to death by the power of the aureole. However, at this moment, Su Yan's heart was unusually calm. He quietly looked at the opposite side. He had also seen the previous scene with his own eyes. Such terrifying majesty was no longer a power that he could come into contact with. He knew that the powerful Vice Sect Master had arrived. The arrival of the Vice Sect Master was, of course, an extremely huge test. However, at this time, Su Yan wouldn't choose to be captured without a fight. Before the Vice Sect Master arrived, he still had one more thing to do. Aureole, let's go. Kill the other guy. Venerables were extremely powerful existences. The death of one of them would be a huge loss to the Devil Sect. Not to mention that Lung Yushan still had that extremely precious thing in his hands. Therefore, it was time to kill him directly. Lung Yushan was already having a hard time facing a sea-splitting demonic snake. However, at this moment, the aureole directly joined in. Of course, he didn't have any chance to be killed directly. In the end, Lung Yushan's heart was directly pierced by the sea-splitting demonic snake's power. His cold body hung in the air. The sea-splitting demonic snake's head was raised high. Its eyes were blazing. After Lung Yushan died, the mysterious gauntlet suddenly began to fly into the sky. It wasn't Lung Yushan's power to begin with. Therefore, after Lung Yushan died, it naturally wanted to return to its original owner. However, the sea-splitting demonic snake wouldn't let it just float away like that. It had been fighting here for so long for this thing in the first place. Since that was the case, how could it just let it fly away like that? His huge head suddenly rushed forward and swallowed the thing in one gulp. Roar! What's mine is mine. It actually didn't care about anything else and directly swallowed the gauntlet into its mouth. The aureole's eyes were also blazing. It was obvious that the gauntlet was also very attractive to it. However, the sea-splitting demonic snake's speed was still faster than its speed. After swallowing the gauntlet, the sea-splitting demonic snake was satisfied. At the same time, Su Yan's gaze landed on the yellow sparrow. The yellow sparrow and the sea-splitting demonic snake were natural enemies. However, both of them were being whipped for Su Yan's sake, so they didn't fight. If it were under other circumstances, these two powerful and terrifying fellows would have already started a furious battle. All right, let's stop staring at each other. The real battle is about to begin. After advancing once more, Su Yan's strength had increased by another step. His 3 hearts finally began to calm down. That endless power surged in his body without end. After a long time, Su Yan finally got used to the rhythm of the power in his body. At this time, the wind was even more rapid. Not only did the enormous pressure not dissipate, but it became even more intense. In the distant horizon, powerful paragons were arriving. A terrifying ghost dragon appeared. The ghost dragon was a type of demonic beast that possessed the bloodline of the dragon clan. Its bloodline grade was naturally extremely terrifying. On its head, a paragon stood proudly. This paragon who had taken the lead was a 4 essences paragon. Paragons could become saints with 6 essences, and 4 essences was already extremely powerful. This ghost dragon was also extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, Both the sea splitter demonic snake and the oriole became extremely serious. This was their mortal enemy. Battles between powerful demonic beasts were much more straightforward than battles between humans. For example, this was the beginning of a war. At this time, Su Yan's gaze was fixed on the sky. The ghost dragon wasn't the only demonic beast. There was another behind it, a jade phosphorus beast. It was also an extremely powerful existence. Su Yan said, "It seems that your opponents have arrived. 2 powerful 4 essences paragons, followed by 6 1 essences to 3 essences paragons. Finally, the vice sect master had arrived. This time, the demonic sect's lineup was extremely powerful. Such power already made Su Yan extremely shocked. At this time, he and Mu Tiansheng were at a disadvantage. The vice sect master's figure suddenly appeared in the sky. His gaze covered the entire sea. Su Yan felt his gaze and immediately felt as if his heart had been pierced by a long needle. If you don't know what's good for you, you'll have to pay the price. This was the vice sect master's first sentence. At this time, he was extremely angry. The paragons under his command were extremely precious resources, but now they were being killed one by one. How could he tolerate this? If Mu Tiansheng had given in earlier, it would have been fine. However, since he had personally come here, there was definitely going to be a great battle. You 2 brats are quite capable. Umph, he coldly snorted. At this time, Su Yan immediately felt a chill rush towards his body. He understood that this was the other party's prestige. However, with the 2 demonic beasts present, this powerful prestige was greatly reduced. At this time, a hearty laugh sounded. "Ha ha, Yin Xiao, you're still as useless as before. You actually came here to bully the younger generation. How disappointing." Hearing this voice, Su Yan suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Of course, he could tell that the owner of this voice was Xue Xingchuan. Feng Yuhai had returned to the sect and asked the sect's experts to deal with the Devil Sect's experts. Although this matter had been agreed upon long ago, there would still be endless variables. He was worried that the Taihang Sword faction's experts would suddenly give up and not make a move. If that happened, they would be in an extremely passive position. However, fortunately, they did not disappoint him. Moreover, Xue Xingchuan actually came this time. One had to know that the Feng clan and the Xue clan were enemies, and their relationship was definitely not good. In his opinion, it should be the Feng clan's experts who came this time. However, he did not expect Xue Xingchuan to come directly this time. He did not doubt Xue Xingchuan's strength at all. He was an absolute expert. Although he had not reached the Saint Venerable level back then, he was able to directly fight the vice sect master of the Devil Sect, Yin Xiao, as soon as he appeared. It was obvious that his strength had increased tremendously in this short period of time. He was also an extremely powerful and terrifying person. Back then, he was the first sword of the Taihang, swords of the 10 Taixing, swords of the Taihang swords. His strength was naturally unparalleled. Back then, he was so powerful that he attracted everyone's attention. However, it was a pity that he suddenly disappeared. Just like that, he quietly withdrew from everyone's sight. It turned out that he had been trapped by the evil sword, Cold Jade, and had disappeared from the world for decades. Not long ago, Su Yan had rescued him from this predicament. However, although he was powerful back then, his cultivation had not reached this level. Now, it seemed that his strength had clearly reached the legendary Saint Venerable level. Back then, it was said that this person was a genius. Now, it seemed that this title of genius was well-deserved. In today's world, there were not many people whose cultivation was on par with his. The vice sect master of the Devil Sect, Yin Zhao's expression immediately turned cold. He did not expect to meet this person again after so many years. Xue Xingchuan, you're actually not dead yet. At this moment, although the 2 great figures were speaking, the confrontation had already begun. This kind of confrontation was simply unimaginable to the bystanders. The terrifying power displayed an endless amount of pressure at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the 2 people were already standing opposite each other. However, if one took a closer look, one would realize that these were not the 2 people's real bodies. but they're illusory shadows. I really did not expect that after so many years, you're still alive. Yin Xiao was the first to speak. Clearly, the two of them had known each other for a long time, and their relationship was definitely not good. At this moment, an extremely terrifying and intense light was reflected in Su Yan's eyes. This extremely terrifying power had already reached its peak at this moment. Haha, Yin Xiao, after not seeing you for so many years, your mouth is still as powerful as ever. Now, you seem to be the vice sect master of the limitless devil sect. Haha, how interesting. Then, let me see if your strength is worthy of your position. The moment he finished speaking, he directly struck out with his palm. At this moment, the confrontation between the two people began. It was also at this moment that Yin Xiao shouted coldly, then said, "Capture the two people below for me. If anyone else dares to obstruct me, kill them all." Clearly, he was not a fool. He had already predicted that Su Yin and the others would come prepared this time. However, if Su Yin and the others were prepared, so was he. Chapter 733. Female Literature. The roles of the prey and the hunter were never absolute. If he was strong enough, then the other party would become his prey. On the other hand, if the other party was stronger than him, then he would become the prey. Yin Xiao had always been a hunter. He was fearless in the face of enemies. At this moment, he directly attacked, and an extremely powerful force pulsed out. At the same time, he gave an order. He had brought two venerables with him. This lineup could be considered invincible. He wanted to see how the other party was going to resist his power and fury. At this moment, he walked forward step by step. That kind of extremely violent power had risen to the peak at this moment. His aura was so powerful that it directly suppressed Xue Xingchuan. He and Xue Xingchuan were from the same era. Back then, Xue Xingchuan was much stronger than Wang Baichuan. Back then, he was simply a legend. Almost everyone from the same generation lived under his shadow. Yin Xiao was extremely talented. He was the son of demon of the limitless demon sect, but he was defeated by Xue Xingchuan. To him, this was the greatest humiliation of his life. However, back then, he had to admit that Xue Xingchuan was really too invincible. It was almost impossible to surpass Xue Xingchuan. However, it was different now. He had become the vice sect master of the limitless demon sect, and his cultivation was extremely powerful. His strength had reached the level of a saint venerable. However, Xue Xingchuan had disappeared for too long. For so many years, everyone thought that Xue Xingchuan was dead. However, he didn't expect Xue Xingchuan to appear in front of him again. The two people's strength directly clashed. He was surprised to find that Xue Xingchuan's strength had also reached the level of Saint Venerable. Ha ha, not bad. Yin Xiao, your strength is indeed not bad. However, you have already lost to me for nothing back then. I don't know if you can defeat me now. Hopefully, you will not disappoint me now. Unknowingly, Xue Xingchuan's aura had gained the upper hand. Back then, he was simply too powerful. Even after so many years, Yin Xiao was still afraid of him. At this moment, Yin Xiao shouted angrily, "Xue Xingchuan, you don't have to be so proud. Back then, it was different now. Today, I will make you fall here." As he spoke, he pounced towards Xue Xingchuan. It was also at this moment that boundless demonic aura surged out, filling up the entire sea surface. Haha, you have indeed improved a lot. Come then, it is impossible for you to kill me at this level. Our strength has already reached such a level. There is no meaning in testing each other. Xue Xingchuan waved his sword, and an extremely terrifying sword ray appeared. The moment this sword ray appeared, everything was destroyed by this sword ray. That dense devil qi dissipated the moment it smashed into you. This was Xue Xingchuan's sword. It was domineering yet simple. Yin Zhao's expression changed again. Finally, he stopped attacking and said solemnly, "You still haven't reached the Saint Venerable realm." He had originally believed that Xue Xingchuan's aura was so powerful that he could stand up to him as an equal, so he had definitely reached the Holy Venerable level. But in this clash, he immediately discovered the mystery. Xue Xingchuan's sword was indeed terrifying, but he was still not a Saint Venerable. This caused his expression to become extremely ugly. This was because Xue Xingchuan had not reached the Saint Venerable level, but he was already able to fight him without being at a disadvantage. What if Xue Xingchuan reached the Saint Venerable level? For the Boundless Demon Sect, the Taiyang Sword faction was definitely an extremely terrifying enemy. Back then, the leader of the Taiyang Sword faction was already a very terrifying person. And now, Xue Xingchuan returned. Saint Venerable level? No, I haven't. After all, I have been suppressed for the past 10 years. But it doesn't matter. Don't show mercy to me just because I'm not a Saint Venerable. Don't worry, with your strength, you can't hurt me. Xue Xingchuan provoked him directly. At this moment, Yin Xiao suddenly felt bitter in his heart. After being suppressed for 10 years, Xue Xingchuan's battle strength was actually on par with his. What if he hadn't been suppressed for 10 years? How strong would his battle strength have become? This person was too terrifying. He was simply an abnormal genius. Having such an enemy was really not a lucky thing. Xue Xingchuan's sword flashed again. The terrifying sword radiance bloomed at this moment, as if stars were falling from the sky. Such a radiance shocked everyone to the extreme. He was really powerful to such an extent. Facing this sword, Yin Xiao immediately used his strength to defend himself. Xue Xingchuan suddenly laughed. Yin Xiao, you're still the vice sect leader of the demon sect, a Saint Venerable. You're actually taking the initiative to defend yourself against my sword? What, are you afraid? You won't be a match for me in this state. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan was so overbearing. His gaze was so hot like fire, and his aura was so terrifying that it was unparalleled. Everything between heaven and earth was constantly changing at this moment. Under his sword chi, the light of the sun and the moon seemed to revolve around him. This was the terror of the Taiyang Sword faction's #1 sword back then. In the present day, in the entire Taiyang Sword faction, except for the sect leader, no one was his match. His sword was so domineering. At this moment, Yin Xiao was completely enraged by Xue Xingchuan's words. But this was the truth. His cultivation level was clearly higher than Xue Xingchuan's, but he could only passively defend himself. Such a state filled him with anger. He stared straight at Xue Xingchuan and said, Xue Xingchuan, why are you so proud? You're indeed powerful, but you're still not a Saint Venerable. You're probably here for the daughter of that old bastard from the Utmost Emperor sect, right? Unfortunately, you don't have the ability to save her. I've already stalled you, but I have 2 powerful 4 Essence Venerables and 6 Venerables under the 4 Essence Venerables realm. What makes you think you can fight me? Xue Xingchuan didn't panic at Yin Xiao's words. Ha! Yin Xiao, you haven't changed at all. You don't even have the heart to be invincible. But you don't need to say such nonsense to me. I came here today to meet you, old bastard. I don't care about anything else. Didn't you just say you wanted to kill me? What? Are you going back on your words so quickly? Haha, but if you don't want to fight, then I'll have to. You don't have to kill me, but I'll have to kill you. As he spoke, he pressed forward once more, his violent aura pressing down on Xue Xingchuan. If anyone else had said that he wanted to kill a Saint Venerable, Yin Xiao would have treated it as a joke. But he wouldn't do that at this moment, because his opponent was Xue Xingchuan. Xue Xingchuan had been powerful enough back then. But after so many years, although Xue Xingchuan's cultivation level wasn't as high as Yin Xiao's, the sense of danger he gave off was even more intense. The ancestor of the Taiyang Sword faction's Xue family had died. Yin Xiao had thought that the Xue family would never recover from this setback, but Xue Xingchuan had returned. The powerful Xue Xingchuan had the power to suppress everything. But now, he was threatening to kill a Saint Venerable. At this moment, 2 4-origin Venerables descended. One was a ghost dragon, while the other was a jade phosphor beast. Their gazes fell on the Oriole and Sea Splitter demonic snake, respectively. Intense, killing intent erupted between the demonic beasts. Surrender and accept your death, the man on the ghost dragon said calmly. He had the right to do so because he was in the 4-origin realm, and he wasn't the only one here. The master of the Jade Phosphor Beast was also in the 4-origin realm like him. He walked out and said to Mu Tiansheng, Miss, come back with us. Sect Master Fan won't make things difficult for you. On the contrary, he'll even make you the saintess of the royal sect. This person wasn't from the Limitless Demon sect, but an expert from the royal sect. Mu Tiansheng said, "By Tianqing, I didn't expect you to side with that old bastard Fan Yunlin. Aren't you afraid that my father will come out of seclusion and kill you?" By Tianqing was the master of the Jade Phosphor Beast. He smiled and said, "Mu Tianqing is indeed powerful, but Sect Master Fan isn't bad either. Let's not talk about whether your father, Mu Tianqing, can come out of seclusion alive. Even if he does, so what? Everything is a foregone conclusion. I don't mind telling you that Fan Yunlin has already become a sovereign." As soon as the sentence was said, everyone was immediately shocked and inexplicable. Sovereign. Above the venerable realm was the sixth origin saint, and above there were the sovereign and Tao masters. In the long history, the number of Tao masters was very few. The most glorious era was the era of the demon race's invasion, when the 7 Tao masters fought against the demon race. If the Tao masters didn't come out, the sovereign was the real great emperor. At this time, Fan Yunlin had already become a sovereign. How powerful was that? At this time, even Mu Tianqing frowned. No wonder Fan Yunlin acted like this. By Tianqing continued, "Let's not talk about other things first. Miss, I know you're powerful, but do you think you can fight against so many of us by yourself?" If Mu Tiansheng let go of all her scruples, her strength could reach the Saint Master level. Unfortunately, she was a person envied by the heavens. Her strength couldn't reach such a level. Therefore, she couldn't display her full strength. A 4-origin venerable was enough to suppress her. Chapter 734. Female Literature. There was no doubt about her strength, but it was enough for a 4 essences supremacy to suppress her in this state. Moreover, if she really did not care about anything else and directly burst out with all her strength, they also had a way to deal with it. Therefore, at this moment, no matter how one looked at it, they were confident of victory. At this moment, they looked down from above and had their own invincible thoughts. At this moment, the spectral dragon's master suddenly laughed and said, "I really didn't expect there to be 2 good monsters here. In that case, let's go and devour them." He spoke so casually, as if he had everything under control at this moment. Compared to Bai Tianqing, his gaze was more focused on Su Yan. Naturally, he could tell that Su Yan was the master of these 2 powerful demonic beasts. However, he was a little curious. Why? Su Yan was just a person in the dragon realm. How could he be the master of these 2 powerful monsters? One had to know that even he could only have 1 spectral dragon as his monster pet. Moreover, this monster pet was obtained through inheritance. Even a powerful supremacy would not be so simple to obtain a supremacy of the same realm as him. However, Su Yan not only had 1, but also 2. This made him a little angry. He was the spectral dragoning. Even in the Boundless Demon sect, his reputation was very well known. Not only was he cruel, but he was also a murderer. He never needed any other reason to kill. As long as he did not like the eyes of others, he would directly kill them. Within the sect, countless people had died in his hands. Moreover, once he attacked, it was incomparably bloody. He would often torture his enemies until they were no longer human before he stopped. This guy was simply an executioner. Obviously, at this time, he had already set his sights on Su Yan. If he really made a move, then Su Yan's life would probably end here. Moreover, it would be an extremely miserable death. This was the cognition of Feng Yueshan, who was hiding in the cabin. Feng Yueshan was well versed in the art of protecting oneself. He knew that the battle at this time would definitely be very terrifying. It was definitely not something that he could interfere in at this time. Therefore, he had no intention of making a move at this moment. However, he still cared about the outside world. After all, whether he was willing or not, he had already become a traitor of the devil sect. If Su Yan and the others died, then his fate would definitely not be too good. Therefore, he absolutely did not wish for Su Yan to die like this. However, the only thing he could do now was to pray, because he knew very well that his strength wouldn't be of any use in such a confrontation. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze landed on him. Gue Longying frowned. Su Yan's gaze made him very unhappy. This unyielding gaze filled him with disgust. What he hated the most was people who seemed to never give in. Therefore, he had already made up his mind to kill Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan also understood what he was thinking, but he was not afraid at all. Idiot. In fact, Su Yan didn't like Gue Longying very much. All along, he was used to letting his enemies speak first. However, he didn't want to do so at this moment. Therefore, he scolded Gue Longying directly. He believed that if Meng Yang was here, he would definitely scold Gue Longying more interestingly. This way, Gue Longying would be even angrier. However, it didn't matter because Gue Longying was already very angry at this moment. It could be seen that Gue Longying wanted to kill Su Yan directly. Gue Longying sneered and said, "Very well. Although your strength isn't that great, I admire your courage." Hee, I have to praise your courage. You actually dare to speak to me like this. Obviously, this wasn't a compliment, but a bone-chilling threat. At this moment, Gue Longying's murderous intent had reached an unimaginable level. His power had begun to gather. He actually wasn't very interested in Mu Tiansheng because this was the royal sect's own matter. Gue Longying only came here because of that lord's order. Therefore, he had no interest in Mu Tiansheng's life or death at all. At this moment, Su Yan had completely angered Gue Longying. To put it in this way, Gue Longying had found a very interesting toy. And this was Su Yan. For Gue Longying, being able to become angry was a very interesting thing. At this moment, his eyes began to flicker with an extremely mysterious radiance. The faint purple radiance had the most mysterious luster, as if he had encompassed everything in this world. At this moment, Su Yan felt as if he was surrounded by a mysterious aura. It was as if a pair of hands were dragging him into an extremely mysterious place. This feeling was difficult to describe, but it was very unpleasant. At this moment, the green lotus in his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled slightly. No, almost at this moment, he woke up. At this moment, his eyes turned cold. He immediately knew that he had fallen into Gue Longying's illusion. This guy was really powerful. His will was so terrifying that it was simply shocking. However, Su Yan's sea of consciousness had always been the strongest. The green lotus anomaly in his sea of consciousness could restrain almost all spiritual attacks. Even a four essences supremacy could not make him lose his consciousness. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes directly reflected an extremely intense radiance. You can actually break free from my will. Gue Longying was surprised. This Su Yan was a little too strange. Under such circumstances, he could actually break free from his will. However, the more this was the case, the more intense the killing intent in his heart became. One had to know that he loved to kill geniuses the most. As for Su Yan, he was definitely one of the best among the geniuses. At this moment, he gathered his strength again. Without a doubt, he was ready to attack Su Yan. However, at this moment, a force suddenly appeared. This was an extremely domineering saber chi. A saber descended from the sky, separating heaven and earth. Everything was directly devoured by this saber. This kind of power was simply domineering to the extreme. The wind was howling, and the saber light was endless. What a sharp saber technique. It's you, Frenzied Blade. Gue Longying's expression changed immediately. He had not expected that someone would come to disturb him at such a time. There were definitely not many people in the world who could possess such powerful saber techniques, and this person was one of them. He was the Frenzied Blade Venerable. However, the Frenzied Blade Venerable was a three essences expert back then. At this moment, however, his saber chi had clearly reached the four essences realm. Haha! I've long heard that the limitless demon sect Gue Longying is a freak with a demonic aura. It just so happens that I like to beat up people like him, so I specially came today. Meng Yang's mouth was extremely vicious, so a master who could teach such a disciple naturally couldn't be any better. As soon as he opened his mouth, this person was immediately fuming with anger. Gue Longying's temper had never been good, so encountering the Frenzied Blade Venerable at this moment was naturally even more unlucky. Gue Longying, kill that brat for me. Gue Longying was flustered and exasperated. He directly ordered Fei Longying to attack Su Yan, while he himself went straight for the frenzied blade venerable. At this moment, a ghostly shadow flashed in the sky, and a powerful force directly rushed towards the frenzied blade venerable. At the same time, Gue Longying had already pounced down. At this moment, the Oriole flew straight up into the sky. As a sky beast, his battle intent was boiling at this moment. He had become Su Yan's beast, so he would naturally be affected by Su Yan. Earlier, when Su Yan was advancing, it had also benefited from it. At this moment, he needed an opponent to vent his energy. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake directly stirred up boundless waves and suppressed the jade phosphor beast. Almost at the same time, Mu Tiansheng directly attacked. A surge of power swept out from her body. That force immediately turned into boundless winds and clouds, trapping Bai Tianqing within. At this moment, Bai Tianqing's expression suddenly became solemn. Although he had absolute confidence in himself, he immediately felt an extremely strong pressure when he really attacked. After all, Mu Tianqing was much more powerful than he had imagined. At this moment, the power of the two directly intertwined, and the powerful aura immediately stirred up an extremely huge wave. At the same time, the jade phosphor beast was also fighting with the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this moment, Yin Xiao, who was fiercely fighting in the sky, directly asked, "So, the Tying Sword faction is going to become enemies with the Boundless Demon Sect?" Everything on this battlefield was under his control. He could clearly see that at this moment, the experts he brought were already being held back by the others. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan said, "So what if I become enemies with the Boundless Demon Sect?" The Boundless Demon Sect has become more and more unscrupulous recently, so naturally, many people don't like you. I've already said before that the reason I'm here this time is to kill you. After Xue Xingchuan finished speaking, he swung his sword again. The surging sword chi was like a boundless tidal wave. The rolling power was simply terrifying beyond compare. His sword seemed to be the most powerful and domineering sword in the world. Even a saint venerable like Yin Xiao did not dare to take it head-on. At this moment, a flame suddenly appeared behind Yin Xiao. Then, a force directly locked onto Yin Xiao. To be able to lock onto a saint venerable like Yin Xiao, there was no need to say how powerful this person was. A saint venerable, I'm Qiu Zifen of the Blazing Flame sect, and I'm here to take your life. The calm and cold voice directly made Yin Xiao break out in cold sweat. Chapter 735. Female Literature. Qiu Zifen of the Blazing Flame sect. The Blazing Flame sect's deputy sect leader. A saint venerable. He had actually appeared here and joined forces with Xue Xingchuan. At this moment, even Yin Zhao's heart trembled slightly. However, he was a saint venerable after all, so he remained calm. He shouted, "Good, good, good. I didn't expect you to have the guts to plot against me. You're courting death." He was extremely furious. After all, anyone would be furious after being plotted against like this. Although the Boundless Demon Sect, the Blazing Flame Sect, and the Tying Sword faction were the three major sects in this generation, the Boundless Demon Sect had always been suppressing the other two sections. However, the two sects had actually made their move today. This time their target was him, the deputy sect leader. This meant that the two sects were ready to start a war. Even the powerful Boundless Demon Sect did not have any confidence in the face of this sudden war. The Blazing Flame Sect and the Tying Sword faction's actions had completely messed up their deployment. However, he should be most concerned about his own safety now. This was because he was currently in a huge crisis. If this continued, he would be in danger of dying. Of course, a Saint Venerable's means were ever-changing. Although he was besieged by two experts, his heart was still calm. Experts who could reach their current level had experienced countless things. They deeply understood that if they lost their mind at this moment, it would be the beginning of their death. At this moment, his strength suddenly erupted and formed an extremely evil shield. The shield flickered and immediately blocked the endless power of the flames. These flames continued to surge in the sky. The raging flames were truly terrifying to the extreme. Even so, the energy could not invade his body at all. At this moment, the huge net that Su Yin and the Taihang sword faction had set up quietly spread out. With such a violent force and the arrival of so many powerful experts, the war was about to begin. Mu Tiansheng, the frenzied Blade Venerable, and the others all had their own opponents. As for Su Yin, he finally had a chance to catch his breath. His strength had increased again, but it was still too much for him to interfere in a battle between venerable ones. Back then, it was already very difficult for him to fight 1/9 of Yin Zhongshan's clone. He was not crazy enough to fight a venerable one directly. At this time, inside the warship, Fang Yueshan saw Su Yin appear. At this time, he was full of reverence for Su Yin. He was a bystander who had been observing the changes in the situation. At this moment, he clearly saw Su Yan's powerful strength. It was Su Yin who had single-handedly arranged this situation. This young man who looked delicate and pretty actually had such power. This was truly terrifying. Fang Yueshan was already over 50 years old, and he had always been very tactful when it came to dealing with people. He watched everything coldly from the sidelines, but this time he had to admit that Su Yan's strength was so powerful. He knew in his heart that if this young man didn't die, he would definitely be a powerhouse whose name shook the entire region. He took a breath and then walked to Su Yan's side. "Brother Su Yan, this is a Guyuan pill. It is very effective for you now. If you don't mind, take it." The Guyuan pill's level was not low. Even in the Dragon Realm, this was a very precious pill. To put it bluntly, this was a life. Fang Yueshan had this Guyuan pill for many years, and he had always treasured it. For so many years, he had pursued good luck and avoided disaster, and had never let himself fall into a dangerous situation. He had kept this pill with him all this time. However, at this time, he actually took out this pill directly. Su Yin was also stunned. Originally, he did not pay attention to Fang Yueshan at all. After all, to him, at that time, he just casually robbed a warship. Because Fang Yueshan was more cooperative, he did not kill him. However, he did not expect that at this time, the other party would express his goodwill. At this time, Fang Yueshan said, "Brother Su Yin, this is a Guyuan pill. It can restore one's vitality in time. Brother Su Yin and I are now in the same boat, so I will have to ask Brother Su Yin to take care of me." Fang Yueshan was very straightforward and directly stated his purpose. Su Yin said, "Mr. Fang is too polite. However, Mr. Fang's goodwill, as long as I, Su Yin, am alive, I will definitely protect Mr. Fang." After he finished speaking, he directly swallowed the Guyuan pill. This Guyuan pill was indeed something that Fang Yueshan had kept for a long time. After this pill entered his body, Su Yan's aura immediately began to recover. The powerful spirit qi directly engulfed his body. At this time, Fang Shanhua was also very surprised. The speed at which Su Yin swallowed the spiritual energy was simply beyond his expectations. The Guyuan pill was indeed an extremely high-grade divine medicine, but he knew very well that the effect of the Guyuan pill could not reach this level. Since the Guyuan pill could not achieve this effect, then everything was very clear. This was because Su Yan's own strength was terrifying. Su Yin himself had stimulated all the medicinal effects of the Guyuan pill. No, it was not just all the medicinal effects, it was completely activated. If one had to use a word to describe Su Yin, it would be terrifying. Previously, he had already held Su Yin in high esteem. However, at this moment, he was simply envious of Su Yin to the point of hatred. This was a true genius. If his aptitude was as strong as Su Yan's, then why did he have to play safe and do nothing all these years? However, he was also very clear in his heart that many things could not be changed by subjective will. At this time, a cold voice directly sounded, "Traitor, I have finally found you." Suddenly, there was a strong murderous intent. The invisible murderous intent directly stirred up countless waves, and the terrifying power immediately surrounded the warship. The strong, murderous intent directly descended, and Feng Yueshan's heart immediately became extremely heavy. An expert of the Devil Sect. Feng Yueshan, I really did not expect that you would dare to betray the Devil Sect. You really have guts. His tone was cold, and the murderous intent was overbearing. Feng Yueshan raised his head. Although he had never thought of betraying the Devil's Sect, now that things had come to this point, it was meaningless no matter what he said. Just like last time, he had already directly opened his mouth and cursed. So naturally, he would not be polite to this guy. Betrayal is betrayal. So what? You idiot, don't make a fuss here. At this time, Feng Yueshan's heart did not waver at all. He was a smart and decisive person. At this time, since he had already placed his hopes on Su Yin, he would definitely not be undecided. In such a cruel battle, those who wavered would only have a dead end. He understood this principle very well. Good. Feng Yueshan, I didn't expect you to have such guts in the past. Since that's the case, you can go to hell, he shouted in a low voice, and then an extremely powerful force pressed down on him. However, at this moment, Su Yin directly opened his eyes. He did not talk nonsense, and directly raised his hand to slap. You seem to have made a mistake. Your opponent is me. Since he had already promised the other party to protect him, Su Yin would not let him get hurt. At this time, he fully unleashed his power, and a terrifying aura directly rose at this moment. The power of 6 dragons. At this moment, when Su Yin blasted out with his palm, there was an unimaginable power of lightning in his power. At this moment, even the expression of the Honorable One who suddenly attacked had changed. Good, very good. He directly changed the direction of his power, and a violent power directly pressed down on Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's body was almost boiling. After all, the direct pressure of Honorable One's power was extremely terrifying. However, at this moment, Su Yan was actually able to block it. This already showed that Su Yan's extremely powerful essence of power was extremely strong. At this moment, he directly blocked the pressure of an Honorable One with the power of 6 dragons. Under the huge gap between the realms, Su Yan was still able to do this. This showed how strong his power was at this moment. This Honorable One from the Devil Sect never expected Su Yan to be able to directly block his attack. He originally thought that it would not take much effort to kill someone in the Dragon Realm. An Honorable One, huh? At this moment, Su Yan's fighting spirit was extremely high. After consuming the energy-gathering pill, he had recovered a lot of his power. He did not know if it was because of his 3 hearts, but at this moment, he was especially battle-hungry. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared behind the Honorable One. One could vaguely see that it was a sword light, but this sword light had no shape at all. It was directly struck down like an ordinary stick. Aha, Su Yin, you're too mean. You didn't even call me for such a fun thing. This was Meng Yang's sacred sword of the ambushing stick. After the frenzied blade, Honorable One appeared. This guy finally appeared. At this moment, waves suddenly rose in the sea, and within the waves, there was an extremely terrifying sword light. This sword naturally could not be compared to Xue Xingchuan's sword, but it had its own sharpness. At this moment, the powerful sword edge exploded with extremely terrifying lethality. Honorable Dozhan, count me in. This was Feng Yuhai. After Feng Yuhai, another beam of sword light appeared. The sword light was extremely domineering and sharp. Su Yin was very familiar with this sword energy. It was the Taixing Sword Chief, Wang Baichuan. At this moment, Wang Baichuan also appeared at this moment. And at this time, he had directly entered the battle state. Chapter 736. Female Literature, Eerie State. Wang Baichuan's unique skill, Eerie State. When Su Yin fought with him, he had suffered a lot. However, Wang Baichuan was not in his complete state at that time. Therefore, Su Yin and Wang Baichuan ended up in a tie. This time, Su Yin saw Wang Baichuan again. At this time, the pressure that Wang Baichuan gave him was no longer as great as before. However, that was because Su Yin had grown too quickly during this period of time. His strength had reached an extremely powerful level. However, This did not mean that Wang Baichuan's improvement was small. On the contrary, in terms of realm, Wang Baichuan was not inferior to him at all. The aura on his body was so thick that it was integrated and extremely powerful. At this time, this devil sex venerable frowned directly. He was a one-origin venerable. Although he was only a one-origin venerable, it was more than enough to deal with a traitor like Feng Yueshan. In fact, it was an extremely simple matter. Killing a person was extremely easy for him. However, at this time, he realized that the development of the situation had exceeded his expectations. Feng Yueshan hadn't been killed by him. Instead, he had fallen into a trap. However, he did not care about such a siege. After all, his opponents were only a few powerhouses in the Dragon Realm. Moreover, they were not the top powerhouses in the Dragon Realm. However, this made him very unhappy, because his opponents were only a few unrated fellows. For a powerful venerable like him, these guys were indeed unrated. Therefore, he was now filled with anger. His power suddenly erupted and a strong aura swept around him. It was like a giant hand that could tear everything apart. In just an instant, everything was completely shattered by him. 4 young people, Su Yin, Meng Yang, Feng Yuhai, and Wang Baichuan. The 4 of them stood in 4 different rooms surrounding him. At this time, he suddenly laughed sinisterly. I really didn't expect that the young people nowadays are so confident. What? You think you can kill me with your strength? He felt that the thoughts of these young people were somewhat laughable. No, it should be said that they were naive. Their strength was indeed not bad. But how could they compare to him? The difference was too great. No one answered him. At this time, Wang Baichuan directly attacked. The cold state was the battle state. At this moment, he only had an unimaginable battle heart. He was the first to make a move. His sword directly rushed into the sky. That incomparably powerful force kept whistling at this moment. In the end, it simply turned into a flying bird. That powerful force charged straight towards the venerable Yin Song. At this moment, Feng Yuhai attacked again. The sword light was like a tsunami. Meng Yang immediately roared, "Eat my blade." Su Yin naturally would not show any mercy at this moment. He immediately displayed the deity vanquishing sword. The 4 people attacked at the same time. The powerful force seemed to directly cut the surrounding area into 4 pieces. Previously, the 4 people had already attacked once. However, this time, their strength was even more powerful and terrifying than before. Even as a venerable, Yin Song had to admit that he felt threatened at this moment. He had to admit that these young people that he looked down on had given him a huge amount of pressure. However, he still did not think of dodging such an attack. This was because if he dodged such an attack at this moment, it would be a huge humiliation to him. A venerable actually did not dare to directly face the attack of some Dragon Realm cultivators. It was such a funny thing. Therefore, at this moment, he directly condensed his strength. He wanted to directly tear apart these young people's strength. He wanted to let these young people know how laughable their courage was. In front of him, this self-righteous courage would only bring them death. In front of him, a flower of death directly condensed. The extremely beautiful flower of death quietly bloomed. The moment the flower bloomed, a thick aura of death spread out. This kind of power had actually swept everything away in an instant. At this moment, the attack of the 4 young experts was directly devoured. Such a powerful and terrifying power, as expected of a powerful venerable. At this moment, he was like a king. His gaze casually fell on the crowd. Although he did not speak, the ridicule was very obvious. However, in reality, at this moment, he was definitely not as casual as he looked on the surface. Although his flower of death had directly devoured the strength of the 4 young experts. However, the strength of the 4 young experts could not be underestimated. These 4 young people were the strongest in the Dragon Realm. Yin Zhongshan's judgment of Su Yan was that he was invincible in the Dragon Realm. In other words, Su Yan's strength was completely comparable to an ordinary 9 Dragons Realm cultivator. As for Feng Yuhai, Wang Baichuan, and Meng Yang, they were all outstanding talents of the younger generation. Moreover, each of them had a holy weapon in their hands. With their powerful strength and top-notch weapons, their strength had naturally reached an extremely terrifying level. Although the strength of the four young experts was indeed neutralized, in the end, Yin Song's flower of death directly disintegrated. His hands were also trembling slightly. Yin Song's fake trembling naturally did not escape the eyes of the four young experts. Even when facing a venerable, they were not afraid at all. At this moment, Meng Yang directly said, "Tisk, TSK, TSK. I can't believe I met someone like this. If it hurts, just say it. Anyway, even if you don't say it, I will laugh at you." Meng Yang's group was always his strongest weapon. As long as he mocked, even a venerable would not be able to take it. Obviously, the venerable in front of him was the victim. His anger directly rose to the extreme. His gaze was so cold. At this moment, he directly locked his killing intent on Meng Yang. At this moment, Meng Yang suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was on the verge of breaking down. Hey, you old man, why are you looking at me like that? Your master Meng Yang, am a normal man. Give up, I won't fall for you. You despicable guy, you'd better give up this kind of idea as soon as possible. Meng Yang's thoughts had always been different from everyone else's. As soon as he said that, everyone felt that they were about to break down. How could he be so outrageous? To think that he could even say such words. Not to mention the venerable who was being targeted by him. Even Su Yin and the others could not take it anymore. They subconsciously distanced themselves from Meng Yang. After all, they heard that idiocy was contagious. Only Meng Yang himself did not notice at this time. He looked at the old man and shouted again, Hey, you weird old man, what are you trying to do? Be careful, your master Meng Yang will kill you. You damn despicable old man. I'll definitely kill you. In Yin Song's eyes, Meng Yang's anger had become a naked provocation. However, he could not understand how there could be such a shameless person in this world. At this time, he had made up his mind to kill Meng Yang no matter what. This was because he was causing trouble for the human world. This was the first time he felt that he was killing for justice. All of a sudden, this venerable one became righteous and awe-inspiring, as if his entire temperament had been elevated. This made Su Yin and the others look at each other. At this time, Meng Yang spoke again. Damn, you old man, your mind is really unhealthy. At this time, even your expression has changed. I must purify you. I must make you understand that your evil is absolutely wrong. At this moment, Meng Yang's temperament suddenly changed. His entire being became fierce. This kind of unstoppable aura was, without a doubt, the strongest and sharpest blade in the world. Although he and Yin Song, the Devil's Sex Elder, were enemies at this time, why were both of their faces so righteous? What was going on? The changes in these two people almost liberated Wang Baichuan from his cold and gloomy state. Damn it, do it! Wang Baichuan forced himself to take a breath and raised his fighting spirit again. At this time, he was not in the right state of mind. Therefore, at this time, he directly attacked, and his powerful strength exploded to the extreme. At this moment, 7 dragon shadows vaguely appeared on his body. The 7 dragons realm. Wang Baichuan's cultivation speed was also terrifying. At this time, he had already reached this realm. In terms of realm, even Su Yin was still a little inferior to him. However, this was very normal. After all, when Su Yin first met Wang Baichuan was already at the 4 dragons realm. At that time, he was only at the single dragon realm. At this time, Feng Yuhai also made his move. Feng Yuhai, the C in his name was not randomly obtained. It was faintly rumored that Feng Yuhai was the incarnation of the Son of the Sea. He used the sea as a sword and entered the path of the sword. For so many years, he seemed to have been suppressed by Wang Baichuan. However, in reality, no one knew how terrifying his true strength was. Wang Baichuan was extremely afraid of Feng Yuhai. This person's strength was simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Every time Wang Baichuan exchanged blows with Feng Yuhai, he could always feel that Feng Yuhai didn't seem to be using his full strength. Although this was a very strange feeling, Wang Baichuan was certain that it was absolutely true. At this time, when he made his move, endless waves were immediately set off. The violent sea seemed to have really turned into the sword in his hand. Such power was simply shocking. Su Yan was still the deity vanquishing sword. Chapter 737. Female Literature. The master of the four powerhouses had arrived once again, but this time, Yin Song was different from before. He did not choose to directly defeat the attacks of the four people. Instead, he locked his target on Meng Yang. Now, his goal was very clear, and that was to kill Meng Yang. This time, Meng Yang once again let everyone see his extremely powerful ridicule. To make a venerable master attack him so crazily, he could be considered powerful. F***CK, you old pervert. You actually want to make a move on me? Damn it. Do you think I will submit so easily? You think too much. Now I will let you know my power. At this moment, the sacred sword in Meng Yang's hand, Ambush, was directly surrounded by an extremely powerful aura. Although Meng Yang was a very funny person, one had to admit that he was also an extremely talented powerhouse. Although he was still not comparable to Su Yin, Wang Baichuan, and Feng Yuhai, he was only slightly inferior. And these people were already powerful existences that could stand shoulder to shoulder with many of the older generation's powerhouses. At this moment, he directly used all of his strength, which was definitely extremely powerful. Vaguely, the sound of wind and thunder appeared around his sacred sword. Then, he directly circulated his qi and roared, "Su Yin, help. There is a pervert who is plotting against me." When his aura reached its peak, this clown actually directly fled to the back. He really fled. This made Su Yan's eyebrows jump. He had never seen such a shameless person, and he had never seen such an unreliable guy. Just what was going on in this person's head? Meng Yang's sudden action shocked everyone once again. This guy, damn it, don't even think about escaping. What happened to fighting with me? Why did he just run away like that? Did he still have any shame? At this moment, his heart was filled with incomparable anger. However, Su Yin and Feng Yuhai seemed to have some immunity to Meng Yang's behavior. After all, Meng Yang had already shown his shameless nature during the incident on Divine Demon Island. It did not seem to be a big deal for him to appear again at this time. Of course, the angriest person at this time was Yin Song. He attacked with a face full of anger and even ignored the attacks of the other three people, because he wanted to kill Meng Yang directly. However, this guy who was still awe-inspiring righteousness just now actually turned around and fled at the most critical moment. Where was his dignity? Weren't these young powerhouses most concerned about their dignity? But now, where did his dignity go? He actually ran away so straightforwardly. This kind of guy really deserved to die. For the glory of the Venerable One, for the justice of this world. Well, although justice didn't have much to do with him, his killing intent towards Meng Yang didn't decrease in the slightest. At this moment, the sword lights of Su Yin and the others directly turned into a triangular shape and surrounded him. When these three sword lights gathered together, they were almost invincible. Even the venerable god, Might Venerable, felt apprehensive at this moment. However, he had already made up his mind. His target was Meng Yang. The flower of death bloomed once again. Silently, that extremely terrifying power appeared again and was about to devour the three sword lights. His plan was very simple. Although Meng Yang was not bad, he was still the weakest among the four people. Compared to the other three people, killing Meng Yang was the easiest. As long as Meng Yang was killed, he could then attack them one by one. He could then divide and kill these young powerhouses. His goal was not wrong at all. How could a person like him lose his sense of propriety because of anger? Killing Meng Yang first was one of his plans. However, Meng Yang was indeed despicable, so for him, this was just something he could do in passing. However, it was a pity that accidents were bound to happen. In the end, he had overestimated the power of his flower of death. In other words, he had underestimated the strength of Su Yin and the others. The power of the three sword lights had far exceeded his expectations. After the first attack, they had already witnessed the power of the flower of death. How could they not be prepared for the second attack? If they did not even have this bit of power, it would be impossible for them to become the top powerhouses of the younger generation. At this moment, Su Yin directly roared, and suddenly, his power burst out again. This time, it was an even more oppressive power. It was also the deity vanquishing sword, but the power that emerged this time was more than 3 times stronger than before. Previously, Su Yin did not display his full strength at all. In fact, it was not only Su Yin, but also Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan. The sudden increase in the power of the 3 people directly surprised Yin Song. Almost without any pause, his flower of death was directly torn apart just like that. Because of a miscalculation, his flower of death was torn apart, which also left a flaw in his body. The existence of this flaw gave Su Yin and the others an opportunity. At this moment, Meng Yang stopped running and only shouted, "You damned old pervert! Why are you so stupid? Come on, if you have the guts, come and kill Lord Meng Yang." Meng Yang's provocative words were always able to pierce into his opponent's body at the most critical moment like a needle. Yin Song was originally a sacred weapon. At this moment, he was even more flustered and furious. However, at this moment, he also knew that he could not pay attention to this guy anymore. Otherwise, he would really be in big trouble. He immediately turned around and slapped out. A black palm print suddenly slapped out. This palm print appeared in the sky and directly collided with the sword chi of Su Yin and the others. The power of this palm print was not weak, but it did not block the power of Su Yin and the others as he had expected. On the contrary, it made the power of Su Yin and the others become even stronger. Under such power, his body began to tremble. This kind of power made him feel somewhat at a loss. How is this possible? The strength of those 3 brats is actually so strong. At this moment, he finally realized that he had underestimated the strength of these powerhouses of the younger generation. That surging aura was like an endless beacon fire that was constantly attacking. The sword chi was already very powerful, and at this moment, the 3 sword chis with completely different natures were even more terrifying. Even he couldn't take it anymore. Fortunately, he was only slightly unable to withstand it. In the end, he was still able to block this attack. As long as he blocked this attack, he would not give the other party any more chances. However, at this moment, he immediately realized that someone had already arrived behind him. "You old pervert, eat my bludgeon." Naturally, only the great god, Meng Yang, could do such a thing at this time. At this moment, he actually appeared directly at this moment. Meng Yang's attack had already reached a certain level. As long as he made a move, it would definitely be silent. Of course, if it was under normal circumstances, he would definitely not be able to directly attack this venerable one. However, at this moment, Yin Song was in danger. At this moment, even if he noticed it, he would not be able to react in time. Therefore, at this moment, his attack was successful again. This attack made Meng Yang feel especially proud. He had hit a venerable one with a huge stick. Even his master probably did not have this kind of experience many times. This was something to be proud of. However, the venerable one's head was really hard. Under such circumstances, the other party was still safe and sound. Was his head made of living things? At this moment, Meng Yang actually fell into deep thought. At this moment, Yin Song suddenly roared. He was actually injured by these lowly fellows. Under the endless anger, his spiritual chi once again went berserk. The violent power suddenly blew everything away. Meng Yang and the others were all sent flying. When a venerable one was angry, he was actually so terrifying. Good. This is really interesting. You guys are really courting death. Yin Song began to adjust his aura. After all, the explosive state could not be maintained forever. He needed time to directly kill these detestable people. Su Yin smiled coldly and then said, "Courting death is indeed courting death, but I'll let you die." He directly activated his demonic dragon transformation, and the 2 pairs of wings on his back kept trembling. On his body, dragon scales began to slowly crawl up. The dragon scale armor and the invincible golden body made his defense reach an extremely terrifying level. It was very difficult for an ordinary Dragon Realm expert to hurt him. At this moment, Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan directly looked at each other. Both of them saw the shock in each other's eyes. Although Su Yin was very strong in the past, and was even on par with Wang Baichuan, it was different at that time. Wang Baichuan was at the juncture of breaking through, so he could not fight with all his strength. However, at this moment, he was shocked to find that Su Yan's power had completely surpassed his. To put it bluntly, if he and Su Yan were to fight again, the person who would lose would definitely be him. Whether it was Wang Baichuan or Feng Yuhai, their strength had increased very quickly. To be able to reach such a level at such a young age, they were worthy of being called geniuses. However, the reason why they were able to do so was because they began to cultivate hard from a young age. With the help of their sects and families, as well as their own talents, they were able to achieve today's achievements. However, Su Yin was different. He used to be in the five-county continent. In that barren place, the Fengyuan realm could be considered a powerhouse. Chapter 738. Female Literature. Furthermore, when they first met, Su Yin had only just transformed into a dragon. Within the same period of time, Wang Baichuan had advanced by 2 realms, and so had Feng Yuhai. However, Su Yin had advanced by a full 5 realms, and, at that moment, he had already reached the 6th dragon level. In comparison, they were nothing compared to Su Yin. More importantly, Su Yin was younger than them. This guy who had such terrifying strength at such a young age was truly a terrifying existence. Now, they began to admire the foresight of the Shui family's ancestor. Back then, the Shui family's ancestor directly pulled Su Yin into the Shui family. At that time, many people in the sect felt that the Shui family's ancestor's decision was too rash. After all, the price he paid back then was indeed high. However, at that moment, they realized that compared to Su Yin, those things were nothing. Su Yin's strength was simply unimaginable to them. He was a complete monster. As long as Su Yin was given enough time, he would definitely stand at the peak of this world. In ancient times, there were 7 Tao venerables in this world, so Su Yin might be able to reach that height too. My 3 brothers, in order to restrain this old man head-on, think of a way to kill him. Today, we're going to kill a venerable one, Su Yin said directly. At that moment, Su Yin was actually going to restrain Yin Song head-on. One had to know that restrain head-on was only 2 words, but it was indeed extremely difficult. This was because during the battle, Su Yin could easily die. After all, his opponent was a venerable one. Since he chose to restrain him head-on, it meant that Su Yin would definitely be under the greatest pressure. If something went wrong, he would directly die. However, since Su Yin brought this up, he must have a certain level of confidence. However, whether it was Feng Yuhai or Wang Baichuan, they were not absolutely confident that they could withstand the fury of a venerable one at that moment. It was precisely because of this that they became even more solemn. Meng Yang nodded and said, "Ayaya, Su Yin, you're just so willful. However, since you insist, I'll fulfill your wish. You should know that I originally wanted to have a big fight with this despicable and wretched guy." Su Yin directly ignored Meng Yang's words. One had to be prepared to be angered to death if one spoke to this guy. At that moment, Su Yin could be said to be fully armed. Of course, the reason why he was able to recover so quickly was because of the origin recovery pill that was given to him by Feng Yuhai. At that moment, Su Yin directly charged. Facing Su Yan's charge, Yin Song's eyes were filled with boundless rage. He was to be ignored. Such a blatant disregard was blatant. Although he was venerable ones, it was still within a tolerable range of. Now he actually dared to directly bear his anger. Was this not a form of contempt? Anger had already begun to burn fiercely in his heart. At that moment, Su Yan's eyes flickered with light. At that moment, he no longer had much of a psychological burden to fight with a venerable one, because this was not the first time he fought with a venerable one. Although the venerable one's strength was still enough to make him feel despair. However, at that moment, he surprisingly did not have the slightest emotional fluctuation. His gaze was so profound and melodious. At that moment, his power began to spread. His power continued to push forward. Finally, he directly arrived in front of Yin Song. Their gazes met. At that moment, Su Yan seemed to be very calm. At that moment, no one doubted Su Yan. It was as if since he had said that he would stop the Venerable One, he would definitely be able to do it. Powerful Venerable One, let's begin. Su Yan was so polite when he said this, but this sentence itself was the most intense offense to the Venerable One. Even if it was because of this sentence, Su Yan should go to hell. Yin Song did not answer, because he knew that at that moment, no matter what he said, it was meaningless. The only thing he could do was to let the other party's blood wash away the shame. Anyone who dared to insult him should pay the price of death. At that moment, his eyes flickered with light. His aura was constantly increasing. Around his body, shadows of death appeared one after another. In the end, the shadows of death condensed into a flower. The flower of death had reappeared. Moreover, the flower of death this time was much more exquisite than before. They all understood that the flower of death was the embodiment of endless power. The clearer the pattern of the flower, the more beautiful the pattern of the flower, the stronger his power. Although the flower of death was very large, the pattern of the flower was not exquisite. His power could not be compared to the flower of death in front of him. At that moment, an extremely powerful aura suddenly appeared in the sky. The arrival of this aura made everyone feel uneasy. It was as if their souls would be directly crushed if this continued. Of course, at that moment, the person facing this power was Su Yan. If one was not personally involved, one would not be able to feel the pressure at that moment. At that moment, his entire body was trembling, because the power at that moment was too terrifying. On the surface of Su Yan's body, a layer of faint floating light appeared. It was a circle of dim, floating light. The color of the light was exactly the same as the flower of death. That was the power of the flower of death. Although it was not close, the flower of death had already begun to affect Su Yan. The dense power of death had already begun to invade Su Yan's body. This was a difficult challenge, far exceeding Su Yan's previous expectations. However, Su Yan did not retreat, because he knew that he could withstand such power at that moment. A golden light appeared on the surface of the dragon scale. After this power appeared, it directly blocked the power of death outside the dragon scale. At the same time, the light of flames began to appear on the surface of Su Yan's body. The light of the flames began to evolve into the powerful black power. Let's kill! Su Yan did not delay any longer. He directly took the lead to attack. At that moment, Feng Yuhai and the other two did not stop at all. Although they were not personally involved, they could feel the terrifying pressure Su Yan was enduring at that moment. He was using his own comfort to exchange for an opportunity to attack. Under such circumstances, they could not disappoint Su Yan no matter what. At that moment, Wang Baichuan finally did not hold back and directly displayed his most powerful sword move, Ominous Cold Sword, traversing the world. It was the Ominous Cold Sword. When Feng Yuhai saw this move, he was slightly stunned. Then he said, "Ominous Cold Sword, is this your Ominous Cold Sword? It's really amazing. I had already sensed that you were condensing an extremely terrifying sword move a long time ago, but I didn't expect it to be this move." That was the legendary sword move of the Wang family. The ominous state could be said to be the inherited talent of the Wang family. However, the number of people who could activate this move was few and far between. This state had not appeared for a full 3 generations. In this generation, Wang Baichuan directly comprehended it and directly displayed his domineering power. Everyone knew that the ominous state was very powerful, but only Wang Baichuan himself knew that this was far from the most powerful state of the ominous state. The truly powerful one was the Ominous Cold Sword. This was also what he had been pursuing. However, it was extremely difficult to cultivate the Ominous Cold Sword. He spent countless thoughts and finally managed to control it. However, he did not know how long it would take to completely master it. The appearance of the Ominous Cold Sword made Feng Yuhai excited. His eyes were also filled with a burning fighting spirit. If there was one person in this world who was his archenemy, that person would definitely be Wang Baichuan. The two of them were about the same age, and at the same time, they displayed extremely astonishing talent. They had been competing with each other since they were very young. Among the three major families of the Taihang sword faction, there were very few talents in this generation of the Shui family. Other than Shui Xinyue, there were almost no powerful people. Therefore, he and Wang Baichuan were a pair of peerless geniuses. At this moment, when he saw that Wang Baichuan had reached such a level, he naturally felt his blood boiling. At this moment, he also began to raise his sword. He was the reincarnation of the Son of the Sea. In the sea, his power would become even more terrifying. As his sword rose, a violent light began to fluctuate. A huge shadow began to descend. It was a wave that directly soared into the sky. Endless waves began to roll and then engulf. The terrifying vortex seemed to want to devour everything. Will of the great vortex, see God's heaven-swallowing sword. Another sword soared into the sky. The two-sword chi of the great forest cold sword and the sea god's heaven-swallowing sword directly soared into the sky and then directly trapped Yin Song in the middle. The power of Yin Song's flower of death was directly restrained by Su Yin. At this moment, of course, if he had just stopped, Su Yin would have immediately launched an attack and then formed an encirclement. Su Yan's power was enough to pose a threat to him. At this moment, he no longer dared to underestimate the power of Su Yin and the others. He deeply understood the power of these young people. If he was as careless as before, he would not be able to leave alive today, let alone complete the task. Mengyang looked at them, who were shining brightly, and directly said, "Damn, you guys are simply freaks. Should I be lazy and not do anything?" At this moment, Meng Yang's fatigue was acting up again. His talent was actually very strong. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to reach such a level. If he had really put his life on the line to cultivate, his cultivation would have been even stronger. However, this guy was simply too lazy. As a result, although his cultivation had increased rapidly, he could not be compared with people like Su Yan. Of course, this was Meng Yang's attitude towards life. He never thought that there was anything wrong with this. Chapter 739. Female Literature. Forget it, I'd better make my move. After all, it's not good to slack off so blatantly. If it weren't for the fact that the holy sword in his hand, which he named Staggering Stick, was constantly humming, he would definitely slack off. Staggering Stick was probably the most tragic holy sword in history. He fell into the hands of someone who was good at using the sword and was given such a humiliating name. Divine swords already possessed extremely powerful intelligence. For example, the evil sword Cold Jade and the god-slaying divine sword were extremely terrifying existences with layers of scheming. Even Dao masters had died in their hands. Although holy swords couldn't be compared to divine swords, they also had their own spirituality. At this moment, he felt the sword chi soaring to the sky. Naturally, he couldn't bear the loneliness and wanted to fight directly. Meng Yang directly activated the spiritual chi in his body and then said angrily, "I really don't know what to do with you. Are you the master or am I the master? But since you want to fight, then let's go teach this old pervert a lesson." Meng Yang also directly rushed to the sky. He directly roared, "Old pervert, I'm here to teach you a lesson in your dreams. Die." Logically speaking, Meng Yang's words were definitely much more powerful than his sword chi. At this moment, Yin Song was already in great danger. However, at this moment, Meng Yang's roar almost made him angry and directly distracted. In the end, he managed to stabilize his state of mind. At this moment, he was already in a very sorry state. Su Yin took advantage of this opportunity and finally had a chance to catch his breath. "Quick, kill him." Su Yan's 3 hearts were already working at full strength. The power of the flower of death was truly terrifying to the extreme. It was definitely not a simple matter to withstand it. At this moment, the dragon wings on his back had been directly stained by the death flower and turned into a pitch-black color. Su Yin understood that this was a sign that the power of the fire dragon's tooth that he obtained from Xiangju of the Blazing Flame sect was being consumed. His wings were supposed to be black in the first place. It was only because of the power of fire brought by the fire dragon tooth that his demonic dragon wings turned into fire dragon wings. Although the fire dragon's tooth contained a huge amount of flame energy, it was still water without a source. At this time, the flame energy was finally completely exhausted. Hurry up and make a move. That brat Su Yin won't be able to hold on for much longer, they roared. Amori Cold Sword and Neptune's Heaven-Swallowing Sword were already close to him. At this time, Yin Song was already covered in cold sweat. At this time, his aura fluctuated and his strength was constantly increasing. However, he knew that he was about to reach his limit. The strength of these guys was beyond his estimation. That guy called Su Yin was actually able to withstand his attack head-on, and the attacks of the others were enough to threaten him. He knew that if this continued, he would really die here. Now, a strange balance had been formed between the two sides. The only thing that mattered was durability. However, he was still confident that victory was within his grasp, because he knew very well that he was an overlord and his opponent was not. At this time, the core of the four people's battle strategy was Su Yin. It was only because Su Yin was restraining their forces that they could attack so unscrupulously. However, what if Su Yin could not hold on? Then, it would be time for them to die. Therefore, as long as Su Yin died, everything would be fine. He naturally noticed Su Yan's situation and deeply understood that Su Yin was already an arrow at the end of its flight. If this continued, he would win after all. Of course, a person like him would not only consider this. There were many factors that affected the outcome of a battle, the most important of which was the support of teammates. Now, the entire battlefield was trembling. The overlords of the Devil Sect, the powerhouses of the Fiery Flame Sect, and the Tying Sword faction were constantly fighting. At this time, if they decided a winner or a loser, or even if the battle slightly affected them, then the outcome of the battle would instantly change. This was an external factor that could not be resisted. However, no matter what, he still had a higher chance of winning. However, he did not notice that although Su Yin was becoming more and more exhausted, at this time, a deep blood-red color burst out from his eyes. It was a red color that was like hell. At this time, the three hearts in Su Yan's body began to beat at the same time. His blood began to beat, and the power of the blood began to fill his entire body. The power of the three hearts brought balance to him, but at the same time, it also brought him more power. Just like now, although the three hearts were working at full strength, he still felt a great pressure at this time. This pressure had reached his limit, or even his critical point. In order to be able to deal with this crisis, the three hearts exploded with even more power at the same time. This power was the power that Su Yin could not withstand at this time, and it was also known as the power of negativity. This power caused Su Yin's blood to boil. Since he could no longer control his blood at this time, then he would be controlled by his blood next. This was the so-called power of negativity. Generally speaking, this state was not easy to appear. After all, when one's bloodline power was out of control, only those who suddenly became powerful would be in such a state. And Su Yin was like that. The blood in his body was already very powerful, and at this time, it became even more powerful because of the pressure. The violent power became even more brilliant at this time. At this moment, his aura began to change directly. In the beginning, the change in aura was not obvious. Therefore, even a powerful venerable like Yin Song did not notice it. This was because at this time, he was under extremely great pressure. The two-sword cheese and Meng Yang's frenzy blade made him feel a great sense of danger. At this time, his attention could not be compared to usual. It was only when his own power suddenly stopped moving forward and even started to retreat that he realized that the situation was not good. According to his analysis, Su Yin should be crushed bit by bit. However, at this time, the reality was completely different from what he expected. Su Yin was not crushed bit by bit. Instead, he started to counterattack. Moreover, this kind of rebound was still increasing. His power was constantly increasing. Moreover, this kind of increase was getting faster and faster. His heart had become even heavier. If it was a normal situation, it would not be a big deal to encounter such a situation. However, if it was an adversity or even a matter of life and death, then this kind of pressure would be infinitely magnified. Moreover, Su Yan's aura was so terrifying at this time. In fact, it was terrifying. At this time, he could not understand why Su Yan's power suddenly increased at this time. At this moment, Su Yan directly exploded. He suddenly let out a hysterical roar, and this roar was even more terrifying than that of ordinary wild beasts. His figure directly flew to the top of the sky. At this time, the extremely terrifying flower of death was directly torn apart by him. At this moment, his aura increased again. Not to mention Yin Song. Even the other three were affected by the shockwaves from Su Yan's powerful strength. At this moment, they were all shocked. How is this possible? Is this really Su Yan? At this time, Su Yan's powerful aura made him extremely terrifying. At this time, he was completely a real venerable one. No, even a venerable one seemed to be slightly weaker than him. That was because his terrifying aura was really too terrifying. Yin Song himself was a venerable one, but his powers seemed to be slightly weaker than Su Yan. This was not the strength of power, but an essential difference. At this time, Su Yan was simply an extremely terrifying beast. Such power was definitely unfamiliar to them. Su Yan's own power was not like this. His sword chi was powerful, but it was definitely not like this. It seemed to have no vitality and wanted to destroy everything. However, at this time, Su Yan and the others felt that way. At this moment, they had really started to fear. At this moment, Su Yan was simply the most terrifying demon. Even a fool like Meng Yang could not say anything else. This was because he had been shocked by Su Yan's aura. Although it had not reached the point where his whole body was trembling, it had to be said that at this moment, Su Yan made him feel extremely frightened and even in awe. From Su Yan's body, an extremely powerful aura was being released. At this time, Yin Song directly took Su Yan's attack. The aura on Su Yan's body was extremely strong, but the strange thing was that the momentum of this attack was not vast. If one had to describe it, it would be that it was like a dragonfly skimming the water. Yes, this word could not be more appropriate. At this moment, Su Yan raised his head and smiled. However, this smile was no longer warm. Instead, it became extremely mournful and terrifying. At this moment, Yin Song, a dignified powerhouse of the devil's sect, was finally afraid. This was because at this moment, he felt the threat of death from Su Yan's body. That terrifying aura directly enveloped him. At this moment, Su Yan had already changed his eyes. At this moment, he had completely transformed into a demon. If he was not a demon, why would he be so terrifying? He was clearly in the dragon realm, but he made a supremacy like him feel fear. If he was not a demon, why would his aura be so terrifying? In the next moment, the attack landed on his body like a dragonfly skimming the water. At this moment, Yin Song's entire face began to stiffen. It was as if a sharp piece of steel had directly shattered glass. His body trembled violently, and invisible internal injuries began to spread all over his body. Chapter 740. Female Literature, One Punch. Previously, they had attacked so hard, but they did not hurt him at all. Now, just one punch had turned the Venerable One into such a state. He could clearly feel that the meridians in his body seemed to be constantly cracking. He was clearly aware of one thing, and that was that he would die. If this continued, he would definitely die. That guy had suddenly turned into a devil. At this moment, he slowly raised his head and happened to see an extremely strange scene. At this moment, patterns began to slowly appear on Su Yan's face. It was a pattern that looked like a spiderweb. However, Yin Song was more willing to call him Ghostface. Such a terrifying scene filled his heart with fear. He had experienced countless things to be able to reach his current state. How could ordinary things make this old man who had experienced countless things have such a mentality? However, the scene in front of him was too strange and even terrifying. He could clearly see the changes on Su Yan's face. The patterns gradually accumulated, and in the end, they directly covered Su Yan's entire face. At this moment, the terrifying aura on Su Yan's body had finally reached its peak. He felt that Su Yan's aura had come alive at this moment. Every aura was like a venomous snake, spreading toward his body bit by bit, as if it was going to devour him directly. At this moment, he was truly terrified. He did not want to die. He still had a long way to go, and he still wanted to achieve the peak of his life. If he died like this, he would not be able to accept it for the rest of his life. However, at this moment, the rhythm of things was no longer within his control. Su Yan's power had firmly imprisoned him. He was shocked to find that it was so difficult for him to break free from the restraint of Su Yan's power. At this moment, Su Yan's ghost face had completely appeared. This ghost face was extremely terrifying. On the forehead of the ghost face, there was a bit of golden light surging. It was filled with endless sacred intent. However, on the other parts of the ghost face, there was dense demonic chi. He couldn't imagine how a person could produce so much power, but he understood very well that this power was truly terrifying. Under the influence of this power, his spirit chi was actually disappearing bit by bit. That was the power that Su Yan had devoured. At this moment, a light vortex appeared on the surface of Su Yan and his body. It was a golden and black light vortex. The light vortex became more and more chaotic, and in the end, it formed a chaotic color. In the end, the light vortex seemed to directly divide the two worlds. Su Yan. At this time, Mingyang was very worried about Su Yan. He directly wanted to rush over. After all, although his words were always unreliable, he truly regarded Su Yan as his friend. At this time, Su Yan was really too strange. He was afraid that something would happen to Su Yan, so at this time, he immediately wanted to go over. However, Feng Yuhai pulled him back. Feng Yuhai's expression was indescribably solemn as he said directly, "Didn't you notice? At this time, Su Yan is very dangerous." At this moment, Meng Yang was stunned. Of course, he noticed, but that was Su Yan, his friend. Therefore, he cannot ignore it. He said directly, "I know that Su Yan is not in a good state right now, but it's precisely because of this that I want to go and take a look. I want to know what exactly happened to him at this time." Meng Yang was an impulsive person, after all. At this time, he really wanted to know if Su Yan was safe. At this time, an extremely terrifying aura was emitted from Su Yan's body. However, his opponent was a venerable one. Although he looked down on a venerable one with jealousy, in reality, he knew how terrifying a venerable one was. However, as soon as his body got close to the terrifying whirlwind, an extremely powerful force immediately appeared. Meng Yang was actually directly repelled by this force. The power of the light tornado was actually so great. At this moment, Wang Baichuan walked forward. He quietly and directly withdrew from the cold state. As his economy improved, he was able to control cold state more and more as he pleased. This was a sign that his power had become more powerful. After a moment of silence, he said, "Don't worry about Su Yan. This light tornado is his own power. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have done this. Besides, it seems like we can't help at all at this time." His last sentence was somewhat bitter and helpless. Not long ago, Su Yan was still not his match. Back when he fought with the Taiyang sword faction, he had held back. Now, Su Yan's strength had increased to such a level that even if Feng Yuhai wanted to help, he would be powerless. He's really a monster. But then again, if he wasn't a monster, how could he be so powerful that he could force a venerable to such a state? At this moment, Feng Yuhai had a feeling that Su Yan could kill this venerable in front of him. This was really a terrifying thing. A person in the dragon realm could directly kill a venerable. Feng Yuhai couldn't imagine such a thing. Back then, although he had a glorious record of defeating someone stronger as the weak, he was still in the dragon realm. But now, Su Yan had directly crossed over an entire realm. He defeated a venerable in the sixth dragon's realm. Feng Yuhai didn't know if such a thing would never happen in the future, but before Su Yan, almost no one could do it. If Su Yan really did it today, it would really be earth-shattering. The Jojo continent would probably be in an uproar. In this chaotic light tornado, Su Yan and Yin Song's bodies were tightly pressed against each other. At this moment, the two of them were in a battle of strength. It was the most primitive battle of strength. A venerable was a powerful existence that had elevated himself to another level. The dragon realm had already begun to break away from the human realm. Their bodies had even begun to develop in the direction of a giant dragon. But a venerable was different. A venerable's body had become even more terrifying. Their bodies had begun to integrate with the void energy. In short, this was a process that the dragon realm couldn't imagine. Therefore, even a 9 dragons realm elite couldn't fight against a venerable. This was an iron law. The reason why the 3 heavenly ghosts were so famous was because when the 3 of them fought together, they directly possessed the power of a venerable for a short period of time. This made them invincible. But now, Su Yin was directly challenging a venerable. Moreover, judging from the previous situation, Su Yin clearly had the upper hand in the battle. Impossible, impossible. My body has already been baptized by the void energy. How can this guy's strength be so terrifying? He can actually fight against me. At this moment, Yin Song was in more and more pain. He couldn't understand how Su Yan's strength had reached such a level. He was a dragon realm elite, and he was only a 6 dragons, but his strength was already so terrifying. He, a venerable, was actually suppressed to this extent. At this moment, the energy in Su Yan's body became even more terrifying. That ghost face seemed to have come alive. It was as if the person he was facing was no longer Su Yan, but another person. Departed spirit flower, soul burning curse, die for me. He roared furiously. Then, one departed spirit flower after another appeared around his body. This time, the departed spirit flower was so clear that even the most detailed lines were so clear. At this moment, he had already activated his strength to the extreme. Su Yan's explosive power finally achieved great results. At this time, Su Yan's body had already begun to sway. He immediately understood that Su Yan couldn't hold on much longer. Ha ha! Damn, Junior. You actually dare to fight with me. I want you dead, I want you dead. The departed spirit flower bloomed and enveloped Su Yan. The departed spirit flower was his strongest strength. He believed that once the departed spirit flower bloomed to the extreme, it would be time for Su Yan to die. At this moment, his mind suddenly became active again. Su Yan was already so powerful at this level. There must be a secret that belonged to him. If he could master this secret, then perhaps his strength would increase again. And this increase wouldn't be a small 1 or 2 points. The departed spirit flower bloomed. It was so beautiful, so quiet, and so powerful. It directly attacked Su Yan's body. He wanted to devour Su Yan directly and turn Su Yan into nourishment for the departed spirit flower. When Su Yan completely died, it would be time for him to reach a higher level. At this moment, his plan was perfect. Everything seemed so perfect. However, he still neglected one point. That was Su Yan's strength. Just as he was at his most complacent, he suddenly realized that his strength had started to reverse. The departed spirit flower was no longer absorbing strength. Instead, it started to reverse. This was a terrifying scene. It seemed as though everything about him was about to be torn apart. No, how is this possible? How can he devour the departed spirit flower's strength instead? The departed spirit flower was his foundation. However, at this moment, even such a powerful strength couldn't control Su Yan. Instead, it was being devoured by Su Yan's strength. At this moment, he was truly afraid. No, it should be said that he was truly in despair. He could no longer control his own life. Everything about him would wither under such power. The chaotic light vortex still existed. However, at this moment, it had gradually calmed down. It was as if everything had started to quiet down. Wang Baichuan and the others watched anxiously. They wanted to know what had happened. Would Su Yan win the end, or would Supremacy Yin Song win? Chapter 741, Female Literature. Finally, the chaotic light vortex slowly disappeared. Su Yan and Yin Song appeared in front of everyone. Su Yan stood in the void while carrying Yin Song, who looked like a dead dog, in his hand. Although they were all looking forward to this scene, when they really saw the scene in front of them, their hearts were incomparably shocked. Su Yan had won, but they didn't feel the slightest bit of pride in their hearts. Because at this moment, Su Yin only brought them fear. Su Yin was so terrifying that Meng Yang even thought of a demon. Back in the void, the demon overlord's aura was not as strong as Su Yan's. He could understand why Su Yin would become like this. Meanwhile, in the distant divine demon island, the handsome and mysterious island master had been in a deep sleep all this time. In his sleep, the corners of his mouth were moving slightly. In his sleep, he seemed to be able to see through everything. Haha, has it really arrived? It seems like it's just as I expected. This kind of power is too terrifying after all. I wonder how long you can hold on. Xiao Qian was standing at the edge of the void. She was filled with worry. When she had given the third heart to Su Yin, she had already had a hunch about it. She knew that something like this would happen, but she didn't expect it to happen so quickly. To be honest, she didn't want to give that thing to Su Yin. However, that was the Island Master's will. It was a will that he couldn't go against. Therefore, he could only do so at that time. In fact, her feelings for Su Yin were very subtle. She did have a good impression of Su Yin. After all, he was the first man besides the Island Master who was attracted to her. As for the Island Master, he was simply too mysterious and too powerful. He was a celestial god. However, Xiao Qian didn't think that she could be compared to a celestial god. Her elder sister liked the Island Master. She was very clear about this. Therefore, she had never placed her thoughts on the Island Master. She did not know why, but during this period of time, she suddenly missed Su Yin. Although she was powerful, she couldn't see everything she wanted to see like the Island Master. She didn't know that Su Yin had already fallen into a huge crisis. At this moment, there were actually two shadows in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Furthermore, both of these shadows were Su Yin. It was exactly the same as Su Yin. Su Yan's sea of consciousness was extremely powerful, and the Green Lotus vision was even more mysterious. Even if a venerable one's will were to invade, he would not be able to gain anything. If an enemy's divine sense were to invade, then this power would automatically awaken and directly resist this power. But at this time, Su Yan's sea of consciousness was so quiet. Because at this time, the one who appeared in Su Yan's sea of consciousness was also himself. Since it was also himself, his sea of consciousness naturally wouldn't resist. At this moment, Su Yan's soul had already fallen into a half-awake state. He saw everything outside, but his heart didn't react at all. This was because the one who was controlling his body now was another Su Yin. Ghastly Su Yin. Ghastly Su Yan's terror was simply unimaginable. At this time, he was carrying the unconscious Yin song with one hand. No one knew what he was thinking at this time. Su Yin. Meng Yang finally couldn't help but shout. At this moment, Su Yin directly turned his head. His gaze was so cold that it seemed to have hit the cold air of the entire glacier. Meng Yang, Feng Yuhai, and Wang Baichuan felt their bodies turn cold at the same time. It was as if their entire bodies couldn't move. Just a single gaze was already so powerful. What if he unleashed his full strength? How terrifying would that be? At this moment, a thought appeared in their minds. Su Yin couldn't be planning to kill them, right? Su Yin was indeed their friend. However, at this moment, Su Yin didn't seem to be Su Yin anymore. That ghastly face was really terrifying. It was extremely frightening. And that pair of eyes that looked down on everything was even more terrifying. It was at this moment that a powerful aura suddenly rushed over. You actually killed Yin Song. A furious roar was heard. His tone was filled with fury. This person had a thick blood aura. It was obvious that he had just experienced a great battle not too long ago. At this moment, Feng Yuhai's eyes burst out with a bright light. Third uncle, that's Feng Li's aura. Who are you? How dare you kill my third uncle? Feng Li was a powerhouse of the Feng family. He didn't keep a high profile in the Feng family and had always liked to live in seclusion. However, he was very kind to Feng Yuhai and gave him enough guidance on the path of cultivation. However, Feng Yuhai didn't expect that he would actually die here. At this moment, his heart was trembling nonstop. A monstrous hatred was revealed. That person laughed and said, Feng Li? So the trash who died at my hands is called Feng Li, huh? However, do you want to know my name so that you can avenge him? There's no harm in telling you. My name is Lu Tao. Remember my name. This way, you may have something to remember after you die. This supremacy was very powerful. There was no doubt that he could kill his third uncle. After all, Feng Yuhai was still too young. It was impossible for him to kill the other party now. It was also very difficult for him to escape from the other party. Previously, they were able to contend with Yin Song because Su Yin was at the forefront. Su Yin alone took most of the pressure, which allowed them to attack with all their might. However, at this moment, Su Yin's state was really strange. Not to mention whether Su Yin had the ability to resist the other party now. It was hard to say whether he was a friend or a foe at this moment. This was because at that moment, they clearly felt Su Yan's extremely cold will. If Su Yin wanted to attack them now, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. However, what they were worried about didn't happen. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze had already turned to Lu Tao. At this moment, he seemed to have discovered a new prey. He directly let go of Yin Song's hand. Yin Song's corpse fell from the sky. This top powerhouse of the devil sect was casually thrown into the sea, just like that. His body might become food for those fish. Su Yan's gaze was fixed on Lu Tao. Being stared at by Su Yan's gaze, Lu Tao's entire person became extremely uncomfortable. He didn't like this feeling very much, as if he was just a pitiful prey. Who do you think you are? How dare you kill Yin Song? You're pretty capable, but since you dared to kill Yin Song, you'll have to pay the price. Even though he's not strong enough and can be considered trash, he's still a member of our glory sect. At this moment, he naturally felt how terrifying Su Yin was. Yin Song's strength was indeed inferior to his, but it wouldn't be so easy for him to kill Yin Song. Since this devil-masked man could do this, it meant that he must be a very terrifying powerhouse. He didn't dare to be careless against such a person. Su Yin didn't answer him. A trace of a smile appeared on his ferocious face. Then, his body directly appeared beside Lu Tao like a ghost. Even Lu Tao, a venerable, was shocked by Su's speed. His speed could reach such a level. He instinctively took a step back. However, he quickly turned around. At this moment, his entire body was filled with anger. This damn guy. He clenched his palm and directly slapped it out. He naturally saw that Ghoul Su Yan's condition was not normal. It seemed that he was injured. No matter how powerful a person was, if he was injured, his strength would definitely be greatly reduced. Generally speaking, his judgment wouldn't be wrong. However, he didn't realize that the current Su Yin couldn't be judged in a normal situation at all. At this moment, it was Ghoul Su Yin. The reason why Ghoul Face appeared was because 2 of the 3 hearts in his body exploded at the same time. The power was so strong that he couldn't control it. Therefore, how could Su Yin leave his weakened state at this time? At this moment, Su Yin also blasted out with his palm. The palms of the 2 people met directly, and an extremely terrifying halo appeared in the sky. At this moment, a cracking sound could be heard from Su Yan's palm. It was obvious that his palm was directly broken by this attack. However, even so, his strength did not decrease at all. Instead, it became even more powerful. Lu Tao's expression changed again and again. How is this possible? This guy's palm is already broken, but he's still so stubbornly attacking without asking anything. He had seen many ruthless people, and there were also many people who didn't care about anything when they were fighting. However, even if they could endure it, they would definitely not be like Su Yin, who didn't feel anything at all. It was as if his broken hand had nothing to do with him at all. More importantly, the power of his attack was terrifying to the extreme. Even Lu Tao could feel how powerful the power was. It was an unimaginable power that directly impacted his body. Even with the body of a venerable one, he could still feel such pain. At this moment, he finally understood why Yin Song was killed. This guy wasn't human at all. He was a devil. After this punch, Su Yan's power seemed to have found an outlet. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he began to laugh without making any sound. Chapter 742. Female Literature. Lu Tao had the power to fight Su Yin, but for some reason, his power was strangely suppressed. He was caught off guard by the unforeseen change. Now, even if he wanted to escape, he could not do so. If he had to describe the situation, he would be stuck in a quagmire. The place was simply a quagmire. He had already sunk into the quagmire. At this time, it was almost impossible for him to break free. He was afraid of Su Yan's power, but it also held him back at the same time. At this moment, it was extremely difficult for him to escape, even if he wanted to. At this moment, if he wanted to continue living, then he could only fight. But the problem was that Su Yan, this madman, was becoming more and more powerful at this time. Ordinary people, even venerable ones who were stronger than him, would not be like this, but Su Yan did not seem to be tired at all. This made him feel incomparable fear. It would never be wise to fight a lunatic, and it would be extremely foolish to fight a lunatic who was unkillable and terrifyingly powerful. Now, he was very regretful. Why did he run over to provoke Su Yan without any reason? So what if Yin Song died? It had nothing to do with him anyway. Yes, what the world lacked the most was medicine for regret. At this point, he was no longer thinking about how to defeat Su Yan, but how to leave this place. However, it was then that the light vortex where light and darkness met appeared again. He had never seen the light vortex before, but Wang Baichuan and the others knew that it was Su Yan's hunting ground. Previously, Yin Song had become his prey in this place, and then he died. What would happen to Lu Tao then? The chaotic light vortex was finally formed. Lu Tao's gaze lingered on the surroundings. At this moment, his heart turned cold. This was because he realized that the chaotic light vortex had blocked all his escape routes. In other words, he was only left with two choices. He could either die here or kill Su Yan. If Su Yan still had his rationality, he would not have made such a choice no matter what. One had to know that a wild beast that had a chance of escaping was not scary. If he did not want to die, he would think of a way to escape. However, if all his exits were blocked, he would be in a much greater danger. Since he could not escape, he would give it his all. Even if he could bite off a piece of his opponent's flesh, it would be good. However, Su Yan's self had fallen into a deep slumber, and Ghostface, Su Yan did not care about it all. In other words, Ghostface Su Yan was doing this on purpose. This was because he was treating Lu Tao like a toy. Only Ghostface Su Yan, who was terrifyingly powerful, would have such a crazy idea. Moreover, he did it. Damn it. Do you really think you're invincible? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Earth Demon's Sword. Even wild beasts would fight to the death, let alone him. He was not weak. No, that was not the right way to describe him. To be more precise, he was extremely powerful. He was definitely one of the best among One Origin Venerables, which was why he could kill Feng Li from the Feng family. At this moment, he was fighting without regard for anything. The lethality of his attack was naturally extremely terrifying. His sword was suddenly unsheathed, and the powerful force turned into endless sword light. With such a powerful force descending from the sky, he was almost invincible. Earth Demon's Sword. The so-called demons of the Limitless Demon sect were not demons. They were real demons, heavenly demons, earth demons, Rakshasa demons, and the most terrifying of all, the Limitless Demons. These were the four great demons of the demon sect, and the Earth Demon was one of them. They were existences equivalent to gods. The Earth Demon's Sword was a powerful move passed down from the Earth Demon of these four branches. At this moment, although they were in the middle of the sea, countless pieces of mud appeared the moment the Earth Demon's Sword was unleashed. These pieces of mud directly charged towards Su Yan. Moreover, almost in an instant, the lump of mud transformed into an extremely terrifying sword. Such powerful sword chi surged like a tide, as if it was heaven and earth. It directly drowned Su Yan's body. Not only did the Earth Demon's Sword possess the great and mighty power of the Earth Demon, but also possessed terrifying and powerful sword chi. Such damage was enough to kill a venerable. He did not believe that Su Yan would be unscathed under such a sword move. The powerful force continued to baptize Su Yan. Under such terrifying power, ghastly face, Su Yan was finally injured. The changes on the surface of his body aside, the most terrifying thing was his face. At this moment, his ghastly face began to change, and pieces of it began to fall off. As a venerable, Lu Tao immediately noticed the change. At this moment, he laughed out loud happily. I understand now. This mask is the source of your power. Now that your mask has been shattered by me, your power is immediately draining away. How can you still be my opponent in this state? Die for me. At this time, he let out a roar, and the Earth Demon's sword released an even more terrifying power. The two powerful swords rolled down at this time, like heavenly thunder that shook the heavens. At this moment, he kept roaring. He had never thought that a mere dragon transformation realm cultivator would bring him such immense pressure. The power of the Earth Demon sword finally pierced through Su Yan's body. A bloody hole the size of a bowl appeared on Su Yan's abdomen. At this moment, Su Yan's mask was filled with countless cracks. It seemed like it would shatter at any moment. At this moment, it seemed that everything was a foregone conclusion, and he would eventually win. So what if this kid was strong? This kind of power would eventually have a flaw. However, just as he was feeling proud, a sharp claw suddenly appeared. This power directly pierced into his body. At this moment, the ghost mask on Su Yan's face had begun to peel off, but his gaze was still as cold as ever. The hand that pierced into Lu Tao's abdomen, no, it should be called a claw, was already covered in blood. You die for me. Su Yan's voice came from his throat. At this moment, the ghost mask had reached the critical point of disappearing, and his consciousness was finally about to return. At this moment, for Su Yan, this was definitely a new experience. He never thought that he would have such an experience. Previously, he wasn't the one controlling his own body, but he could clearly feel everything. He could feel the cold, killing intent, the powerful strength, and the crazy desire to kill coming from himself. He knew that the person was him, but his personality was completely different from his own. He also knew that at this moment, he was going far away. Su Yan was afraid of his crazy and terrifying self. It was a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. Even when he was facing an extremely powerful opponent, he did not feel that way. However, he was really afraid this time. Needless to say, he knew what he should do now. As soon as he twisted his power, Lu Tao's internal organs were directly crushed. Although Lu Tao was powerful, even if he was a venerable one, he could not continue to live after his internal organs were all crushed and the spiritual qi in his body was directly blown away. The chaotic light vortex dissipated again. This time, the situation was different from before. Earlier, the cold, ghost-faced Su Yan directly killed Yin Song and declared his victory in a high and mighty manner. This time, he and Lu Tao almost fell from the sky at the same time. Killing two venerable ones in a row was a terrifying achievement. Even if it was due to ghost-faced Su Yan's contribution, it was already amazing. After all, this body belonged to him. When ghost-faced Su Yan's will completely disappeared, the three hearts in his body calmed down at the same time. At this moment, all the strength in Su Yan's body was drained in an instant. Without the support of any power, he naturally could not stabilize his body in the air, so he directly fell into the sea. At this moment, Meng Yang was quick-witted. He directly rushed towards Su Yan and hugged Su Yan. Plop! Behind him, the previously insufferably arrogant Lu Tao's body fell directly into the sea. Just like Yin Song, he would forever remain in this sea. Meng Yang flew into the air with Su Yan on his back. At this moment, he had a grave look on his face. He was no longer as cheerful as before. Instead, he looked extremely solemn. Gentlemen, can you not tell anyone about what happened today? Meng Yang knew very well that if what happened today was leaked, Su Yan would definitely be in big trouble. After all, putting everything else aside, just the fact that he had killed two venerable ones from the Devil Sect was enough for the powerful Devil Sect to directly start hunting down Su Yan. Not to mention his strange state today. If what happened today was known by others, he did not know what kind of trouble Su Yan would face. Although Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan were comrades in arms, he did not know how they would choose. At this moment, Feng Yuhai said, Su Yan's my friend, and he even avenged my third uncle, so I won't tell anyone about this. Senior brother Wang, I hope that you can also keep Su Yan's secret. To Meng Yang's surprise, Feng Yuhai's expression was indescribably solemn at this moment. Moreover, his last sentence was already very domineering. In fact, there was even a faint hint of coercion. Chapter 743. Female Literature. In actuality, the situation was very dangerous. One had to know that if Su Yan's current state was leaked out, it might not be a good thing for him. Not to mention the Devil Sect, even the Tying Sword faction might directly kill Su Yan. Feng Yuhai did not want this matter to be leaked. No matter what the reason was, he did not want this news to be leaked anyway. However, he knew that the relationship between Wang Baichuan and Su Yan was definitely not friendly. At this moment, a light flashed in Wang Baichuan's eyes. It was obvious that Feng Yuhai's attitude made him very uncomfortable. Nonetheless, the trace of impatience only flashed by, and he quickly said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't tell anyone about this." At this moment, Meng Yang's eyes flickered. It was obvious that he still had some doubts about Wang Baichuan. After all, this matter was related to Su Yan's safety. At this moment, Feng Yuhai said, "Don't worry. Since senior brother Wang said that he won't tell anyone about this, he'll definitely do it. He's a man of his word, so he won't go back on his word." As soon as Feng Yuhai finished, Wang Baichuan did not respond. Of course, he understood that Feng Yuhai was actually mocking him. Nonetheless, he did not care. After all, he did not plan to tell anyone about this. Su Yan and he were indeed not friends, but they were not enemies either. Moreover, they were working together and fighting side by side this time. Even if Feng Yuhai wanted to defeat Su Yan, he would definitely not use such a method. Otherwise, his heart for the path would be polluted. This would hinder his cultivation. Feng Yuhai was obviously aware of this, so he did not want to be entangled in this matter. He changed the topic and said, "The most important thing now is to know Su Yan's condition. He's indeed a legend to be able to fight and win against two venerable ones, but I'm afraid his physical condition isn't too good now." He couldn't be wrong. Other things aside, the bowl-sized wound on his abdomen was a huge problem. Within the wound, there was a force that was constantly eroding Su Yan. It was also because Su Yan's strength was abnormal enough that he was still safe at this time. If it was someone else, they would have already fallen into death at this time. After all, it was the means of a venerable one. Whether it was Feng Yuhai, Wang Baichuan, or even Meng Yang, they would naturally have holy healing medicine on them. However, these medicines were of no use to Su Yan at this moment. It was as if Su Yan had already been sentenced to death. But fortunately, Su Yan's life force was really tenacious. Although the medicine had lost its effect, his own recovery power was constantly fighting against the illness. At this moment, let's find a place to rest first. Now that we can't help Su Yan, we can only rely on his own condition, Feng Yuhai said. They were in the vast sea, and the only place to rest was naturally in the warship. Fortunately, they moved the battlefield in time. Therefore, at this time, they did not need to worry about the warship being damaged. At this moment, the three of them directly went to the warship. However, when they approached the warship, they realized that something had happened to it. It was Feng Yueshan, who was kneeling on the ground at this time. His expression was extremely painful, and of course, there was also horror. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot at this time. In front of him stood a man. Needless to say, it was this man who had tortured him so miserably. At this time, they finally saw this person clearly. In fact, they all knew the man in front of them. This man was none other than Rosen. At this time, Rosen actually appeared here. If it was in the past, they might not have taken Rosen seriously. However, after experiencing the incident on Divine Demon Island, they were deeply aware of how powerful Rosen was. This guy had a great killing weapon, which was the Demon God Armament. That thing could unleash Rosen's strength to the extreme and even allow him to reach the realm of 8 dragons. Moreover, at this time, Rosen's own realm was extremely terrifying. In just a short period of 10 days, this guy's strength had increased again. The current Luo son could no longer be described as a genius. Instead, he was a monster. He and Su Yan were both monsters. "Rosen, why are you here? Do you want to be beaten up by Master Meng Yang again?" Meng Yang said directly. He wanted to divert Rosen's attention. After all, He knew too well about the feud between Su Yin and Rosen. At this time, these two people were simply like old enemies. If he knew about Su Yan's situation at this time, he would definitely not be polite. Of course, he also knew that what he was doing at this time was just a futile effort. After all, Rosen was not a fool. At this moment, Su Yin was right in front of him, so how could he turn a blind eye? Oh, isn't this Su Yin? I really didn't expect this guy to be like a dead dog. This is really something to be happy about. Of course, if he's dead, it'll make me even happier, Rosen said gloatingly. While he was talking, Mengyang clearly saw a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. This guy really wanted to kill people. However, at this time, he clearly knew that there was still a certain risk in killing Su Yin at this time. After all, he could not guarantee that Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai would not make a move. Even though his strength had greatly improved during this period of time, he was still very strong. He did not dare to underestimate the two most powerful geniuses of the Taihang sword faction. Now, his position was very awkward. Although he did not know why the first elder of the Ghost-Killing Hall did not make any arrangements against him, he did not dare to rashly approach the Devil Sect at this time. Rosen was very smart, and he had his own plan. Although the old man of the Ghost-Killing Hall did not make any reaction, he knew that he could not do things like before. He had a plan for himself. He had promised that fairy that he would definitely see her again in the future. Since that was the case, how could he die like this? Ever since he returned from the Divine Devil Island, he had not returned to the Devil Sect for a long time. Of course, he had his own ways to obtain some information in the Devil Sect. This time around, he had come to this place with a purpose in mind. His goal was none other than Feng Yueshan. He needed to know some things, and these things just so happened to be related to Feng Yueshan. Although Feng Yueshan seemed to be just fooling around, his background was not ordinary. It was just that he was too low-key, so ordinary people did not know about this news at all. But coincidentally, he just happened to know about this news. Of course, this was also thanks to Su Yin. If not for the fact that Feng Yueshan was kidnapped by Su Yin and had no choice but to betray the Devil Sect, he would not have noticed Feng Yueshan. It was just that he did not expect to see Su Yin at this time. Moreover, the current Su Yin did not seem to be in a good state. To be honest, at this time, he really wanted to kill Su Yin. Of course, the reason why he did not make a move was because he was afraid of Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai. But more importantly, his main target was Feng Yueshan at this time. As long as he got Feng Yueshan, his main purpose this time would be completed. Since that was the case, he did not want to stay here. All right, everyone. I really didn't expect to meet you all here. However, I have no interest in fighting you all today. Hee. I really can't bear to see Su Yan's dog-like appearance. I hope that I can still see Su Yan alive next time. As he spoke, he carried Feng Yueshan and left. Feng Yueshan was really miserable at this time. He did not even have the strength to struggle at this time. At this time, the battle was still ongoing. Feng Yuhai and the others did not stop Rosen from leaving. This was because Rosen only took away someone who had nothing to do with them. Feng Yueshan was originally a member of the Devil Sect, so his life and death had nothing to do with him. Wang Baichuan said directly, "All right, you two take care of Su Yin. I'm going to join the battle." Wang Baichuan was still a battle-hungry person after all. Previously, he was deeply shocked by Su Yan's powerful strength. With a comparison, he could understand himself more clearly. Not to mention ghastly Su Yan. Even Su Yan's normal state had surpassed him. He was the Taixing sword master, but now his strength had been pulled apart from Su Yan's. However, how could the proud and arrogant him accept this fact? He left the warship and went straight to the end of the sky. After he left, Feng Yuhai also said, "Brother Mengyang, I'll leave Su Yin to you. I'm going to join the battle too. Otherwise, we'll be too far behind Su Yin." Wang Baichuan was like this, and so was he. The battle was not over yet. As the two most outstanding people in the Taihang sword faction, they had to make themselves stronger. At this time, the sky was filled with an extremely powerful pressure, as if the whole sky was about to fall. Mengyang looked at the two people leaving. He did not think too much. After all, he was very tired. Su Yin, why did you change so much? Was that really you just now? That's too scary. But you better wake up quickly. You're making me feel insecure when you're sleeping like this. While Meng Yang was talking, there was a new movement in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. In the depths of the mysterious sea of consciousness, a ghastly face appeared. Chapter 744. Female Literature. Su Yan fell into a deep sleep. This time his slumber was not because his sea of consciousness was occupied, but because he was too tired, so his body began to repair itself. However, while he was in deep sleep, there was a change in the depths of his knowledge sea. The ghostly face quietly appeared. The golden forehead and the black parts of the face looked very out of place. However, there was one thing that was undeniable, and that was the power of the ghostly face. Of course, it was only a mask that appeared at this time. The appearance of the mask caused a change in the knowledge sea. It was as if layers of fog were dispersing at this time. Then, the knowledge sea became clearer and clearer. In the sea of consciousness, there were two tall cages. Of course, they were not real cages, but were completely constructed with divine sense. This was Su Yan's knowledge sea, so the one who constructed these two cages was naturally Su Yan. Two souls were suppressed in the cages. One of them was flowing with a dark aura, as if it was an endless abyss. The other one was also exuding an incomparable chill. They were Darkness, Holy Man, and Ice Extreme. After the death of the great demon god, Ice Extreme, these two bodies split from his body. Back in the second ancient ruin, under the threat of the evil sword Cold Jade, these two evil souls reached an agreement with Su Yan, then entered Su Yan's body. Of course, these two guys definitely did not have good intentions. Later, the Godslayer Godword directly invaded Su Yan's knowledge sea, but Su Yan's knowledge sea mutated, in the end giving birth to the Green Lotus and Bright Moon. When these two things appeared, the Godslayer Sword's consciousness was directly expelled from Su Yan's knowledge sea. At that time, Su Yan also directly sealed these two guys. Both Darkness, Holy Man, and Ice Extreme were extremely dangerous existences. How could they be simple if they were related to the great demon god? If it weren't for the fact that the Godslayer Godword had invaded their bodies, it would have taken Su Yan a lot of effort to seal them away. However, after sealing the two items, Su Yan's sea of wisdom became much quieter. Originally, as long as Su Yan didn't die, these two souls would never wake up. They would fall into an eternal slumber until their power was gradually assimilated by Su Yan's power and became a part of Su Yan's body. However, he did not expect Grimace to appear here at this time. The ice-cold mask flew towards the two evil souls. The two sleeping evil souls seemed to have sensed something. The moment the mask approached them, the two evil souls opened their eyes. When the mask approached, they actually woke up. Su Yan, I will definitely kill you. This was the roar of Dao Master Darkness. He had never thought that after that crisis, Su Yan would actually turn around and seal the two of them. This was something that he could not forgive. Of course, he might have forgotten that he had no choice but to enter Su Yan's body. Furthermore, he did not have any good intentions towards Enchang. It was the same for Bingju. At that time, the two of them wanted to scheme against Su Yan. However, they did not expect that Su Yan had already plotted against them. Although he did not understand why they suddenly woke up at this time, the killing intent in his heart was endless. If he could, he would definitely obliterate Su Yan's soul. Moreover, he believed that they could do it. After all, they were split from the great demon god Bingju's body. As long as they were given enough time, they would definitely be able to grow. It was at this time that they suddenly noticed the thing floating in front of them. At this moment, the two of them actually trembled. Even though they had obtained part of the great demon god Bingju's memories, they had never seen a mask like this. However, there was one thing that was without a doubt, and that was that this mask was extremely terrifying. It was clearly just a mask, but they felt that it was alive. At this moment, a thought was transmitted from the mask. What the hell is this? It actually wants to invade our souls. It's simply courting death. At this moment, they were furious. They had just woken up, only to discover that something was trying to invade their souls. When they were sealed by Su Yan, it was because of the Godslayer's sword. If not for the deterrence of the Godslayer's sword, Su Yin would not have been able to do it so easily. Now that they had awakened, it was only a matter of time before they could break free from the power of the seal. However, they never expected that they would encounter such a crisis after just waking up. Of course, at this time, they did not take this seriously. After all, Darkness Down Master was once a 6 Essences Down Master. Although he was severely injured by the evil sword Cold Jade, and his strength had decreased significantly, his soul was still very strong. At this moment, he immediately launched a counterattack. At this moment, Bingju also started to resist. The two of them were originally one. At this moment, when they started to exert their strength at the same time, the power that burst out was so strong that even the two of them did not expect it to reach such a level. I really didn't expect that I could burst out with such power when I was with you, Darkness Down Master said sarcastically. The two of them were of the same origin. Because of this, they both wanted to devour each other. This time, after the two of them joined forces and burst out with such a strong power, the two of them became even more determined. From the moment they were born, the two of them were destined to be enemies. In the end, only one of them would survive, and that person would become the real Darkness Down Master. At this moment, the mask suddenly shone brightly. At this moment, the golden power and the other two powers burst out, and the powerful force suppressed them in an instant. At this moment, they were simply on the verge of collapse. Impossible! What kind of power is this? The power of the great demonic dragon, the power of the Buddha, and the power of the great demonic god. Why, what the hell is this mask? Why does it have so many powers? At this moment, their colleagues began to tremble. They were originally full of confidence, but at this moment, they finally felt fear. Their powerful strength seemed so weak in front of this strange mask. At this moment, they were really on the verge of collapse. Silently, the light emitted by the masks began to fuse with their bodies. They knew that fusing with this light was definitely not a good thing for them. However, at this moment, they could not even resist. This ray of light was simply too powerful, especially the source of the three lights. Each of them was an extremely terrifying existence. Even at this moment, they could not understand why these three powers, who were supposed to be mortal enemies, would fuse together at this time. And when these three powers completely fused together, his strength would reach such a level. Not long after, their resistance became weaker and weaker. Under the attack of the ghost mask, they became more and more powerless. Although they were very unwilling, at this moment, they knew clearly that they had lost. Damn it, are we going to die? Are we really going to die? They were so unwilling. It was not easy for them to give birth to a life of their own and have their own consciousness, but they were going to die like this. How unreconciled were they to accept this? They could have become a dragon that could turn the world upside down, but at this moment they were going to die. After a long time, everything calmed down. At this moment, the two people's minds were in a mess. Are we dead? Are we dead? Darkness Down Master's voice was so weak. He was obviously a very powerful existence, but at this moment his voice was as weak as a mosquito's. Dead? No, we're not dead. We're really not dead. At this moment, Bingju suddenly said excitedly. He originally thought that he was dead, but at this moment he was pleasantly surprised to find that he was not dead. His life was still there. At this moment, the two people felt as if they had just woken up from a dream. The joy they felt was indescribable. However, at this moment, Bingju was suddenly stunned. Darkness, your face. At this moment, Darkness Down Master was also disappointed. Bingju saw it, and he also saw that there was an additional mask on their faces. The mask of evil intent had actually landed on their bodies at this moment. At this moment, they were both moved. Even their whole bodies began to tremble. What a terrible thing this was. The two of them were experienced and knowledgeable, so they immediately realized something terrible. The terrifying mask had already invaded their divine soul. At this moment, they had become the hosts of the ghost mask. They knew very well that becoming a host was almost never a good thing. It could even be said that their end would be extremely tragic. Therefore, at this moment, The two people's faces were so solemn. However, at this moment, Bing Ju suddenly said, "Forget it. At least we're still alive." This sentence sounded casual, but in fact at this moment it was very serious. They were alive, but they had become the host of someone else's body. At this moment, Darkness Down Master said, "Indeed, at least we're still alive. Our origin is the great demon god. As long as I recover my strength, I will definitely tear that mask and imprison Su Yan's soul, torturing it for eternity." He hated Su Yan to the extreme. If it wasn't for Su Yan, they wouldn't have been sealed, and they wouldn't have been in such a situation. Chapter 745. Female Literature. Ghostface entered their bodies and did not do anything else after that. Of course, they didn't think that this was the end of it. They knew clearly that this was just the beginning. However, they couldn't do anything about it. Now that they had woken up, the most important thing was to get rid of the seal. Only then would they have a chance to do other things. While Su Yan was in a deep sleep, the battle situation outside had changed. The Boundless Demon Sect's lineup was indeed powerful, but it was a trap set up by the Blazing Flame Sect and the Taihang Sword faction. Although Feng Li of the Taihang Sword faction and a venerable from the Blazing Flame Sect had died in battle, the Demon Sect's losses were definitely much greater. Not to mention the two venerables killed by Su Yan and the two who had died earlier, the rest of the Demon Sect's venerables had all died. Apart from the two Four Essences sovereigns and the Dao sovereign Yin Shao, everyone else who had been bitterly holding on had died. This was the most disastrous loss the Boundless Demon Sect had ever suffered. Moreover, the two Four Essences sovereigns and even Yin Shao had fallen into a crisis at this moment. Among the two Four Essences venerables, Bai Tianqing was not from the Demon Sect, but from the Huangji Sect. He was the one who followed behind them. Fan Yunlin knew his son very well. He knew that even with the help of the three heroes of Heavenly Ghosts, it was impossible for him to subdue Mu Tianxiang. Therefore, he had already made arrangements. Whether it was Yin Zhongshan or Bai Tianqing, they were all part of his arrangements. However, he didn't expect that even with such arrangements, there would still be a huge change in the situation. At this time, the Huangji Sect was inexplicably involved in the war between the Boundless Demon Sect, the Blazing Flame Sect, and the Taihang Sword faction. Of course, Bai Tianqing wouldn't fight against the Taihang Sword faction for the Boundless Demon Sect. His opponent was only Mu Tianxiang. However, at this time, he was also in great danger. Mu Tianqing's strength was beyond his imagination. Even if he couldn't use all his strength was already very terrifying. In such a state, he could only retreat in defeat. Only now did he realize that he had been too careless. If he hadn't let the Jade Phosphorus Beast fight the sea-splitting demonic snake, then he wouldn't be under so much pressure now. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Now, even if he wanted to summon the Jade Phosphorus Beast, he couldn't because the Jade Phosphorus Beast had been dragged to the bottom of the sea by the sea-splitting demonic serpent to fight. It had to be said that since becoming Su Yan's mount, the wisdom of the Jade Phosphor Beast had become more and more extraordinary. He directly dragged the Jade Phosphorus Beast to the bottom of the deep sea. Although the Jade Phosphorus Beast was also a water attribute monster beast, how could it compare to him? Once he entered the deep sea, the Jade Phosphorus Beast would not be able to escape even if it wanted to. It could only become his rations. At this time, the Jade Phosphor Beast was constantly struggling. Obviously, it had also realized that it was in a bad situation. His strength was originally above that of the sea-rending demonic snake. In the beginning, he had the absolute upper hand. After all, his master was a powerful Four Essences sovereign. After becoming a monster pet, the master's strength had a lot to do with himself. Therefore, at the beginning, the sea-rending demonic snake was almost beaten black and blue by him. As a result, the two powerful monsters quickly entered the deep sea. However, after entering the deep sea, the sea-rending demonic snake finally launched a counterattack. In the beginning, the sea-rending demonic snake was indeed no match for the Jade Phosphorus Beast. However, its strength was not so weak. At that time, it had swallowed its pride just for this moment. In the face of the sea-rending demonic snake's desperate counterattack, the jade phosphorus beast was instantly suppressed. This was the deep sea, and the strong water pressure brought a lot of trouble to the jade phosphorus beast. Mu Tianxing looked at Bai Tianxing and said calmly, "Bai Tianxing, you can't do it anymore." She had everything in her hands. At this time, Bai Tianxing was no longer as calm as he was at the beginning. At this time, he remembered that his opponent was the most outstanding genius in the Huangji sect. Although Mu Tianxing's terrifying strength was not all from her own cultivation, she was an extremely terrifying genius herself, even if their realms were now the same, and he even had some advantages. However, when it came to fighting, he was still no match for Mu Tianxing. If his jade phosphorus beast was here, the current situation might not have reached such a state. However, he was too careless at the beginning, and he actually let the jade phosphorus beast leave directly. At this time, he was completely suppressed. On the other side, Ghost Dragon, who was fighting with the frenzied Blade Venerable, was in an even more miserable state. His Ghost Dragon was directly suppressed by the Oriole. The power of thunder and lightning controlled by the Oriole was very terrifying, and it was almost natural to restrain the Ghost Dragon. Therefore, at this time, he was like Bai Tianxing without his partner. On the other hand, the frenzied Blade Venerable had always been known for his violence and unrestrained. He was a complete madman. In a battle with him, if he took the initiative, he would have almost no advantage. After all, this guy would fight with his life on the line, even when there was no hope. The name Frenzy Blade was not given for nothing. At this time, he really hoped that someone could come and help him. Unfortunately, when he scanned his surroundings, he found that almost everyone on his side had died. Bai Tianxing, who was also in the Four Origin realm like him, was also being suppressed at this time. As for the others, they had already started to die at this time. At this time, he was in an extremely dangerous situation. He clearly understood that if this continued, he would only be in a worse situation. After all, if his people died, it meant that the people on the other side would be free. Now, he could not even deal with one of them, let alone several of them. At this time, a huge force was constantly operating in the sky. Lord Yin Xiao was also in a very bad situation at this time. Xiao Zifan of the Blazing Flame sect was an extremely terrifying figure. Although he was not the current fire god of the Blazing Flame sect, everyone knew how powerful he was. As a Dao master, he had terrifying power. At this time, his flames were constantly sweeping, and this part of the sky was almost completely surrounded by the power of the flames. Of course, if he was alone, Yin Xiao would definitely not be in such a difficult situation. He would even be very calm and at ease and directly counterattack. But the problem was that his opponent was definitely not Xiao Zifan alone. The one who really made him feel troubled was Shui Xingchuan, who had not stepped into the Dao Master Realm. This guy was his demon when he was young, and he was still the same now. He was really too powerful. He had not reached the Dao Master Realm and had not undergone the Dao Mart baptism. But the lethality of each of his sword strikes was so terrifying. A casual swing of his sword contained extremely terrifying destructive power. That kind of power could cut through the void. This time, Xiao Zifan actually didn't participate in the battle. The only thing he did was to prevent Yin Xiao from leaving the battlefield. Shui Xingchuan had pieced together his strength and injured Yin Xiao. This was an extremely difficult battle. After so many years, it had been a long time since he had experienced such a terrifying battle. No matter how hard he tried, he could not see any hope. As one of the vice sect masters of the Limitless Demon sect, he was in such a difficult situation. Yin Xiao, what's wrong? Why don't you fight me head-on? Could it be that you're already feeling afraid? Haha, you're a Dao master, and I'm just a 5 Origin Realm venerable. Shui Xingchuan mocked him. While these big shots were fighting, the situation of the small fries had naturally changed. This time, the Limitless Demon sect had suffered heavy losses. Wang Baichuan directly joined the battle, followed by Feng Yuhai. At this time, the Dragon Realm venerables of the Limitless Demon sect were once again impacted. Even a powerhouse of the 7 Dragons realm was in a very miserable state. Then Feng Yuhai directly joined the battle. At this time, Both Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan were filled with anger. This was because they realized that their strength was too far away from Su Yan's. This made them feel very uncomfortable. Therefore, they were extremely eager to fight. Originally, it was just a plan that Su Yan had come up with on the spur of the moment. But now, it had developed to such an extent. This sea had completely turned into an ocean of war. Beside the sea, there was a tall and handsome man. He looked at the terrifying battlefield with a slight smile on his face. He softly said, "What a beautiful sky. A world filled with the flames of war is a beautiful world." Ha! The limitless demon sect. There was a figure behind him. It was Hydralisk. Compared to before, Hydralisk's aura had become even deeper. His entire person had almost merged into this world, formless and traceless. This was a realm that he had dreamed of. His body and even his aura had become one with this world. This feeling was really good. Since he was Hydralisk, the person in front of him was naturally Duanmu Longhu. This was the crown prince of the limitless demon sect from thousands of years ago. After the last ruin, he had directly disappeared. At this time, he finally appeared again. At this time, his aura had become so deep that it was like the sea in front of him. Chapter 746. Female Literature. For Duanmu Longhu, this was a big show. This vast sea was a big stage, and he was the only audience. He didn't know when he appeared here, but he seemed to have seen all the previous battles. "Hydralisk, did you see that? Our friend has become so powerful," Duanmu Longhu said. Hydralisk understood that he was talking about Su Yan. Indeed, Su Yan had become very powerful. At first, he thought that he could easily defeat Su Yan. However, it was only now that he realized that Su Yan's strength had actually reached such a terrifying level. Ghostface, Su Yan didn't appear for long. Besides Wang Baichuan, no one else seemed to have seen Su Yan like this. Therefore, they agreed to keep this matter a secret and not leak it out. But they didn't know that Duanmu Longhu and Hydralisk had seen everything. He was a bystander here, and he was watching everything. Ghostface, Su Yan's strength shocked Hydralisk. Of course, Duanmu Longhu was the same. Although from the very beginning, he had already regarded Su Yan as a strong opponent and highly recognized Su Yan's potential, Su Yan's strength was still very weak. But he never thought that Su Yan's strength had reached such a level. However, Duanmu Longhu was an extremely proud person, and he had absolute confidence in himself. Even if Su Yan had become extremely powerful, and Ghostface Su Yan had even reached the venerable realm, he still didn't put it in his heart. He was a determined powerhouse. A person like him had absolute confidence in himself, and he would never let anything affect him. So what if Su Yan was strong? He would be defeated by him sooner or later. At this time, Hydralisk suddenly said, "Su Yan's previous state was really strange. Master, should we announce this matter?" Hydralisk wasn't a stupid person. On the contrary, he was very smart. He understood what it meant if Su Yan's previous performance was announced. It was likely that all the experts would have a strong interest in Su Yan. How could Su Yan be so strong? He was actually able to kill 2 venerables with his own strength? Even if those powerhouses didn't believe it, as long as they had doubts in their hearts, it was enough. This was definitely a huge threat to Su Yan. But at this time, Duanmu Longhu said, "No, this is not the right time. He is still our ally. His strength is only good for us." After Duanmu Longhu finished speaking, he turned around and left. "Let's go. The show is over." This time, the Sublime Flow Sword sect and the Scorching Flame sect have done a good job. I'm really surprised. However, after this battle, the world will really be in chaos. Just as he had said, in his opinion, this world full of war and chaos was the most beautiful. Blood was the best dye to paint this world. A world without war was a pool of stagnant water. If he wanted to rise again, then this world must be in chaos. At this time, he didn't say anything because at this time, he was completely convinced by Duanmu Longhu. He knew how terrifying Duanmu Longhu was. He had the strength of a dragon and the wisdom of a fox. He was an extremely strong and even terrifying person. Since he had made a plan, then this plan wouldn't fail. he would go to a faraway place. And what he had to do now was to follow behind him. Su Yan's recovery ability was really abnormal. Even Mengyang was dumbfounded. He had suffered such a heavy injury, especially that bowl-sized wound, which contained the power of a venerable. At first, the terrifying energy of the Earth Demon Sword was still constantly destroying Su Yan's body. But at this time, Su Yan's injury actually started to heal. Even with the help of some divine medicine, it wouldn't be so fast. But at this time, Su Yan's condition was right in front of him. My goodness, Su Yan, you're simply an undying monster. This sentence came from the bottom of his heart. As the disciple of the frenzied Blade Venerable, his body was actually very strong and abnormal. But compared to Su Yan, the difference was too big. Previously, he had estimated that if he had suffered such a heavy injury, he would have been dead already. Most likely, he was already dead by now. However, Su Yan had already begun to heal. There was even a ray of light visible to the naked eye at his wound. That ray of light was healing Su Yan's body. Under this kind of power, new flesh grew out from his wounds. At this time, he was bored and walked out of the warship. He looked in the direction of his master. Even though you brag every day, you better not die this time around. At this time, Mengyang suddenly felt that he was too weak. At this moment, he suddenly had the determination to cultivate properly. This time, it wasn't just talk, but real motivation. His master was fighting with a powerhouse. Big Sister Mu, whom he liked, was also fighting. Mengyang couldn't interfere in the battle between the two. Even when Su Yan was fighting to the death, he could only watch from the side. He watched as Su Yan faced off against the power of the powerful venerables. Then, he watched as Su Yan turned into a ghost face under the pressure of Yin Song. Then, Su Yan killed the two venerables before falling unconscious. During this series of events, he could only be a bystander. To him, it was simply a kind of torture. He couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't watch his good friends suffer like this, but he couldn't do anything. This time, I must cultivate properly. I must. At this time, the battle in the sky gradually stopped. Everything seemed to have calmed down. This time, the devil's sect fled in defeat. Ghost Dragon won. This time, you're going to become a dead ghost. Haha. The frenzied Blade Venerable had completely gone crazy at this time. Similar to Wang Baichuan's cold state, the frenzied Blade Venerable also had his own extreme state. When his fighting spirit burned to the extreme, he would directly go berserk. After going berserk, whether it was strength or speed, it would directly increase at this moment. This was already terrifying enough. What was even more terrifying was that he would almost directly shut off his sense of pain. He could almost directly ignore the damage his enemy's attacks caused him. Such an enemy was truly terrifying. For anyone, facing such an enemy was an extremely troublesome matter. Ghost Dragon had been in the Four Origin realm for a long time. He was extremely powerful. The Frenzied Blade Venerable hadn't broken through to the Four Origin realm for a long time. Logically speaking, Ghost Dragon should have the upper hand no matter what. Unfortunately, the Frenzied Blade Venerable couldn't be viewed with common sense. He was just too powerful. At this time, the power he possessed was almost unimaginable. He was a powerful madman from head to toe. Each of his blade strikes posed a tremendous threat to the Four Essence Demonic Sect Venerable. Ghost Dragon clearly knew that it was impossible for him to defeat the Frenzied Blade Venerable today. At this time, he already had thoughts of retreating. The Limitless Demon Sect didn't have the determination to fight to the death. He knew very well that only by living could he have everything. If he died in battle, everything would be gone. At this time, he directly contacted his Ghost Dragon with his mind and issued an order, wanting his Ghost Dragon to leave. However, when he transmitted his consciousness over, he only received a very weak response. Such a performance simply gave him a huge shock. This meant that his Ghost Dragon was in a very bad state. It was seriously injured and on the verge of death. However, his Ghost Dragon should clearly be stronger than the Yellow Sparrow. Even if it was innately restrained by the Yellow Sparrow, its cultivation realm was still there. Why did the battle fall to such a state? At this time, the Frenzied Blade Venerable slashed down again. The terrifying blade constantly vibrated in the sky. The powerful force almost tore Ghost Dragon Ying's mind apart. The frenzied blade Venerable said arrogantly, "Hee hee, you old fart. You actually dare to be distracted while fighting me. Looks like you're really tired of living." The frenzied blade Venerable's mocking smile made him feel very unhappy, but there was nothing he could do at this time. The ghost dragon was his beast pet, after all. It was also a part of his power. He absolutely couldn't watch the ghost dragon die. Therefore, he finally disregarded everything and directly rushed into the sky. The frenzied blade Venerable said, "Our battle isn't over yet. Where do you think you're going?" At this time, the frenzied blade Venerable naturally couldn't let his prey escape. He directly followed Ghost Dragon Ying into the sky. High in the sky, strong winds were constantly blowing. Two extremely terrifying beasts were constantly fighting. One of the giant beasts had the body of a dragon. This was naturally the ghost dragon. His opponent was the yellow sparrow, Su Yan's yellow sparrow. The battle between the two was so cruel. At this moment, the ghost dragon's body was extremely miserable. Thunderbolts were still flickering on the surface of his body. It was the yellow sparrow's power, which was constantly eroding his body. Of course, the yellow sparrow was also extremely miserable at this time. There was a hideous wound on one of its huge wings. There were also countless bloodstains on its body. Chapter 747, Female Literature. The danger of a fight between formidable beasts was simply unimaginable. Of course, it was impossible for two humongous creatures to be unscathed as they fought in the boundless sky. The spectral dragon was severely injured, so the Oriole was not much better off. Nevertheless, the Oriole took the initiative at this moment. The higher the sky, the more powerful it was. In such a place, apart from true dragons, there were too few races that could contend with the Oriole. The spectral dragon was indeed a formidable creature, but just like how the jade phosphorus beast could not contend with the sea-splitting demonic snake in the deep sea, it could not do the same in such a sky. As the two fought, the strong wind in the sky became extremely terrifying. It was like a meat grinder. Ordinary creatures dared not approach this place at all. Otherwise, once they got close to this place, only death would await them. However, right at this moment, a figure charged straight towards this place. It was the spectral dragon. After sensing the crisis of his demonic pet, he immediately made a decision. He actually charged into the sky at the cost of taking a hit from the Furious Saber Venerable One. Needless to say, he did not only do this because he loved his demonic pet, although it was also a part of it. He had analyzed that if he only relied on his own strength, it would be very difficult for him to escape the Furious Saber Venerable One's pursuit. This was because the Furious Saber Venerable One saber was fast and powerful enough. He could pull away from the Furious Saber Venerable One in a short time. But at this time, as time passed, he would definitely be caught up. The only way to truly escape the Furious Saber Venerable One's pursuit was the spectral dragon. The significance of a demonic pet was not that there was an additional demonic beast. If the demonic pet and its master cooperated well, the strength that it could unleash would definitely be terrifying. If both of them fought together, as long as they cooperated well enough, their strength could be unleashed to an extremely powerful extent. By then, not to mention escaping successfully, the spectral dragon even had the thought of killing the Furious Saber Venerable One. Therefore, at this time, he rushed into the sky without any regard for anything else. His only chance to turn the tables now was the spectral dragon. At this moment, he released all of his power, which was almost a suicidal method. Therefore, even the Furious Saber Venerable One could not catch up to him during this period. At this moment, the frenzied blade Venerable suddenly understood his purpose. "Damn thing, are you trying to escape? How can I let you escape, you damn guy?" Even if he was fearless, he still didn't want to implicate Su Yan, that Oriole. Thus, he immediately pushed his speed to its limit. But in the end, he was still a step too slow. The two of them were at the same cultivation level. Although his strength suppressed the other party, it was impossible for him to completely suppress the other party. Therefore, he was unable to catch up to the Oriole at this moment. At this moment, Ghost Dragoning laughed. "You want to stop me?" "No, It's already too late for you. I will definitely kill that Oriole. After that, if possible, I will definitely kill you as well. And that precious disciple of yours will also die. Gui Longing deliberately said those words. He wanted to make the wild blade venerable angry. A battle at their level was extremely terrifying. It wasn't just a contest of strength, but also a contest of mentality. At this moment, if the frenzied blade venerable's heart was in turmoil, be it anger or strong murderous intent, it would be a rare opportunity for him. Of course, he didn't know if the frenzied blade venerable would be infuriated by his words, but he was willing to try as long as there was a chance. After all, he didn't know if some things would succeed after doing them, but if he didn't do them, they wouldn't succeed for sure. Soon enough, he penetrated through layers of strong winds. At this moment, he also saw his demonic pet. The moment he saw his ghost dragon covered in injuries, his heart was filled with anger. It was his demonic pet, but it was in such a miserable state at this moment. At this moment, Ghost Dragon roared in excitement. He sensed the arrival of his master. If he and his master joined forces, they could definitely kill the Oriole directly. He damn beast. I'll take your life today. The Oriole's bloodline was extremely powerful. If Ghost Dragon could devour the Oriole directly after killing it, it would be greatly beneficial for his evolution. However, the frenzied Blade Venerable was behind him at this moment, so he didn't seem to have such an opportunity. But it didn't matter. Although it was a pity, it was a good thing to be able to kill the Oriole. Moreover, if he was fast enough, it would be great if he could retrieve the demon core from the Oriole's body. At this moment, his strength skyrocketed, and a pitch-black force enveloped the Oriole. The battle between the Oriole and Ghost Dragon had entered a critical period. At this moment, both the Oriole and the dragon were exhausted to the extreme. And at this moment, Ghost Dragon almost didn't have the strength to resist Ghost Dragon Ying's attack. Boom! Ghost Dragon Wind's attack directly hit the Oriole. This caused the Oriole's body to tremble. Even though it tried its best to flap its wings, it couldn't help but fall down. His body fell downwards, which meant that he couldn't even control his own body. Ghost Dragoning, how dare you? At this moment, the frenzied Blade Venerable's voice sounded directly. His tone was full of anger. But how could Ghost Dragoning care? As long as he killed the Oriole, it would be his chance to turn the tables. Frenzied Blade, you idiot. Don't you know whether I dare to or not? Ha! You really don't want this Oriole to die, right? But I'm going to kill it right in front of you. At this time, he was simply arrogant to the extreme. His power continued to revolve. Such a terrifying power continued to revolve. Obviously, he was going to attack the Oriole again. At this time, the Oriole was in extreme pain. It was already injured to begin with, and the attack from Gui Longing earlier was even more unbearable for it. It only felt like it was going to die in the next moment. At this point, he had nowhere else to go. If it wasn't injured, it could naturally use its terrifying speed to avoid this attack. But now its wings were extremely heavy. At this moment, he couldn't even stabilize his body. At this moment, he let out a cry of despair. It was at this moment that his emotions were directly transmitted to Su Yan's sea of consciousness through the mysterious existence. Su Yan's physical body was almost recovered. His injuries were gradually stabilizing. As long as there was a little more time, Su Yan would be able to wake up. This made Meng Yang heave a sigh of relief. And at this time, Meng Yang began his cultivation. Since he had already made up his mind to cultivate seriously, he wouldn't give up any time. Meng Yang, was a man of his word. At this time, Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes. There was a connection between the demon pet and its master. At this time, the Oriole's despair was transmitted to Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Almost instantly, the blood essence of the demonic beast's heart in Su Yan's body began to boil. At this moment, Su Yan was actually enveloped by a layer of bloodlight. Oriole! At this moment, the demon blood was activated. The supreme sword soul in his sea of consciousness actually burst out with endless light. The radiance that seeped out of his body gave Meng Yang a shock. Damn, Su Yan, you're a zombie. Previously, Su Yan looked like he was on the verge of death. But at this time, he actually burst out with such a powerful and terrifying aura. Su Yin didn't pay attention to Meng Yang at this time. He just said, "Wait for me to come back." At this time, a terrifying divine sword appeared in front of him. It was the Godslayer's sword. Previously, the Godslayer's sword wanted to invade Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness and then make Su Yan its scabbard. But this time, it actually appeared and was used by Su Yan. It turned out that at the moment when Su Yan sensed the danger of the Aureole, he directly communicated with the Godslayer's sword with the Supreme Sword Soul. He wanted to borrow the power of the Godslayer's sword to directly tear space, and then go to the Aureole's side. Even a Tao master would find it difficult to tear space apart. Only a venerable sovereign had the ability to easily tear space apart. But Su Yan knew that the Godslayer's sword would definitely be able to do it. One must know that when he fought with the evil sword Cold Jade last time, countless cracks appeared in the sky. So, he believed that the Godslayer's sword would definitely be able to do it. Everything had a price. The Godslayer's sword didn't treat Su Yan as its master. It's what was above everything. It agreed to help because Su Yan passed his will to it through the Supreme Sword Soul to become a scabbard. Su Yan agreed to become the scabbard of the Godslayer's sword. Using one's own body as the scabbard was a very terrifying thing. Back then, the evil sword Cold Jade wanted to use Xue Xingchuan as the scabbard. Xue Xingchuan was sealed for more than 10 years because of this. Later, the evil sword Cold Jade's eyes fell on Su Yan. But at that time, Su Yan directly released the Godslayer sword from the seal of the red fire sword case, and thus escaped the disaster. But at this time, he actually agreed to it willingly, because now he wanted to be the Aureole. Although they were only demon pets, Su Yan would never give them up so easily. At this time, the space crack appeared, and Su Yan directly entered it without hesitation. With a flash of light, Su Yan directly disappeared. It was as if he had never appeared. Meng Yang looked at all this and was even more shocked. Damn it, it's tearing space. This guy, how many hidden cards does he have? Chapter 748. Female Literature. At this moment, he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. How many more tricks did Su Yan have up his sleeves that he was unaware of? Isn't this guy hiding a little too many things? Just what level had his strength reached? He could actually tear space apart. However, he could vaguely guess that this had a lot to do with that strange sword. After all, he had never seen that sword before today. Gue Longying's attack finally erupted. At the same time, he had already reunited with Gue Longying. After reuniting with Gue Longying, the two powers began to merge. This made his attack even more terrifying. He had absolute confidence that he could kill the Aureole with this attack. Just as he had said, the frenzied blade Venerable couldn't do anything at this moment. The only thing he could do was to admire how Gue Longying had killed the Aureole. As for the frenzied blade Venerable's anger, Gue Longying didn't care about it all. After all, he had already reunited with his beast pet. With the help of Gue Longying's speed, it wouldn't be difficult for him to leave. Of course, he hadn't thought of fighting the frenzied blade Venerable to the death yet. After all, that wasn't his style. However, an unforeseen event suddenly occurred at this moment. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in front of the Aureole. It was as if glass had been shattered. Then, a sword appeared out of thin air. Gue Longying frowned and felt an inexplicable sense of danger. What's going on? What's happening? Even he couldn't react at this moment. But then, he immediately saw a person emerge from the crack. He immediately cried out in alarm. How is this possible? This is a space-tearing technique. At this moment, he was really terrified to the extreme. One had to know that tearing space was a powerful technique that only sovereigns could use. Sovereigns that could frighten 7 essences. Sovereigns were mythical existences. Although he was currently at the 4 essences realm, he clearly knew how huge the gap between him and a sovereign's was. A sovereign's wouldn't need to expend much energy to kill him. However, he didn't understand why a sovereign's would descend at this time. However, he soon got a clear look at the person who appeared. It's not an overlord, it's you, Brad. At this moment, his eyes emitted a cold light. Previously, he had seen Su Yan, so at this time, he directly called out Su Yan. It turned out that the one who appeared this time was not an ancestor, but a dragon realm brat. He stared at Su Yin and said directly, "How could you tear space? How did you do it?" That's not right. It's that sword. I understand now. There's something strange about that sword." Ghost Dragon Ying's eyes were extremely sharp. Almost at the first moment, he had already seen how terrifying the sword in Su Yan's hand was. It was also because of this that his greed immediately emerged. As a four-origin venerable, his battle prowess was already extremely formidable. However, if he could obtain that terrifying and mysterious sword, his strength would immediately increase. By then, why would he be afraid? The frenzied Saber Highness could just kill him straight away. Therefore, at this time, his greed had reached an extremely high level. A brat like you won't be able to control such a divine sword. Let me take care of it for you." He directly stretched out his hand. A huge black shadow appeared out of thin air. It was a terrifying palm formed by the condensation of his power. It possessed extremely terrifying power. At this time, a powerful light directly enveloped Su Yin. If it was the frenzied Saber Highness, he naturally wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. However, Su Yin was only in the dragon realm. What was such a person in his eyes? These so-called young geniuses were nothing more than trash before they grew up. Moreover, being able to kill such a person was something to be happy about. The spatial crack behind Su Yin disappeared, and he stood in front of Yellow Sparrow. At this time, his gaze was so cold that it was almost the same as that of Ghostface Su Yin. At this time, he directly raised the sword in his hand gently. His movements were so slow that it was as if he was a child lifting heavy steel. However, at this time, Yellow Sparrow let out an extremely uneasy sound. It was a kind of fear. However, it wasn't afraid of Ghostface's attack. It was afraid of the sword in Su Yan's hand. In this space, he felt an extremely terrifying power. The degree of the power was so terrifying that even he couldn't come into contact with it. Moreover, he had experienced this terrifying power before. Back then, when the four great demonic beasts appeared, all of them wanted to devour Su Yin. Later on, even the evil-eye tyrant appeared. However, at that time, Su Yin finally took out the sword. The appearance of such a terrifying divine sword made them unable to breathe. In the end, they had no choice but to give their heart's essence and blood to Su Yin. Although it wasn't long back then, the respect they had for the sword was deeply engraved in their hearts. Yellow Sparrow originally thought that he would definitely die this time. However, he didn't expect Su Yin to appear at this time. Moreover, he was holding the extremely terrifying divine sword in his hand. When he saw Su Yin, he already knew that he would be able to turn the situation around this time. However, the respect he had for the Godslayer's sword still made him tremble continuously. Gue Longying's attack finally arrived in front of Su Yin. At the next moment, it engulfed Su Yin entirely. The enormous black power drowned Su Yin's body. Yu Longying cruelly smiled. "Haha, and here I thought you were something special. So it turns out that you can't even withstand a single blow. However, I'll be taking your sword, haha." His laughter stopped abruptly at this moment. In the end, it turned into an extremely terrified sound. At this moment, his body even began to tremble. Suddenly, a mark appeared in the midst of his enormous power. The plain and cold trace was so inconspicuous at the beginning. However, in the next moment, the trace tore everything apart. The power of his attack dissipated in an instant. At this moment, he saw clearly that it was a sword mark. The sword mark was so arrogant that it was as if everything in this world would be vulnerable in front of it. At this moment, Ghostface felt that his life was like a candlelight in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Go quickly. He was really afraid when he saw this. He immediately urged the ghost dragon to leave as soon as possible. However, how could he escape at this time? The spectral dragon's speed was indeed fast, but how could it compare to Su Yan's sword light? The difference was too great. The sword light flashed, and it was already not far behind him. Although it had not come into contact with his sword chi, that terrifying power had already torn his clothes, causing countless wounds to appear on his back. There was a mouthful of blood in his mouth. At this moment, he was about to collapse. Under the threat of death, he made a decision. Block him, you stupid idiot, block him for me. At this time, he actually directly used his own demon pet as his shield. Poor Ghostface. The master that he had trusted so much earlier had actually abandoned him at this moment. Don't blame me. You're just my demon pet. At this moment, a trace of viciousness flashed through Ghostface's heart. Was he reluctant? Of course he would. This Ghostface had been with him for decades. He was his best friend. But so what? Weren't friends used to be sold? For the sake of his own life, what was the sacrifice of a ghost dragon? As long as he could continue to live, then all of this would be worth it. The sword attack that Su Yin had unleashed was truly terrifying. Even though Gue Long was extremely powerful, he was still unable to withstand a single blow from this sword attack. His huge body was directly torn apart in front of such a powerful sword momentum. It was like a rag that was instantly shattered. Seeing his demon pet die, Ghostface's heart trembled violently. However, he was a ruthless person after all. He deeply understood that this was not the time for him to continue staying. That brat was too terrifying. He had to leave immediately. Moreover, the further the better. Without Ghostface's help, he would be in much greater danger. Even if he could escape this moment, he would still be pursued by frenzied Saber Venerable. Unfortunately, Su Yin did not intend to let him go. You can't escape. He took a step forward. This simple step shattered the space once again. At the next moment, his figure had already appeared in front of Gue Longying. How strange was that? Gue Longying immediately stopped his body. At this moment, he looked at this young man. He was really afraid. This expressionless young man was simply a devil. His strength was too terrifying. Was he really a person in the dragon realm? No, it was that sword. That's a divine sword. No matter how powerful a holy sword was, it was impossible for it to reach such a level. Then, there was only one possibility. This sword was a divine sword. Go to hell. Su Yin did not give him a chance to say too much. After all, this was not his own strength, but the God-Slayer's swords. He used the condition of himself becoming the scabbard to use the power of the God-Slayer's sword. However, this kind of time could not be too long. Otherwise, under the impact of the God-Slayer's sword's power, he might even be torn to death. Dying. This was the final judgment for Ghostface. Chapter 749. Female Literature. When the frenzied Blade Venerable arrived, he was in time to see the last scene. Ghost Dragoning was killed by Su Yin with a single sword strike and was cut in half. How unbelievable was this? As Meng Yang's master, he naturally knew Su Yin. Last time, they had even killed a venerable from the Limitless Demon Sect together. He had a very high opinion of Su Yin. His talent was outstanding. He was young, but his realm was not low. Moreover, his combat strength was strong. More importantly, his mind was very calm, and he was also very tenacious. To be able to receive such a high evaluation from him was already very impressive. However, he never thought that Su Yin would be able to kill Ghost Dragoning. He still saw the scene before Ghost Dragoning died in his heart. This deeply shocked his heart. Even for him, it would not be so easy to kill Ghost Dragoning. At this moment, the Godslayer sword in Su Yan's hand suddenly moved towards Su Yan's body. When the frenzied Blade Venerable saw this, his entire body jumped. That's a divine sword. A divine sword in a scabbard. He was immediately alarmed. The Godslayer sword was clearly going to enter Su Yan's body at this moment. A powerhouse like him knew a lot of things. He deeply understood how tragic it would be if a person became a scabbard. As a senior, he could not watch Su Yin do this no matter what. Therefore, after the initial shock, he did not hesitate and directly attacked. He reached out his hand, wanting to grab the sword and prevent it from entering Su Yan's body. However, just as his palm approached, an extremely terrifying sword chi immediately rushed over. Facing this sword chi, even the powerful frenzied Blade Venerable had no choice but to retreat. What a terrifying sword chi! What a terrifying divine sword! At this moment, he finally understood why Ghost Dragoning was killed by Su Yin despite his realm. It was true that Su Yin was powerful, but the true power was this divine sword. Su Yin, There was nothing the frenzied saber Venerable One could do. He could only watch as the Godslayer's sword pierced Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's face was pale. However, he said to the frenzied blade Venerable, "Senior, don't worry. I'm fine." His smile was so forced. It was obvious that he was in great pain. At this time, the Oriole that felt its master's pain directly flew towards Su Yan. The Oriole approached Su Yan's body and let Su Yan stand on its back. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, he could sense that Su Yan had paid a huge price for him. From this moment onwards, he finally and wholeheartedly followed Su Yan, determined to become Su Yan's demon pet. For the sake of his own life, Ghost Dragon directly used his demon pet Ghost Dragon as a shield. And Su Yan, for his sake, did not hesitate to pay such a huge price. A demon beast, like the Oriole, also had extremely high intelligence. At this time, he was truly moved. Su Yan, you need to know that becoming a scabbard is like carrying an unbreakable curse. Perhaps you will not die a good death." The frenzied blade, Venerable One's expression was very solemn. Su Yan said, "Senior, this is my own choice. However, I ask Senior to help me keep it a secret." Su Yan said very calmly, as if he was just talking about a trivial matter. One had to know that if the news of him becoming a scabbard was known, then he would be in great trouble. How great was the temptation of a divine sword! When the evil sword Cold Jade was born, it directly set up a trap. At that time, even the sect master of the Taihang sword faction and the sect master of the Divine Wind sect had arrived. At this time, the news of Su Yan becoming a scabbard was leaked. Then, he would immediately become everyone's target. One had to know that there were only the 10 great divine swords in the entire Juzhou continent. Moreover, at least 4 of the divine swords were already in a broken state and were not complete. When the evil sword Cold Jade was born, it had attracted a lot of attention. After all, the frenzied blade Venerable One was not an ordinary person. He smiled at Su Yan and said, "You little brat, do you understand that if I used a sword instead of a blade, I would have already made my move? However, don't worry, I will keep this matter a secret for you. Of course, you must also remember this. You must not reveal it in front of others." Su Yan knew that this senior was thinking for him. He smiled and said, "Senior, don't worry. Su Yan is not a stupid person. Of course, I know the importance of this matter." In fact, Su Yan was already sighing in his heart. He had too many secrets. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. Today, the frenzied blade Venerable One was here. He would keep his secret for him, but what about another day? Sooner or later, his secret would be exposed. Moreover, he might not be ready to deal with everything by then. No matter what, he would not shrink back. He was still not powerful enough at the moment. If he could become as powerful as Zhang Zhe, the sect master of the Taihang sword faction, so what if everyone knew that he had a divine sword? Would anyone dare to plot against him? At the end of the day, everything in this world was built on one strength. Only those who were truly powerful could live freely in this world without being restrained. Su Yan understood this very well. The frenzied blade Venerable One did not say anything else. He knew that the young fellow had his own thoughts, and many things did not need to be repeated, especially for someone like Su Yan. He naturally had his own mind and judgment. After all, not everyone was as brainless as his disciple. Nevertheless, he began to have a headache when he mentioned his disciple. If that lazy fella could be more diligent, his cultivation base would not be like this. I really don't know what to do with that mischievous boy. However, he did not know that after this incident, Meng Yang had begun to make up his mind to cultivate hard. The Oriole carried Su Yan directly toward the warship. On the other hand, in the deep sea, the sea-splitting demonic snake finally killed the jade phosphorus beast and began to devour its body. After all, the sea-splitting demonic snake had once devoured a void beast, and its strength had become extremely powerful and terrifying. If it devoured the jade phosphorus beast this time, its bloodline would become even more powerful. Su Yan, who had received this news, was relieved. Whether it was the Oriole or the sea-splitting demonic snake, since they had become his demon pets, he would not give them up. In order to catch the Oriole, He even chose to become the scabbard of the Godslayer's sword. At this time, he had completely calmed down. He remembered clearly that the second elder of the boundless demon sects, Ghost-Killing Hall, Ghost Fork, had become the scabbard of the evil Sword Cold Jade. After becoming the scabbard, all his will was the will of the evil Sword Cold Jade. What a terrifying thing this was. Now, what he was most afraid of was that he would be like Ghost Fork and forget himself in the end. This was not the ending he wanted. However, although the Godslayer's sword had entered his body at this time, his will did not change because of it. Su Yin understood that this must be related to the regal sword soul in his body. The magical regal sword codex had brought him to this world, and, at the same time, it had allowed him to survive one crisis after another. Su Yin had always believed that everything in this world had its own unique meaning and mission. Even a blade of grass was like this, and the regal sword codex was so powerful, so it was even more so. It was just that until now, Su Yin still did not know the meaning of the regal sword soul's existence. However, it did not matter. As long as he did not die, as long as he could live, he would know sooner or later. The aureole fell directly from the sky and then staggered into the warship. At this time, there was one more person on the warship, and that was Mu Tianxing. Bai Tianxing was defeated by her in the end. However, Bai Tianxing was, after all, a member of the royal sect, and Mu Tianxing's strength had reached its limit. If she wanted to kill him, Mu Tianxing would have to pay a certain price, so she gave up in the end and let Bai Tianxing go. However, although Bai Tianxing survived, he was in a miserable state. He had already been seriously injured in the battle with Mu Tianxing. More importantly, his monster pet, the Jade Phosphorus Beast, was directly killed and devoured by the sea-splitting demonic snake. To him, this was an extremely huge blow. The Jade Phosphorus Beast was extremely important to him. The Jade Phosphorus Beast was inseparable from the fact that his cultivation had reached such a level. But now, the Jade Phosphorus Beast had died in an incomparably miserable way. Everything had been devoured by the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this time, Su Yin landed on the warship and immediately half-knelt on the deck. His body was too heavy. After all, the power of the Godslayer's sword was too terrifying. This powerful pressure was almost more terrifying than his 3 hearts releasing at the same time. He directly ordered the aureole to leave by himself and heal himself carefully. Of course, he also gave the demonic core of the ghost dragon to the aureole. Although he couldn't devour the ghost dragon's entire body, he still obtained the most important demon core. The aureole had narrowly escaped death this time, but once he could digest what he obtained this time, his strength would increase even more. Although the benefits he obtained could not be compared to the sea-splitting demonic snake, it was still extremely great. Seeing Su Yin in such a state, Mu Tianxing directly came over. "Su Yin, are you okay?" At this time, Mingyang also ran over and said directly, "That's great. You're actually still alive." Su Yin took a deep breath to stabilize his condition. However, at this time, he suddenly said, "There seems to be one person missing on the warship. Where's Fang Yueshan?" Chapter 750. Female Literature. "Where's Fang Yueshan?" Su Yin asked again. At this time, Meng Yang said, "He was taken away by Rosen." Meng Yang didn't know Fang Yueshan at all, and Fang Yueshan himself was a member of the Devil's Doctrine, so he didn't care much about Fang Yueshan. Therefore, when Rosen wanted to take him away, he was almost too lazy to stop him. Anyway, in his opinion, it was just a dog-eat-dog matter, and it had nothing to do with him, Rosen. But he didn't expect that Su Yin would be so concerned about this matter. Hearing that he was taken away by Rosen, Su Yin frowned tightly. He promised Fang Yueshan to protect his safety. However, not long after he finished speaking, he was directly taken away. Although this matter was definitely not Su Yin's fault. After all, at that time, he fell into a coma and couldn't protect himself. Moreover, he also understood the thoughts of Meng Yang and the others at that time. "Rosen, what is this guy going to do?" He pondered for a while, and finally said, "No, I promised to protect Fang Yueshan, so I absolutely can't let him be taken away by Rosen. No matter what, I have to try to save him." Su Yin's tone was calm, but was extremely firm. Meng Yang knew that since Su Yin said so, he would never change his mind. Of course, at this time, he didn't want to persuade him anymore. Well, you have a good rest first. When your injury is better, we'll go save him together. At this time, Mu Tiansheng also said, Su Yin, since Rosen didn't kill Fang Yueshan on the spot, it means that he needs Fang Yueshan, so I think Fang Yueshan will be fine for a while. Meng Yang continued, That's right, I don't think that Luo-san would have the guts to do such a thing. Not to mention, your body is so abnormal, you won't be able to recover for long. With your current appearance, you can't even walk properly, so how can you save people? At this time, Su Yin sighed. He naturally understood that these two people were right, and he could only do so at this time. Don't worry, I understand. I won't be reckless. He also knew his own situation. At this time, his body was still in a mess. When the three hearts were beating at their peak, the sudden appearance of Ghostface Su Yin, as well as the god-punishing sword that had already entered his body, was a huge problem for him. Now, he had to immediately understand his own situation. Of course, he didn't have any fighting strength at the moment. Just as Meng Yang said, if he went to look for Rosen at this time, let alone whether he could find him, even if Rosen was standing in front of him, so what? How could he be a match for Rosen at this time? That guy probably didn't even need to lift a hand to kill him. Okay, Meng Yang, help me. I want to go back and sleep, Su Yin said. At this time, he was really sleepy. It was a kind of fatigue that came from the depths of his mind. As soon as this fatigue appeared, it immediately made his entire body feel extremely fatigued. Previously, he was holding on with all his strength. However, when this strength dissipated, his entire person was dispirited in an instant. Rosen carried Fang Yueshan and kept moving forward. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised. Obviously, he was in a very good mood at this time. Hee, Fang Yueshan, I really didn't expect that you would be Fang Wuhui's descendant. How could someone like you be Fang Wuhui's descendant? He said softly. Although he was asking, he obviously didn't intend to pay attention to Fang Yueshan. Fang Yueshan was almost unknown in the demon sect. His cultivation wasn't strong, and he didn't have any courage. He just guarded his own worship and lived a quiet life. But if one would mention the name Fang Wuhui, the entire Limitless Demon Sect would probably know him. The Limitless Demon Sect had experienced countless years of ups and downs in the 9 provinces. The Demon Sect had its glory and naturally had its decline. Around 1,200 years ago, the Limitless Demon Sect had already fallen to an extremely low level. At that time, the Limitless Demon Sect was suppressed by the Righteous Faction. At that time, the Limitless Demon Sect was so miserable that it almost fell out of the 10 great sects. The Righteous Faction directly attacked the Limitless Demon Sect's Mountain Gate. If not for the appearance of Fang Wuhui, the Limitless Demon Sect would have been eliminated from the 9 provinces by now. Fang Wuhui was a disciple of one of the 10 great sects of the Righteous Faction, King Tai. Of course, at that time, he wasn't called Fang Wuhui, but Fang Yulua. At a young age, he had outstanding talent and was a genius of King Tai. Such a genius naturally had to participate in the encirclement of the demon sect. Originally, everything was very normal, but an accident happened to this young man. He fell in love with a witch of the Limitless Demon Sect. The two of them fell in love and even had a child of their own. For this woman, Fang Yulua was even prepared to leave King Tai. Unfortunately, the cultivation world was an even more terrifying place. People in the cultivation world were helpless. He was a disciple of King Tai. How could he leave just because he wanted to? King Tai quickly found out about this matter. How could a Righteous Faction disciple have an illicit relationship with a witch of the Limitless Demon Sect? Despite Fang Yulua's protection, King Tai's experts still made a move. His wife was directly beheaded, and her corpse was hung at the entrance of the Limitless Demon Sect. At that moment, Fang Yulua's entire person collapsed. King Tai's headmaster gave him a chance to let go of the past and return to the King Tai. After all, he was a first-rate genius. But at this time, how could he accept such a fate? In his anger, he directly killed the elder who had called for him to return to the sect. He swore that as long as it was someone from King Tai, he would kill them on sight. He was a genius to begin with. King Tai's techniques had been cultivated to an extremely powerful level. His wife was the limitless demon sex holy maiden, so he knew about the limitless demon sex demonic techniques. Originally, he still remembered his identity as a righteous faction disciple, so he never touched the demonic techniques. However, after his wife's death, he only felt hatred for this world. So, he turned to the demonic path without any scruples. From then on, King Tai's disciple Fong Yulua no longer existed in this world. Instead, it was the murderous demon Fong Wuhui. He cultivated both the righteous faction and the demonic faction's powerful techniques. His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and he directly reached the sovereign realm. The powerful King Tai suffered heavy losses under his crazy revenge. It was rumored that this powerful Fong Wuhui even directly killed his way into King Tai's ancestral hall. Of course, in the end, he still fell, and the whereabouts of his descendants were unknown. But it was precisely because of his strong killing that King Tai began to wither. It was said that in the great battle that year, almost dozens of King Tai's venerables fell. Among them, there were 2 sovereigns and 5 holy venerables. Fong Wuhui was definitely a fierce person. Later, it was said that this fierce person did not actually die in King Tai, but escaped from inside. He even brought out one of King Tai's most precious treasures, the Taishin bead. The Taishin bead was a divine artifact. Although it did not have extremely terrifying killing power like the divine sword, its value was above the divine sword. It had endless magical uses. In the past, King Tai was able to suppress all the sects and become the leader of the top 10 sects because of the Taishin bead. In this era, although King Tai was still in the top 10 sects, it was already at the bottom. It was on the verge of collapse, and it might even be kicked out of the top 10 sects. Rosen heard this rumor in the past. Not long ago, he began to search for the Taishin bead and inadvertently learned that Fong Yueshan was actually a descendant of Fong Wuhui. That was why he directly took action. Since he was a descendant of Fong Wuhui, he must know something about the things left behind by Fong Wuhui. After some investigation, he had already grasped some information. If he could get some information from Fong Yueshan, then he believed that he would not be far from the treasure left behind by the powerful Emperor Realm expert. Fong Yueshan, I advise you to tell me about this matter. You should know that if you don't tell me this news, then you will die a miserable death. Furthermore, I will find out about this news in the end. My ghost-killing hall is best at obtaining information from the mouths of the dead. Rosen directly threatened. What he said was not wrong. The ghost-killing hall had an extremely powerful ability to control the soul. As long as Fong Yueshan knew about this news, then no matter how hard his mouth was, he would still have a way to get information from Fong Yueshan. At this time, Fong Yueshan suddenly laughed. Rosen, I know you. You are a genius of the ghost-killing hall. Many people even think that you will be the second ghost fork. You've always been a swift and decisive person. If you only wanted to know some information, you wouldn't waste time talking nonsense with me. However, since you didn't attack my soul at this time, it means that you're afraid of something. Fong Yueshan continued. Let me guess, since you already have some clues about Fong Wuhui, then I'm afraid you also know some information. For example, some things are related to my soul, and once my soul is damaged, you will no longer be able to obtain what you want, am I right? At this time, Rosen's expression became even colder because what Fong Yueshan said was right. This Fong Yueshan actually hit the nail on the head and directly saw through this matter. This guy was indeed worthy of being a descendant of Fong Wuhui. You're a smart guy. But believe me, if I, Luo's son, want something, then I will definitely get it. Humph. Chapter 751. Female Literature. At this time, Fong Yueshan had already understood one thing. That is, no matter what he said, it was useless. A person like Rosen, who was as cunning as a fox and very cruel, would definitely not have a good end if he fell into his hands. But of course, he was unwilling to tell the secret in his heart. After all, it was a secret that belonged to the Fong family. For this secret, the Fong family had been guarding it for generations. Although Feng Yueshan and his father thought that it was just nonsense, they still passed down this secret. 1,000 years was a long time, passed down generation after generation. Even if this treasure itself had no meaning, this secret had its unique value. In the past 3,000 years, perhaps Feng Wuhui had killed too many people, so the Feng family suffered retribution. Their family did not have a first-class genius, and it was precisely because of this reason that the Feng family finally disappeared in the long river of history. Under such circumstances, Rosen was actually able to find him. His means were also very powerful. At this time, Feng Yueshan suddenly had an unrealistic thought. That is, Su Yin will come to save him. After all, Su Yin said that as long as he did not die, he would definitely protect him. However, he quickly tossed this unrealistic thought aside. Feng Yueshan, when did you become so naive? How can such a promise be trusted? What's more, the current Su Yin, even if he wants to save me, he can't. Even if he believed that Su Yin was a man of his words, he knew that Su Yin was injured at this time. When Ming Yang carried him back, Su Yin was unconscious and almost died immediately. How could Su Yin save him in this state? What's more, Wang Baichuan and the others had allowed Luo San to take him away without any obstruction. From this, it could be seen that in these people's hearts, Luo San was just an insignificant character. He believed that if Su Yin was awake at that time, he would definitely save him. But now that he was kidnapped by Rosen, even if Su Yin woke up, he would probably be too lazy to save him. In a fit of helplessness, Feng Yueshan fell unconscious again. The Taiyang Sword faction and the Blazing Flame sect had already started searching for Rosen at Su Yan's request. In this battle with the Limitless Demon sect, Su Yan had contributed greatly. After he told Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan of his wish, they happily agreed. Then, the two of them made requests to the Taiyang Sword factions Xue Xingchuan and the Blazing Flame sect's Qiu Zifen, and the order was passed down. The disciples of the two great sects immediately began to search for Luo San's whereabouts. Very soon, the locations where Luo San had appeared and where he might have gone were continuously reported to them. This time, he slept for 3 days and 2 nights. For Su Yin, sleeping was the best way to heal his injuries. The 3 hearts in his body maintained a strange balance at this time, beating peacefully in his body at the same time. This was a good signal. At least at this time, this power was under Su Yan's control. Moreover, after the Godslayer's sword entered his body, it didn't cause any disturbances. It was as if it just wanted to find a place to sleep. This made Su Yin feel a lot more at ease. After all, this thing was simply too powerful. Its power was simply too terrifying. If it wanted to change Su Yan's consciousness at this time, it would definitely cause another terrifying battle in his sea of consciousness. Although Su Yan's sea of consciousness had already formed a strange phenomenon, Su Yin was still very wary of this godly sword. Fortunately, what he was worried about didn't happen. However, for safety's sake, after he woke up, his divine sense continued to sweep through his sea of consciousness. In the end, he discovered that the Godslayer's sword had entered the deepest part of his sea of consciousness. There, the revered sword soul was quietly existing, and the Godslayer's sword was actually next to it. This was a strange scene, but Su Yin didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Of course, the Godslayer's sword was now a lord to him. He didn't have the ability to fight against it, so at this time, he could only let it be. However, at this juncture, he discovered something. The seal on Darkness Holy Man and Extreme Ice seemed to have loosened. It was obvious that these 2 guys had woken up. However, when Su Yan's divine sense swept through them, they remained in a state of deep sleep. I really didn't expect these 2 guys to wake up. However, looking at them now, I know that these 2 guys are definitely up to no good. Su Yin sighed, but he didn't care about these 2 guys anymore. For the current him, these 2 guys couldn't pose a threat to him for the time being. There were many things that needed to be prepared for a rainy day, but now was not the time. Since his body was fine, he woke up from this false state of deep sleep. Now, he needed to track down Rosen. He didn't understand why Rosen wanted to make things difficult for Feng Yueshan. After all, Although the two of them were both disciples of the devil sect, they were not people of the same world. Rosen was a dragon that could overturn rivers and seas, while Feng Yueshan seemed to be just a small fish waiting to die. This analogy was suitable. If the two of them had interacted, then the dragon naturally wouldn't mind eating this small fish. But in fact, the two of them didn't have any interactions at all. However, at this time, the dragon came specially to eat this small fish. There was always a reason behind everything, let alone a person like Lawson. Therefore, Su Yin believed that Rosen must be up to something. Even if it wasn't for Feng Yueshan, Su Yin felt that he needed to know what this guy was doing. After all, he and Rosen were destined to be enemies. If there was a chance, Rosen wouldn't mind killing him. Of course, he was the same. Since they were enemies, it was necessary to know what the enemy was doing. Of course, it would be even better if he could disrupt the enemy's actions. After Su Yin woke up, he immediately sent a message to Feng Yuhai, hoping that he could give him useful information. In fact, Feng Yuhai didn't disappoint him. A disciple of the Taihang sword faction finally saw Rosen carrying a person in the direction of the Dark Abyss. The Dark Abyss was a dangerous place in the world of the 9 provinces. When that place appeared, there were no clear records in the world of the 9 provinces. Su Yin directly asked Mu Tiansheng, "Sister Mu, do you know if anything big happened there? Since the Dark Abyss was a forbidden area, why did Rosen go there? There was only one reason, and that was because there was something he wanted there. And this thing might be related to some things in history." Mu Tiansheng frowned, and then she said, "It seems that nothing big happened, but if I remember correctly, about 3,000 years ago, there was a small-scale battle there. At that time, King Tai's traitor, Feng Wuhui, directly killed their elder there." Su Yan's eyes lit up. Feng Wuhui, Feng Yueshan, I roughly understand some things, but these are all my guesses. Now, I have to go there immediately. Now, the Oriole was severely injured, and the sea-splitting demonic snake was still in a deep sleep. However, this didn't matter. After all, he was a man with 4 demon pets. Of course, he didn't want to summon another demon pet in front of everyone. After all, it was already an extremely shocking thing for him to have 2 demon pets. If others knew that he had other demon pets, it would make everyone jealous. Although some things had to be known sooner or later, in his subconscious mind, it was better to wait a little longer. Su Yin directly spread his dragon wings and left. At this time, his fire dragon's power had been exhausted, so his wings were covered in black. This was the real devil dragon's wings. At this moment, his speed was extremely fast, and he directly went to the distance. Mengyang originally wanted to follow Su Yin, but in the end, he gave up, because now he was very clear about one thing, and that was that Su Yan's strength was already above his. Now that he followed Su Yin, he might become a burden to Su Yin. He directly went to find a frenzied Blade Venerable. At this time, the frenzied Blade Venerable was barefoot on the deck, basking in the sun. Fighting was a very difficult thing, so after the battle, he naturally wanted to enjoy life. He was a person who knew how to enjoy life. At this time, Mengyang directly walked over. Then, he said to the frenzied Blade Venerable, "Let's go, we should leave here." This time, Mengyang's voice was very calm, and even a little low. The way he spoke made the frenzied Blade Venerable very uncomfortable. Shouldn't his disciple be a joker? Why was he speaking so low at this time? He was really not used to such a voice. "Mengyang, you little brat, what did you just say?" He felt that he must have been hallucinating. How could Mengyang, a born joker, speak like this? "I said, we should leave." Leave? Leave for what? He felt that his brain was not enough to understand. Did his disciple go crazy? This was not a good thing. For the rest of his life, he was still counting on his disciple to take care of him when he was old. If his disciple went crazy, what should he do? Mengyang looked at his master snappily, then suddenly thought, "I'm such a joker, and this old man must be closely related to me." Chapter 752, Female Literature. This was an extremely dangerous place in the continent. Legend had it that this was the homeland of the underworld race. But later on, the underworld race suddenly disappeared from this world. and this place was cursed by them. Because of the curse, this place was unable to be illuminated by sunlight. Very few people were willing to enter this place, because according to legend, anyone who entered this place would not have a good ending. Most people died inside, and even if they didn't die inside after coming out, they would contract a strange disease and eventually die. The most famous case was that a paragon had entered this place in the past. In the end, he successfully walked out of the dark abyss alive. When he first came out, he was fine, only slightly injured. But 3 months later, this paragon actually committed suicide. After his death, his body strangely began to turn black, and then began to fester at a speed visible to the naked eye. This made the curse even more terrifying. After all, that paragon was not someone who had just stepped into the paragon realm. He was a 5 essences paragon. Back then, he had entered the dark abyss to find an opportunity to break through to the 6 essences realm and become a Tao sovereign. Unfortunately, he still died in the end. Even a 5 essences paragon had died. Who else would have the guts to enter this place? However, Su Yin had looked through some information during the past few days of recuperation. This information was related to Feng Yueshan. No, to be more precise, it was related to Feng Yueshan's ancestor, Feng Wuhui. Back then, Feng Wuhui had directly announced that he had left King Tai, and then began to brandish his butcher's knife to kill King Tai's people. Here, he had completely degenerated into a demon. Feng Yueshan was nothing more than a hoodlum, eating and waiting for death to come. Rosen had absolutely no reason to attack him, so it was obvious that he had done it for Feng Wuhui. For someone as powerful as Feng Wuhui, his methods were definitely extraordinary. Thus, Su Yin believed that even if Feng Wuhui had died, he would have left something behind. Although there were very few records about him, Su Yin could see that he was a person who was very affectionate. He was deeply in love with his wife. He was one of King Tai's most outstanding disciples, and had an incomparably beautiful future. But for the sake of his wife, it was obvious that he was willing to give up everything. It was impossible for such a person not to make arrangements for his descendants. In summary, he must have left something for his descendants in the dark abyss. Lawson didn't know where he got this information from and deduced it. Furthermore, since he had kidnapped Feng Yueshan, it meant that Feng Yueshan was of some use to him. Now, I can only hope that Feng Yueshan is smart enough. However, Feng Yueshan was a smart person. He was very clear about this. That was why he felt that he still had hope to rescue Feng Yueshan. The 9 regions continent was vast and boundless. Even if Su Yin directly flew over with the demonic dragon wings, it would take a lot of time. More importantly, although he had already recovered, he had yet to reach his peak. Although he had defeated Rosen several times, he had to admit that Rosen was a tricky opponent. Moreover, he had the demonic god armor. It was a very powerful armor. After equipping the armor, Lawson's strength would soar. Even if Su Yan's realm had increased again, he did not dare to say that he could defeat him. At this moment, Su Yin began to summon his other powerful demon beast, the double-winged heavenly tiger. The double-winged heavenly tiger was the same as the blood-winged flying dragon. They were both powerful demon beasts that were extremely close to sacred beasts. Its strength was stronger than the sea-splitting demonic snake and the yellow sparrow. To put it bluntly, even if the yellow sparrow and the sea-splitting demonic snake joined forces, they might not be a match for the double-winged heavenly tiger or the blood-winged flying dragon. Therefore, in the beginning, Su Yin did not dare to summon the double-winged heavenly tiger or the blood-winged flying dragon, because they were too powerful. Their existence would strongly stimulate the demon beast blood essence in Su Yan's body. The demon beast blood essence was of great benefit to Su Yan. However, there was always a limit to everything. When the demon beast blood essence was completely stimulated, his strength would reach its peak. And this strength would definitely exceed Su Yan's current limit. If that was the case, then Su Yan would probably have to pay a huge price. Just like this time, when the power of the 3 hearts was stimulated at the same time and exceeded Su Yan's current limit, it actually allowed Ghostface, Su Yin, to be born. Su Yin had once killed a version of himself in the evil sword Cold Jade's small world. However, Ghostface Su Yin and the other version of himself at that time were different concepts. The other version of himself at that time was a copy of Su Yin. Their strength was almost the same. However, Ghostface Su Yin was not. Ghostface Su Yin's strength was too terrifying. He could directly kill a venerable, and it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Of course, the conditions for his existence were even more harsh. However, no matter how harsh it was, since he had already appeared once, then he would definitely appear again the next time. Regarding this, Su Yin was very sure. When Su Yin flew to an extremely high place, the double-winged heavenly tiger's body directly appeared. Su Yin's realm continued to increase, which was also beneficial to his demon pet. Of course, at this time, the double-winged heavenly tiger's strength was far above Su Yin's, so Su Yin's realm increase did not benefit it as much as imagined. However, it was finally able to increase its strength a little. One had to know that at the double-winged heavenly tiger's realm, the increase in strength had become very slow. It was indeed very close, or even infinitely close to a holy beast, but perhaps it would never become a holy beast in this lifetime. However, the increase in Su Yan's realm gave a hope, and Su Yan's strength continued to increase, especially after he reached the venerable realm. The increase in strength of the double-winged heavenly tiger would become even more obvious. Su Yin directly landed on the back of the double-winged heavenly tiger. The double-winged heavenly tiger's strength was stronger than Oriole and the others, so it was easier for it to communicate with Su Yin. Powerful master, where do you want to go? The reason why the double-winged heavenly tiger had submitted back then was because of the strength of the Godslayer's sword. If it had not chosen to submit at that time, then it would have died. Under the threat of death, it had no choice but to do so. However, at this time, it did not have that rejection in its heart. After all, not to mention other things, Su Yan's strength had increased very quickly. And as long as Su Yan's strength continued to increase, its realm might continue to increase. This was what it wanted to see the most. Su Yin said, "You should know about the Dark Abyss, right? Let's go there." As soon as Su Yan's words fell, it immediately looked very surprised. Even if it was only a ferocious beast, it also knew how terrifying the Dark Abyss was. After all, it was not only a forbidden area for humans, but also for powerful beasts. In that place, there was an extremely terrifying curse. Not only human powerhouses, but even powerful beasts were the same when they entered. Not many beasts could resist the invasion of this curse. However, at this time, the double-winged heavenly tiger could not go against Su Yan's will. So at this time, it roared without hesitation and flew directly into the sky. The eternal Dark Abyss had existed for a long time. There were mountains everywhere in that area, but only this place seemed to have collapsed directly. Rumor had it that there was an extremely terrifying curse here. Rumor had it that as long as one stepped into this place, they would embark on the path of death. No one knew how long it had been since anyone dared to take a step into this place. But today there was actually a guest here. This is the Dark Abyss. This is really an unpleasant place. Back then, your ancestor fell here. He directly killed King Tai's powerhouses and then began to step into the devil's path. Only such a man is worthy of living in this world. Compared to him, you incompetent juniors are really too weak. Rosen ridiculed mercilessly. However, along the way, Fan Yueshan did not speak, not even a sigh. Rosen was not angry because there was no need for it. In the end, he was the victor and he would control everything. Now that he had arrived at this place, it meant that he was even closer to victory. He stood at the intersection of this dark road, feeling the power that floated out from it. This power was really terrifying. He actually felt a sense of trepidation standing here. However, he never believed in the nonsense of curses. Moreover, he had absolute confidence in himself because he had the Devil God armor. This Devil God armor was bestowed to him by the First Elder. At that time, he had a superstitious worship for the First Elder. However, when the First Elder of Divine Devil Island appeared directly and was about to eat his body, he already knew that the First Elder did not have good intentions towards him. If it was not for the help of the fairy from Divine Devil Island, he was afraid that he would have become a walking corpse by now. From that moment on, he swore that he must become stronger until he could kill the first elder. He wanted to control the entire limitless demon sect. This was Rosen's ambition. This time, he found that the inheritance of Feng Wuhui could help him, allowing him to achieve his goal faster. As for whether Feng Yueshan would die or not, it was not within his scope of consideration. As long as he could achieve his goal, Feng Yueshan's life and death had nothing to do with him. He was that selfish. However, humans were selfish by nature. Finally, he got rid of the distracting thoughts in his heart and stepped directly into it. Chapter 753. Female Literature. The abyss was filled with faint wails. It was as if a person was about to die. Even Rosen felt a ripple in his heart at this moment. Humph, you think you can scare me with this? Rosen was obviously disdainful of these. Right now, he was extremely determined. In order to increase his strength, he was willing to do anything. Moreover, he had the demon god armor. Once he realized that something was wrong, it would not be difficult. He immediately put on the demon god armor. Even the curse of such a mysterious place would not be able to do anything to him. Rosen walked for a long time with the Feng Yueshan empty. Everything around him was so quiet. Every step he took was as if he was stepping on water. However, at this moment, eyes appeared in the darkness one after another. These eyes stared fixedly at him, as if countless evil spirits were crazily roaring and shouting. It was a terrifying and frightening scene. It was as if they would suddenly appear and tear Rosen's body apart. Rosen was experienced and knowledgeable, but he was sure that he had not seen this kind of creature anywhere else. His eyes were filled with disgust. Due to the appearance of this kind of creature, there was an additional aura that made him very unhappy. With a wave of his hand, a surge of power surged out. When this power appeared, it spread out like a wave. After coming into contact with this wave, those creatures began to die directly. It turned out that it was a mysterious plant. However, this plant actually had its own life. They could move, and there were pairs of eyes at the top of the plant. Moreover, they would emit a foul smell. He quickly killed these plants, but at this moment, the foul smell wafting from the plants made him very unhappy. Rosen had no choice but to speed up. However, at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared. It was a long whip, and it lashed at Rosen fiercely. When the long whip was waved, there was an intense sound of the air being torn apart. Rosen could naturally tell at this moment. A cold light surged from his eyes. Then, he snorted coldly and struck out with his palm again. Get out of my way. Although he didn't know what it wasn't important. What was important was that he was very unhappy now. The appearance of these damn things made him feel like he was going crazy. Demon God Armament. At this moment, the surface of his body began to change. Finally, the Devil God Armament appeared on the surface of his body. There was a crimson light in his eyes. Under the gaze of this light, he saw everything clearly. The whip was just another type of plant. On the outside, the plants were just decorations that didn't matter much. However, in this place, these plants possessed extremely terrifying destructive power. How troublesome, he muttered under his breath. Then, he pressed his palm down forcefully. At this moment, an endless amount of power gushed out and turned into endless flames. The flames started to spread in front of him. Anyone who dared to obstruct him would be killed immediately. At this moment, he looked coldly at Feng Yueshan and said, "Humph, do you see that? This is true power. You're simply tarnishing your ancestors' names." Rosen said proudly. In fact, he was qualified to do so. With the help of the Devil God Armament, his body was becoming stronger every minute and every second. The mysterious power of the Fiend God Armament was constantly tempering his body. And when this kind of tempering reached the extreme, his strength would undergo another evolution. At that time, his power would be unimaginable. When he thought of his current state, he felt extremely pleased with himself. He was the most powerful person in the world. He would become the dominator. When his power reached a certain level, he would find the divine Demon Island again and take that woman out. Then, he would make her his wife. However, a person soon appeared in front of him. It was Su Yan. This kid, I wonder if he died last time. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai were both present and that he wanted to take Feng Yueshan away, he would definitely have made a move. However, now that he thought about it, it did not matter anymore. It did not matter even if Su Yan was still alive. No, this was even better. After all, he had to take revenge for his humiliation. If Su Yan died just like that, wouldn't he lose some fun? He firmly believed that he would be able to gain enough benefits from this operation. Once he gained benefits, what was Su Yan to him? Such a person was never worthy of being his opponent. The flames continued to move forward. Feng Yueshan's eyes flickered. Although he did not say anything, he had to admit that the guy in front of him did have the qualifications to be arrogant, as expected of an elite of the Ghost Killing Hall. He even believed that the son of the devil, Hua Yunlong, was not as strong as Rosen. The strength of the enemy was not a good thing for him. The hope in his heart became more and more uncertain. Rosen was like a king of destruction. Wherever he went, everything would be swept away. His terrifying power disregarded everything and directly tore everything apart. He was incomparably terrifying. He was like a demon from Ashura. He continued to move forward, his eyes exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Just as he was charging forward, Su Yan and the double-winged sky tiger finally arrived outside the dark abyss. The double-winged sky tiger did not land. He was just floating in the air. His eyes were filled with light. It was an extremely vigilant light. Master, are we really going to enter? I can feel a very terrifying aura. If we enter, we will die. He directly transmitted his thoughts to Su Yan. Su Yan did not say anything. Of course, he knew that the double-winged sky tiger was not lying. He believed that there was definitely something powerful inside. Even the double-winged sky tiger could not contend against such an existence. However, since he had come here, there was no reason to leave halfway. He directly said, "Double-winged sky tiger, you stay here. I'll go in alone." After a short moment of thought, Su Yan directly made this decision. "No, my master, I'll go in with you. You must understand that your life is our life. If you die, we won't be able to continue living." The double-winged sky tiger's words were very straightforward. This made Su Yan feel somewhat helpless. He naturally understood what the double-winged sky tiger meant. Su Yan might die inside alone. If it followed him, it would at least have a chance to escape. However, Su Yan did not think so. He directly rejected the double-winged sky tiger's opinion and said, "I think you should also sense that the existence inside is powerful beyond your imagination. Since that's the case, if you follow me in, I'm afraid only death will await you. Moreover, you are indeed stronger than me, but your aura is too obvious. In a place like this, the more obvious one's aura is, the more dangerous it is. However, I can completely seal my aura. Moreover, if you're outside, I will have an additional layer of insurance. Therefore, this matter is decided." Su Yan explained and comforted the double-winged sky tiger. The double-winged sky tiger finally agreed. It also knew that Su Yan was right. It was indeed stronger than Su Yan, but at the same time, it would be easier to provoke those powerful existences after entering. After all, the territorial awareness of monster beasts was very strong. If there were any powerful existences in the dark abyss, then the double-winged sky tiger's rash intrusion into their territory would be a provocation to them. At this time, he let out a slight roar of unwillingness and finally gave up his insistence. Although it's outside the dark abyss, you still have to pay attention to your concealment. Don't expose yourself so easily. With that, Su Yan directly stepped into the dark abyss. The dark abyss was a very vast place, so Su Yan did not step into the place where Rosen had entered. Otherwise, Rosen's barbaric path would have brought a lot of convenience to Su Yan. This is really an ominous place. At this moment, a faint radiance began to appear in his eyes. This was his blood dragon pupil and Aureole's eyes of truth. Because the blood dragon pupil had a dragon soul, it had a special effect. As his strength continued to increase, in the last battle, he directly obtained the Aureole's eyes of truth. These two talents were stacked together, causing Su Yan's eyes to become even more powerful, allowing him to see through even more things. At this moment, a shadow directly appeared in his life. That shadow silently tried to assassinate Su Yan. Of course, this kind of assassination was not in Su Yan's eyes. What surprised him was that this shadow actually had a life of its own. At this moment, he suddenly cried out in alarm. This is a shadow creature. When he was in the Taiyang sword faction, he spent a lot of time reading books. There was an ancient record of shadow creatures in an ancient book. These special creatures were not common, but they were very dangerous. A long time ago, shadow creatures were very rampant, but they would not attack ordinary people. Their targets were those with powerful cultivations. Of course, they were like inner demons. They would only appear when powerful cultivators were very weak. It was just that a long time ago, these shadow creatures seemed to have suffered a huge blow, and they had not appeared for a long time. Chapter 754. Female Literature. As time passed, many people had forgotten about the shadow creatures, just like how they had forgotten about the evil eye tyrant and the demon race. Humans had always been forgetful creatures. Perhaps it wasn't just humans. All in all, everything would be buried deep in the river of history. Of course, there would always be some people who would remember everything. If Su Yan didn't have the eye of truth, then this shadow creature might be a little troublesome. Unfortunately, Su Yan was now far more powerful than before. His existence was simply the natural nemesis of the shadow creatures. Therefore, even though the shadow creature was incomparably powerful, it couldn't do anything in front of Su Yan at all. The instant the shadow creature approached Su Yan directly attacked. His power surged and swept out, directly strangling the shadow creature to death. I actually encountered a shadow creature here. This is really interesting. I wonder what else exists here. I hope this place will bring me a pleasant surprise. Su Yan's gaze changed, revealing an extremely wise light. After killing the shadow creatures, he went straight into the depths of the abyss. Shadow creatures didn't exist alone, so Su Yan had already killed many shadow creatures along the way. However, the shadow creatures he killed were all terrifyingly weak. In front of Su Yan, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. However, when Su Yan was extremely deep, he finally encountered a powerful opponent. This shadow creature was surrounded by 9 halos. The existence of these halos made this shadow creature look exceptionally powerful. If it wasn't for the Eye of Truth and the Blood Dragon pupil to rely on, Su Yan would have had no choice but to face this creature. It was very powerful. According to Su Yan's estimation, its battle strength had reached the realm of the 8 dragons venerable. Of course, realm didn't represent battle strength. Although many people had reached the same realm, their battle strength was far from being able to keep up. However, the shadow creature in front of him was absolutely the opposite. Its battle strength was above its realm. Moreover, the shadow creature was illusory and real, making it even more powerful. This was definitely an extremely terrifying opponent. When a shadow creature approached, Su Yan felt a sense of oppression. That was the powerful pressure of the shadow creatures. This was an existence similar to a negative halo. You're courting death. Facing such an existence, Su Yan would not be polite at all. His scorching sun sword appeared, and a crimson glow appeared within the sword chi. When Su Yan circulated the sword chi, Su Yan suddenly discovered that the scorching sun sword seemed to be different from before. Although the difference was not obvious, as the owner of the sword, he could clearly sense the changes in the sword. The fusion between his sword chi and the scorching sun sword had become even more tacit. This was definitely a good sign. This meant that his strength had risen to another level. At this moment, the corners of his mouth moved, and his entire essence, energy, and spirit had changed. Although the fusion of sword chi had only deepened a little, it also meant that his sword chi would become more unrestrained and his strength would become more stable. Of course, this was not the only benefit. This also meant that the Scorching Sun Sword seemed to have improved. Ever since he obtained the Scorching Sun Sword from Ugly Uncle, and then when he had enough strength to use this sword had accompanied him through countless dangers. Moreover, as Su Yin continued to use it, this sword seemed to have begun to evolve on its own. Although the evolution was really slow, Su Yin was very sure that this sword was definitely changing. This was definitely a good sign. Su Yin directly slashed down with his sword. The dense sword slashed down, and a blazing light shone directly. At this moment, the shadow creature directly erupted with another halo. The ring of light appeared between Su Yin and the shadow creature, and actually managed to block the attack. The halo that had suddenly appeared was completely out of place in this environment. This was the first time Su Yin had fought with such a high-level shadow creature, and it was also the first time he had seen such an attack method. Just as Su Yan's strength was about to clash, the halo directly became illusory, and then in the next moment, it actually passed through Su Yan's sword chi and smashed towards Su Yan's body. Interesting. At this moment, Su Yin did not have time to withdraw his Scorching Sun Sword, but he did not want to withdraw his Scorching Sun Sword. The Crimson Sword Chi continued to slash towards the shadow creature. At the same time, he directly raised his other hand, and then forcibly grabbed the halo in his hand. When the halo crashed into Su Yan's hand, it immediately erupted with an extremely powerful force, as if it was going to directly cut Su Yan's hand. At this moment, Su Yan's expression turned cold, and he directly shouted coldly, and then suddenly slapped down with a powerful force. At this moment, the halo was directly crushed by Su Yan. Then, Su Yan's palm fiercely slapped down, and it was as if a violent wind directly swept up at this moment. The shadow creature was suddenly flipped over, and it was also at that moment that Su Yan's sword abruptly descended. If this sword landed, this shadow creature would be directly cut in half. How powerful was Su Yan's sword, and how fast was its speed? If it was an ordinary person, how could they dodge Su Yan's sword? Unfortunately, Su Yan's opponent now was not an ordinary person, but a strange shadow creature. Just as his sword chi directly descended, the shadow creature actually strangely twisted. Although its twisting speed could no longer keep up with the speed of Su Yan's sword, it still allowed it to directly dodge Su Yan's attack at the most critical moment. Of course, it still paid a price for this sword. One of its arms was directly chopped off. Then, its body suddenly floated backward. It was like a kite floating in the air. Su Yan looked at this guy, and a light burst out in his eyes again. This guy's strength really exceeded Su Yan's imagination. Of course, its survivability shocked Su Yin even more. At such a close distance, it was actually still able to dodge Su Yan's sword. If it was an ordinary person, it would be impossible, but this shadow creature did it. This was already an extremely amazing thing. But this was nothing. So what if it did it? It was still destined to die today. Su Yin knew too little about this shadow creature. Now, he could use this opportunity to study this shadow creature. After all, the shadow creatures he killed before were too weak and had no research value. However, this one was clearly much stronger. Only such a guy had value and significance in studying it. At this moment, Su Yan's sword turned, and the Eye of Truth activated, locking on to the shadow creature. The shadow creature seemed to sense it and began to roar restlessly. Then its severed arm suddenly fluctuated like a wave of light, and in the end, the arm actually grew out. It seemed like it had an immortal body. However, Su Yan didn't put it in his eyes at all. Severed arm growing back? Unfortunately, there's absolutely no such thing as an immortal body in this world. So what if your severed arm grows back? You're still going to die today. Su Yan ignored it and slashed at the shadow creature with his sword again. The violent power flickered like a storm. The crimson sword light slashed down, and the shadow creature almost collapsed. In the end, Su Yan swung his sword once more. At the same time, he activated his demonic dragon wings. Now, even the terrifying shadow creature had nowhere to run. Even if it wanted to use its previous distortion skill, it could no longer do so. Through the previous attack, Su Yan had discovered the flaw of the shadow creature's body distortion skill. He could indeed directly change his body structure to deal with a sudden crisis. However, this kind of distortion didn't reach the point of changing at will. As long as Su Yan was fast enough, It was absolutely impossible for the shadow creature to dodge. Of course, nothing was absolute. If this shadow creature was a little stronger, Su Yin wouldn't be able to do anything to it. It was a pity that its strength hadn't reached that level yet. If it could really achieve that, the role of the hunter and the prey would have to change. Moreover, this shadow creature had a huge weakness, and that was, although it could be reborn, it had a huge weakness. But it wasn't without a price. Every time its strength was reborn, its strength would weaken a little. From the beginning of the battle with Su Yin until now, it had been reborn at least 7 times. By then, its strength was no match for Su Yin at all. Su Yin could easily crush it. Such an existence naturally couldn't be Su Yan's opponent. Finally, Su Yin slashed out with his sword again. At this time, this shadow creature finally couldn't resist and was directly destroyed by Su Yan's powerful and terrifying strength. This time, it didn't have time to merge into a new body, and Su Yin directly caught it in his hand. It's a life form like this. How strange. Su Yan's divine thoughts swept through this shadow creature. After being directly pinched, this shadow creature turned into a sphere the size of a soccer ball, which was full of dense shadow energy. This life form was like a sponge. When this sponge absorbed enough water, it began to expand. Now, it was directly pinched flat by Su Yin and then shrunk. Su Yin directly sealed this shadow creature into the Scarlet Sword case, because he felt that there would be a new relationship between him and this shadow creature. Chapter 755. Female Literature. Su Yin and Rosen were both triumphantly advancing on their respective paths. This place was indeed the Dark Abyss. When they first entered, although it was dark, at least they could see some light. But now, they couldn't even see the slightest bit of light. That's right, this place was completely dark. Such a world made people feel fear in their hearts. At this time, all the terrain had disappeared. The two of them seemed to be walking on the same horizon. Step by step, they moved forward to find their way forward. At this time, Su Yin couldn't see any light even if he activated his true sight. At this time, the two of them stopped here at the same time, because at this time, a large tomb appeared in front of the two of them at the same time. It was a large tomb. The words inscribed on the tombstone shocked Su Yin and Rosen. Su Yin saw through his true sight, Tomb of Taxing, Sword Su Yin, and Rosen saw through his demon god armament. Tomb of Limitless Demon Sect Rosen. They actually saw their own tomb here. At this time, whether it was Su Yin or Rosen, they didn't have the slightest doubt. They were very sure that this was their own anger. It was said that this place was very strange, but they didn't expect it to be strange to this extent. Does it mean that moving forward means death? Su Yin looked at this large tomb. It was impossible to say that he was very calm at this time. No matter who it was, the first reaction to such a situation would be shock. Why would such a thing appear in this place? If this tomb had existed for a long time, did it mean that his death was already destined? However, after a short moment, Su Yin had already thrown away these thoughts, and the fear in his heart had all been thrown away. This was the advantage of discovering his true self, and that was fearlessness. The thoughts in his heart would be thrown away in an instant. Without fear, he could move forward better. If one had fear in their hearts and found it difficult to move forward, then it was very likely that they would die on the way forward. This was what Su Yin got from knowing his true self. If this is fate, then what's the harm in dying here? He smiled freely and walked forward. The tombstone of the great necropolis suddenly opened. It was clearly a door, but it looked like a face that was staring directly at Su Yin. Su Yin no longer cared about these thoughts, because he knew that they were all meaningless. He walked straight ahead. Then, his whole body became full of energy. In the blink of an eye, he had already stepped into the great tomb. On the other side, it was the same for that person. Of course, there was a difference between the two. Su Yin had found himself, which was why he was able to walk without fear. On the other hand, Rosen was different. He was unscrupulous and didn't put anything in his eyes. Without any misgivings, he could do whatever he wanted. As time passed, and he gained a deeper understanding of the demon god armament, he became more and more confident in himself. Since that was the case, he naturally wouldn't put anything in his eyes. At this moment, he was doing what he was doing because of this. At this moment, he directly walked forward. After he passed by, the gigantic tombstone directly shattered. "You want to bury me? Humph. Then you'll be destroyed first." He arrogantly walked past, and everything was directly shattered by his power. The two of them entered the great tomb at almost the same time. However, they didn't notice that after they entered the great tomb, a faint green smoke appeared. The green smoke followed closely behind them as they entered the cave. As the green smoke floated in, the great tomb became even more eerie. Then, everything started to change. The great tomb seemed to have disappeared from this world. In reality, if one looked closely, they would find that it didn't disappear. Instead, there was a strange spatial ripple. In other words, this place had directly sunk and seemed to have fallen into a chaotic space. Outside the dark abyss, the double-winged celestial tiger's eyes stared straight at this place. At this moment, he became even more uneasy, because at this moment, he suddenly found that the connection between him and Su Yan had faded. It was as if Su Yan's existence had been directly erased. Of course, he was sure that Su Yan wasn't dead. "It's actually spatial turbulence?" Su Yan said in surprise. It was actually spatial turbulence that existed here. This was something he never expected. However, now that he thought about it, he wasn't surprised. Firstly, this world was a very unique one. There was nothing strange about the existence of spatial turbulence. Secondly, this place had always been very dangerous. According to the records, almost no one who entered this place could leave unscathed. It could be assumed that these people were lost in the turbulent flow of space, which was why they were like this. Spatial turbulence was actually an even larger and more complicated maze, and it was extremely terrifying. If one didn't have spatial ability, almost everyone would die here. And if one wanted to control spatial ability, they had to be in the Emperor realm. Of course, there were exceptions to everything. Su Yan was one of them. His one sword to settle the universe was the most superficial spatial force. Although this kind of spatial force couldn't be considered special, it was enough to give Su Yan a little more confidence here. Su Yan directly established a spatial coordinate in this place. This coordinate could allow him to sense something, and it could almost prevent him from getting lost in this place. While they were talking, Su Yan had already disappeared. That was because he was directly swallowed by the space. He walked forward in the long spatial corridor, but he didn't know where he would go. This feeling was very strange. It was as if he was swimming in the sea at this time, but it wasn't. There were no waves here. Although the small whirlpool in the space existed, it was indeed extremely dangerous. If one approached it rashly, it could even directly cut one's body in half. Facing such a situation, even Su Yan didn't dare to be careless. At this moment, a strong blue light shone directly. The bright light almost blinded Su Yan's eyes. This was such a terrifying power that Su Yan couldn't open his eyes. But at this time, he also realized that he seemed to have arrived at his destination. The moment the blue light dissipated, his hair suddenly stood on end, and then a sense of danger directly appeared in his body. Not good. He immediately realized that there was an attack coming at this time. At this time, he felt a chill all over his body. This feeling was extremely bad, but of course, it was very similar to what he felt. Because not long ago, he felt such a change. That was the attack of a shadow creature. There was no sound of the air being torn apart, and there were no signs it directly launched an attack. Only a shadow creature could do this. Previously, Su Yan thought that the appearance of a shadow creature couldn't be a coincidence, and there shouldn't be only one shadow creature here. However, after he killed the shadow creature that was equivalent to a Dragon Realm level 8, no other shadow creatures appeared, which made him suspicious. But now, everything seemed to have a good explanation. Because he was only at the periphery, he didn't go deep into this place. Only when he went deep into this place could he discover the real shadow creature. Speaking of which, Su Yan was lucky. If he hadn't captured that powerful shadow creature and studied it, perhaps he wouldn't have been so sensitive to this kind of attack. When this powerful attack came, even if he could discover it, he might not be able to dodge it in time. But now, since he was prepared, he could easily dodge it. The moment the shadow's attack was about to land on his head, he suddenly exploded. Crimson red light filled his entire body. At this moment, Su Yin was like a small, moving volcano. The rolling power directly rushed down. In the end, such a powerful and terrifying power exploded, and the shadow was directly torn apart and disappeared. Shadow creatures seemed to be different from the ones outside. The shadow creature outside was in the form of a human, but this shadow creature was in the form of a beast. At that moment, Su Yin suddenly raised his head. He realized that there were many auras around him, and they were all shadow creatures. It seems that I've entered the home of the shadow creatures. At that moment, he finally understood why so many people entered this place, but almost none of them survived. Normally, even if a venerable one was caught off guard and was directly besieged, one would die right away. At that moment, Su Yan's dragon scales appeared all over his body. His dragon scale armor had an extremely powerful defense. This kind of defense wasn't only able to withstand attacks, but it also had a strong defense against fire and other unnatural forces. It could even defend against shadow attacks. The current dragon scale armor's power was indeed limited. Compared to Rosen's demon god armament, it was indeed much weaker. However, Su Yin firmly believed that as his realm and strength increased, the power of the dragon scale armor would increase again. One day, not to mention other things, the power of the dragon scale armor and the demon god armament would not be impossible. It was even possible that the dragon scale armor could become his own armament and eventually surpass the demon god armament. At that moment, facing the endless shadow creatures, Su Yan's body immediately burst out with lightning arcs, and powerful energy was directly released from his body. Chapter 756, Female Literature, Rumble of Thunder. It was at this moment that the raging power of thunder burst out. Countless thunderbolts weaved into an extremely terrifying electric net, shrouding everything within. The power that was close to doomsday severed everything in this world. Countless terrifying forces that were drawn into the shadows were torn apart. In terms of yin and yang, the power of the shadow creatures was the power of yin. Although they were powerful and dangerous, they also had their nemesis, which was the power of yang. Whether it was the power of flames or the power of thunder, as long as they were powerful enough, they could easily destroy them. When countless thunderbolts swept across, the shadow creatures were immediately cleared out. At that moment, Su Yan's eyes flickered. Then, he continued to move forward without hesitation. At this point, the dark path seemed to be no longer as dark as before. The little bit of light also shone brightly at this moment. Su Yan's thunderbolts didn't stop, just like how Rosen started. However, this kind of advancement finally came to a stop because at this time, Su Yin encountered a person. The reason why Su Yin used this word to describe him was because he was very sure that this person wasn't a shadow creature. He had the aura of a human. How could there be a human in such a place? You shouldn't have barged into this place. Before Su Yin could speak, the person's voice sounded. There's no such thing as should or shouldn't. Anyway, I'm already here, so let's just leave it at that. Su Yan's reply was also very calm. Su Yan, don't you see the words there? You will die if you barge into this place. The person suddenly turned around. At that moment, Su Yan finally saw his face clearly. If one only looked at the left side of this person's face, this person was an extraordinarily handsome man. But if one looked at the other side of this person's face, they would be shocked to discover that this person's face was extremely terrifying. This was because the other side of this person's face was only left with a gap. This gap looked like a very disgusting worm that was constantly crawling around. Such a terrifying and disgusting scene was really rare. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to bear seeing such a scene. However, Su Yin had long passed this stage. He just looked at the person in front of him. The last 4 words of this guy kept echoing in this space. You will die, you will die. Originally, it was just a simple sentence, But at this time, Su Yin found that under the influence of these 4 words, his body seemed to have become heavy. At this point, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Curse. He had heard that a very long time ago, a powerful heavenly sovereign had safely left this place, but in the end, he still died. At that time, he didn't know why, but now he immediately understood. Back then, he definitely wasn't poisoned. Instead, he was cursed. That terrifying curse was simply too terrifying. These 4 words gradually condensed into a pattern that Su Yin could not understand. Then this pattern directly attached to Su Yan's body, like a poisonous snake that wanted to directly enter Su Yan's body. Even his dragon scale armor was unable to block the power of this rune. It seemed that this curse power could penetrate everything. These 4 words finally directly invaded Su Yan's soul and then began to attack him tightly. At this time, Su Yin discovered that this strange sword power could actually attack his soul and body at the same time. In this world, there were indeed many very strange things. However, the thing in front of him was still beyond the scope of ordinary cognition. If it was a poison, then it was obviously a curse. However, if it was a curse, then it was not completely so. Su Yin could only be sure of one thing, and that was that the existence of this thing was definitely not a good thing for him. If he could not directly remove this curse at this time, then he would definitely be in a lot of trouble. What made Su Yin feel fortunate was that the person standing in front of him did not directly attack him at this time. Otherwise, he would definitely be in even more trouble at this time. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes directly overflowed with light. That was the golden holy light. The sudden appearance of this light was something that even Su Yin himself did not react to. The moment this golden light appeared, the terrifying light of the curse actually stopped just like that and could not invade at all. At this time, this light flowed gently and finally turned into the shape of a long sword. That was the Godslayer's sword. The appearance of the Godslayer sword directly caused the strange power to begin to dissipate. At this time, Su Yin gently exhaled. This was because he was very clear that if it were not for the sudden appearance of the Godslayer's sword, he would definitely not be able to resist such power. Now, to a certain extent, he was the Godslayer's sword's scabbard, and he was using his own body to nourish the Godslayer's sword. However, now it seemed that this was also a good thing. At least because of the existence of the Godslayer's sword, his life was saved. In fact, speaking of which, this was not the first time the Godslayer's sword saved his life. Many times he had almost died directly, and it was always the Godslayer's sword that saved him. It was like this when he faced the evil sword Cold Jade, and it was also the same when he faced the evil Eye Tyrant in the sea. The Godslayer's sword was found in the sword well by Suya, and then Su Yin took it and sealed it in the red sword case. At this time, he suddenly thought of a sentence in his original world. In this world, everything was related to cause and effect. Was it the same between him and the Godslayer's sword? Su Yin was not sure if there was really such a connection between the two, but now he was more and more convinced of it. At this time, Su Yin was like a traveler, and he was exploring everything step by step. However, Su Yin also knew that the most important thing now was to deal with this mysterious half-faced man in front of him, because these 4 words were released from his voice. This man must be a very powerful person, at least in front of him. After a while, the 4 strange curse words disappeared, and the Godslayer's sword also disappeared. Su Yan's eyes flashed with a determined light. The Raging Flame sword appeared. The Raging Flame sword's sword chi was unstoppable. Although it could not be compared with the Godslayer's sword, the powerful sword chi that erupted when Su Yin activated it was absolutely not to be underestimated. At this time, Su Yin directly turned into a whirlwind and then slashed at the half-faced man. Su Yin had focused all of his power on this one point. Not to mention, the power of the Scorching Sun sword was incomparably fierce. In order to better deal with this guy, Su Yin had even urged the power of thunder. Su Yin firmly believed that even if this sword could not kill this man, it could at least make him suffer a little. He wanted to see what ability this man had to escape from his pursuit under the impact of such a powerful attack. But at this time, something mysterious and strange happened. Su Yan's sword directly penetrated the man, and the powerful sword chi directly swept out, but the man still stood there quietly, as if all this had no effect on him at all. This is a real illusion. At this time, Su Yan was completely shocked. One had to know that although the shadow creatures he killed before were all illusory existences, Su Yan's power could still hurt them. At that time, although they were shadows, they still had real attributes and were related to this world. As long as they were related to this world, they would be directly killed. But the figure in front of him, all his strength could not cause any harm to him. This kind of power could be called terrifying. At this time, Su Yan could not forget the extremely terrifying eyes of this person. He put so much effort into this attack, but in the eyes of this person, it was like a child playing. Su Yan, remember that this is the place of your death. I will wait for you at the end of the darkness. After the man finished speaking, his whole figure suddenly turned back. His pitch-black cloak was constantly moving about. Then his figure completely disappeared. Su Yan stood in place. The aura of the scorching sun sword was still activated. At this time, his aura had gradually calmed down, but at this time, Su Yan's heart was absolutely not calm. The guy in front of him was really too terrifying. Just a glance from him was enough to make Su Yan feel incomparable fear. Among the many enemies he had encountered, this guy was definitely one of the most terrifying. Su Yan simply could not describe the feeling he had when he felt his gaze. The only thought in his mind was that it was terrifying. This guy, where did he come from? Also, did he say that he would wait for me at the end of the darkness? He knows my name. These questions suddenly appeared in Su Yan's mind. Whether it was the tombstone from before or his shout now, it showed that the other party knew his name, but this was clearly the first time he had set foot here. Precognitive ability? Was there really such a thing as precognitive ability in this world? Even if Su Yan had already taken a step on the path of finding his true self, at this time, his heart still could not help but waver. This kind of power was really hard for him to imagine. In the great tomb, a blood-red light directly appeared. That blood-red light seemed to be a curtain that directly extended into the distance. Chapter 757. Female Literature. Perhaps in the unseen world, there was really a thread of fate that was guiding them. Su Yan and Rosen were both walking in this world at the same time. Su Yan encountered the mysterious man in black, and Rosen was in a similar situation. However, unlike Su Yan, Rosen did not encounter the man in black with only half a face. The person he met was an extremely refined green-robed man. The green-robed man stood there quietly. His gaze landed on Luo Sen's body. It was like a gentle ripple of water flowing through his body. In the beginning, Rosen did not feel anything. However, in the next moment, he suddenly realized something. One had to know that he was wearing the demon god armor. However, that feeling still appeared in the bottom of his heart. In other words, this power could ignore his defense. The demon god armor was very powerful. However, he was very clear that it was not omnipotent. At least, the demon god armor had not reached that level yet. Even so, his demon god armor was powerful enough. Generally speaking, since this power could penetrate the demon god armor, he would not underestimate it. After fighting his way out of the demon path, he clearly understood that any carelessness would cost him his life. However, it was fortunate that the power did not seem to cause any real harm to him. Perhaps it was because this power could only reach this level, or perhaps it was because this power did not have that intention. At this moment, Rosen was worried about Feng Yueshan. He had already used his power to envelop Feng Yueshan. However, this power that suddenly appeared could even penetrate the demon god armor. Therefore, it was not impossible for it to attack Feng Yueshan. He lowered his head. At this moment, he immediately discovered a strange scene. That power had indeed penetrated his defense. However, that power did not cause any harm to Feng Yueshan. At this moment, Feng Yueshan's body was surrounded by a faint white light. His injuries were actually gradually recovering. This made Rosen's eyes light up. No wonder this power did not seem to have any malicious intent towards me. So that's why. He finally understood that the reason why he was not harmed by this powerful power was because of Feng Yueshan. That light must have felt Feng Yueshan's aura. Therefore, it did not directly harm him. It seemed that bringing Feng Yueshan in this time was indeed a very wise decision. Feng Yueshan, it's all thanks to you. Ha ha ha. He laughed and directly walked forward. However, at this moment, the man in white's eyes suddenly burst out a ray of light. This ray of light looked straight at him. Rosen suddenly felt like he could not move an inch. There was no killing intent. However, Rosen felt very uncomfortable. He didn't like this feeling, but he couldn't get rid of it at this time. At this moment, the man in white suddenly waved his hand. The milky white power directly wrapped around Rosen. No, to be more precise, it directly wrapped around Feng Yueshan in Rosen's hand. Almost at the next moment, that power continued to grow stronger. At this moment, Rosen could no longer grab Feng Yueshan. Damn it, Rosen shouted angrily. He wanted to grab Feng Yueshan in his hand. However, under this power, he could do nothing. He could only watch as Feng Yueshan was directly captured. At this moment, Feng Yueshan suddenly raised his head and looked straight at Rosen. He didn't say anything, but his eyes were filled with boundless resentment. During this period of time, he had suffered many losses in Luo Sen's hands. However, he had suffered a lot. All of this would be returned. He would definitely take revenge. He would definitely make Rosen pay the price for his ambition. Rosen's eyes were so cold. After all, Feng Yueshan was his prey. However, at this time, this prey flew away. Naturally, he could not tolerate it. The power of the demon god armament was fully unleashed. At this moment, the man in white attacked again. His white light directly formed a milky white vortex of spiritual power. The powerful spiritual power directly suppressed Rosen, causing him to continuously retreat. Damn it! Compared to before, this power was much stronger. In front of this power, not only was he unable to move forward, but even retreating became very difficult. He could feel that his demon god armament was enduring a terrifying amount of power. Get out of my way! However, he was not willing to admit defeat. At this time, with his furious roar, the demon god armament directly burst out with an unprecedentedly powerful power. The devil god armament was a very powerful treasure. It was something that the first elder had refined. Although the mysterious old man was very hateful, Rosen had to admit that the demon god armament was indeed very powerful. At this time, with the increase of Rosen's anger, the connection between him and the demon god armament directly strengthened. At this time, the anger in his eyes was even more vigorous. Rosen was the person who would be in charge of the devil's doctrine in the future. How could he be forced to retreat by such a white light? Demon god armament, I know you're not willing to give up, right? Since that's the case, let's work together and break this annoying power apart. At this moment, the demon god armament suddenly burst out with a roar. It seemed that it had understood his words. This power directly rushed out of the body and then fiercely challenged the milky white light. The two powers, one black and one white, were fighting at this time. However, as time passed, the power gradually dissipated. Then, the demon god armament directly released a shadow. When such a shadow appeared, the final decision was made. The white light was completely defeated. Rosen directly moved forward. Since this place would protect Feng Yueshan, it was obvious that this place was the land of inheritance prepared for Feng Yueshan. If he wanted to obtain the things here to increase his strength, the easiest way was to directly control Feng Yueshan. Feng Yueshan, you can't escape. Haha, I will let you know how terrifying I, Rosen, am. At this time, the light on Feng Yueshan's body became more and more intense. On the surface of his skin, lines began to appear. The appearance of these lines made Feng Yueshan even more mysterious. Those were formation lines. In just a short period of time, Feng Yueshan's body was actually covered with formation lines. Previously, everything clearly did not exist on his body. However, at this time, it actually appeared directly. The appearance of this power immediately made Rosen feel that something was wrong. At this time, he suddenly realized that Fang Yueshan's power was actually increasing crazily. Previously, Fang Yueshan was just an ant that he could crush at any time. However, it was completely different now. Fang Yueshan's aura had become so powerful. 1 dragon, 2 dragons, 3 dragons. In just a short 15 minutes, Fang Yueshan's aura had directly increased to the 7 dragons realm. Such a cultivation speed was simply incomparably shocking. No genius cultivation speed could be compared to Fang Yueshan's. At this time, Fang Yueshan's body became even more mysterious. The light in his eyes seemed to no longer belong to him. "Rosen, I will be back. When that time comes, it will be the time of your death," Fang Yueshan said very calmly. He was naturally full of hatred and anger towards Rosen, but at this time, he actually said this so calmly. Of course, calmness did not mean forgiveness. In fact, most of the time, calmness was only due to extreme hatred. In the end, Fang Yueshan disappeared from Rosen's sight. A trace of hatred flowed out from Rosen's eyes. He originally wanted to track Fang Yueshan and directly find a thing left behind by Fang Wuhui. Damn it, I actually let him escape. Although he was not sure, he already had an idea. What Fang Wuhui left behind was definitely a good thing. Once he obtained it, he would be able to greatly improve. At that time, his boundary would soar, and he might even be able to directly become a venerable one. This was a huge attraction, and he would definitely not give up just like that. So be it. Even if you disappear, so what? Do you think you can escape from my grasp? You're dreaming. Hee, what a stupid thing. At this time, an extremely strange insect suddenly appeared in his palm. This insect was somewhat similar to a beetle. The light little insect gently fluttered. Suddenly, a halo flashed directly above its antennae. After this halo appeared, he suddenly became excited and then directly rushed in the direction in front of him. Corpse-eating insect. As long as it's here, let's see where you can escape to. Rosen smiled sinisterly. The corpse-chasing bug was an extremely detestable thing. Once it entered a person's body, it could slowly erode the person's body. In the end, the person who was invaded could only slowly and tragically die. Of course, this corpse-eating insect also had a characteristic that many people liked, and that was its ability to track targets. Generally speaking, as long as a female corpse-eating insect was placed in the target's body, a male corpse-eating insect could be used to track the target. Once the insect sensed the aura of a female, it would desperately track the target. The insect's sensing range was extremely wide. What was even rarer was that it could even sense a small space turbulence. Fang Yueshan, this trash, probably still doesn't know that I have already placed a corpse-eating insect in his body. However, I still have to act quickly. After all, Fang Wuhui was once a peak Emperor Realm Master. His means are not trivial. He might be able to erase this corpse-eating insect. Having said that, Rosen directly sped up and chased after Fang Wuhui.